Gene Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the rolling stream. I'm back in the saddle. I'm packing my grip. I'm leaving today. I'm taking a trip California way. I'm going to settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I'll forget my sins. I'll be making new friends where the west begins and the sunset ends, 'cause I've decided where yours truly should be, and it's the San Fernando Valley for me. I think that I'm safe in stating she will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise. He will make the two of us one. So I'm hitting the trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFD. I'm going to settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that I'm safe in stating she will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise. He will make the two of us one. So I'm hitting the trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFD. I'm going to settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. Thank you, dear friends and neighbors, and welcome once again to Melody Ranch. Red sails in the sunset, way out on the sea. Oh, carry my loved one home safely to me. He sailed at the dawning. All day I've been blue. Red sails in the sunset. I'm trusting in you. Swift wings you must borrow. Make straight for the shore. We marry tomorrow, and he goes sailing no more. Red sails in the sunset, way out on the sea. Oh, carry my loved one home safely to me. Many thanks there, folks. Many thanks. I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, why, shuckins, Mr. Artery. I even liked it myself.
Oh, you did?
Matter of fact, sort of reminded me of one time back home. The Chapultepec's Women Choir give a recital out in the town square there.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
How was it?
Well, I'll tell you, my Aunt Blanche, she was sitting out on the front porch listening to the music and the singing, and right beside her was Uncle Clyde. And he was half asleep listening to some crickets a-chirping, sort of in the distance.
Uncle Clyde was probably just as well off.
Oh, he is smart, all right. Oh, yeah. Anyway, Aunt Blanche was sitting there all nice and contented like, admiring the women's choir singing. Finally, she turned to Uncle Clyde. He was still listening to the crickets. And she says, "Ain't that pretty, Clyde?" Uncle Clyde snorted once or twice. He said, "Yeah, just think. They make all that noise just by rubbing their hind legs together."
Your Uncle Clyde. Your Uncle Clyde sounds like a real solid citizen.
Oh, yeah, he was solid.
By the way, Butterham.
Yeah, but... Yes,
I've been meaning to ask you for a long, long time. How did you ever happen to stray away from home and come all the way out in this part of the country anyway?
You really want to know?
Well, no, but it'll help kill a little time here. Go ahead and tell me.
Well, it might at that. Now, well, you won't believe this, but my coming out here was all come about on account of because me living next to the railroad tracks.
Now, what's living next to the railroad tracks got to do with your coming all the way out here to California?
It's very simple. Uncle Newt, that's my uncle. He never would let me walk across the tracks. So, instead of crossing them,
Yes?
I decided to walk around them.
That's what I call really using the poor part of your head, son.
Yes. Incidentally, speaking of my Uncle Newt, did I ever tell you about the big flood we had down home there?
A flood?
Yeah, I told you about it, didn't I?
Well, I guess you did, yeah. Go ahead and tell me some more.
Well, good.
I'll correct you if you make any mistake.
Yeah, why? I was staying with Uncle Newt. That's my Uncle Newt and Aunt Agnes at the time. And one morning, the water from the river flooded the house clean up to the windowsill.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, just then, a rowboat come along to rescue us.
Yes.
And just as me and Aunt Agnes started to go out, all of a sudden, she spotted Uncle Newt's hat floating back and forth across the field, back and forth, his hat.
Holy smoke.
Back and forth.
What did she do?
Nothing. She just looked down and she said, "You know, your Uncle Newt sure is stubborn. He's going to do his plowing, flood or no flood."
Makes no difference now what kind of life fate hands me. I'll get along without you now, it's plain to see. I don't care what happens next, for I'll get by somehow. I don't worry, 'cause it makes no difference now. It was just a year ago when I first met you. I learned to love you, and I thought you loved me too. But now that's all in the past, and I'll forget somehow. I don't worry, 'cause it makes no difference now. After all is said and done, I'll soon forget you. Although I know that it will be so hard to do. Let things happen as they will, and I'll get by somehow. I don't worry, 'cause it makes no difference now. Well, thank you, neighbors. Many thanks. You know, over a period of the last 10 years, I've probably been asked one question more than any other. And that question is, how and when and where did I get champion? Well, sir, here, to the best of my knowledge, is the answer. To begin with, it's hard for me to remember just when Champ first came to me and came to be my horse. Seems now like he's been with me all of his life. But there was a beginning. And to my best recollection, this was it. One fall day many years back, a bunch of us cowboys were out on our yearly wild horse roundup. But what made this particular roundup important wasn't the size of the herd. No, it was a beautiful stocking-legged chestnut stallion that stood out from the rest of the horses like an icicle on a summer night. Funny thing, too, I knew right then and there that was my horse. In fact, the next morning, I was up at dawn, all ready to start breaking him. Easy now, boy, easy. All right, Johnny. Try and throw a saddle on him while I hold this rope. Watch it, he's wild.
Okay. Easy, feller. Easy now. Just hold still a second while I put this little present on your back for you. Like that.
Good boy, Johnny. Easy now, fella, easy. I'm not going to hurt you. You and I are going to be friends. Just wait and see.
Okay, Gene. All set.
Right. Now, you come around here and hold the rope while I get on him. Don't turn him loose till I tell you.
Don't worry about me letting go. Just try and stay on yourself.
I'll do my best. There, now, easy, fella, easy. Remember, I'm your friend. Okay, Johnny, turn him loose. Well, sir, I've ridden a lot of wild horses in my life, but never anything to match that one. The first time he threw me before I even had a chance to get the saddle warm. So I got on him again. This time he spun, kicked, dug dirt, and then he jumped what seemed to be about 10 feet in the air. As he did, he spun again. This time kicking his legs high and coming down with the force of a pile driver. But when he did, I wasn't on him. Finally, though, a little over a week later, I managed to get him quieted down to where I could actually ride him without having him buck me all over the place. But as I said before, it was worth it. For now I knew I had a real horse, a one-man horse that would be with me till he died. That is, I thought I did. 2 days later, I found out I was wrong.
Gene, your horse is gone.
I figured the horse would head straight for the place we saw him first, in a valley way up in the foothills called Sandstone Mesa. And sure enough, when we got there, we found a whole herd of wild horses. But mine wasn't among them.
No sign of him here, Gene. Matter of fact, as far as I can tell, none of them other 3 horses that are missing are in that herd either.
It sure doesn't look like it, Johnny. Well, come on, let's try over in Wilderness Flat. Maybe he's over there.
Right.
Get up, boy. Come on.
The boys have scoured the whole section, Gene. No sign of any horses around here.
Did they look clear down on that dried-up riverbed?
All the way. Look, don't you think we ought to head back home? Maybe he'll show up there.
You can go home if you want to, Johnny. I'm going to keep on looking. Besides, I've just been thinking. Maybe that horse didn't run away.
Huh? What are you talking about? I know he run away. He ain't back at the range, so he must have run away.
That's not what I mean. I mean that maybe my horse and those other horses didn't leave of their own accord. Maybe they were stolen. For the moment, the stolen angle was only a hunch. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. I had no idea where to start looking, so I tried another angle. I remembered that years back I'd done a big favor for a slightly shady Mexican character by the name of Arthur. As a matter of fact, I'd saved his life in a gun battle down by the border. 3 days and 60 miles later, I finally located him in a deserted, third-rate saloon in the dirty border town of Toronto.
Well, hello there, Arthur. Caray, Senor Autry. Is that you? Is it really you?
That's right, Arthur. How've you been?
Oh, some days good, some days bad.
Oh?
You know how that is. But always, Senor, remember what you tell me. No stealing horses, no breaking the law, huh?
Well, that's good, Arthur. Glad to hear that. But that's not what I've come to see you about.
Oh, well, what, amigo? What?
Well, I just want to get a little information from you. That is, if you can give it to me.
If I can, you shall have it, Senor. Arthur has never forgotten what you do for him. What kind of information you want, eh?
Well, almost 2 weeks ago, 4 horses were stolen from my ranch. 3 of them I don't care about. But 1 of them I do. He was my personal horse, Arthur. I just broke him, and I want him back.
But, Senor, I don't know nothing about that business now. I've forgotten all about that.
Look, I know you had nothing to do with actually stealing him yourself. But I thought maybe you could give me a line on who did.
No, I'm sorry, Senor Autry.
Okay, Arthur. You can't, that's all there is to it. Look, if you hear anything, let me know, will you? That horse means more to me than anything else in the world. Thanks for your trouble.
Senor Autry.
Yeah?
Your horse, Senor. He's a chestnut stallion with...
Arthur! You all right?
Senor Autry?
Take it easy, old boy. We'll get you to a doctor right away.
No, Senor. It's too late. Listen to me. Your horse... Miller...
Arthur. Hey, you. You play in the accordion. Here's some money. See that he gets the best, will you? He has no family, and I was his only friend. I'll be back later. Now I was more determined than ever. Now that the man I was looking for, I not only wanted for horse stealing, but for killing my friend as well. I remembered what Arthur had just said as he died. He mentioned a man named Miller. The next morning, 18 miles outside of town, I found a horse dealer by that name.
I'm sorry, cowboy, but I can't recall a horse of that description coming through my stables. Of course, I buy and sell mighty fast these days. You might come back in, say, a week, though. Maybe you'll have showed up by then.
Yeah, maybe he will. But so long, Mr. Miller. Thanks for your trouble.
Oh, don't mention it. Sorry I couldn't help you out.
As I walked toward the door, I looked around Miller's makeshift office. I remember wondering whether or not Miller was telling the truth. Then I saw something that made me darn sure he wasn't. Because there hanging in the corner was a fancy hair bridle. The same bridle that I'd left on Champ the night he was stolen. The same bridle I'd made with my very own hands. That night I was back at the Miller stables. But this time I wasn't there to ask questions. Not in this stall. I wonder how many of these horses have been stolen. Hello there, Blackie. Oh, good fellow. No, you're not the one I'm looking for either. I wonder if... Hey. Is that you, boy? Is that you? It is you, champ. What have they done to you? You're all beaten up. Well, you're bleeding. Here, let me put this around your leg. That'll help. Then we'll get you out of here.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, cowboy.
Miller. Why, you dirty, stinking horse
Don't
stealer.
come any closer. I'm warning you, Autry, or I'll give you the same thing I gave your pal Otto.
shooting's not going to stop me. Now drop that gun. Well, I'm going to give you the worst beating you've ever had in your life.
No, please. Please don't hit me again.
Stand up, I said. Stand up. Okay, if you won't stand up, I'll pull you.
No, please.
This is for me. That's for my friend Arthur.
I'll do anything you say. Just don't hit me again.
You're a coward, Miller. A yellow coward. Frankly, I wouldn't want to dirty my hands hitting you again. Besides, out in this part of the country, the law has a special way of dealing with guys like you. Come on, champ, let's get him into the sheriff. And then, boy, you and me are heading for home. And so, folks, that's how I came by Champion. Since then, he's never left my side. Of course, he's quite a bit older now. We've ridden an awful lot of trails together. But that stocking-legged, blaze-faced stallion is still the most loyal friend I ever had. So here's to you, old boy. May all your pastures always be green. Oh, faithful in every kind of weather. When your roundup days are over, there'll be pastures white with clover for you, oh, faithful pal of mine. Hurry up, old fella, 'cause the moon is yeller tonight. Hurry up, old fella, 'cause the moon is mellow and bright. There's a coyote howling to the moon above, so carry me back to the one I love. Hurry up, old fella, 'cause we gotta get home tonight. On faithful, we roam the range together. On faithful, in every kind of weather. When your roundup days are over, there'll be pastures white with clover for you, old faithful pal of mine. Hurry up, old fella, 'cause the moon is yeller tonight. Hurry up, old fella, 'cause the moon is mellow and bright. There's a coyote howling to the moon above, so carry me back to the one I love. Hurry up, old fella, 'cause we gotta get home tonight. Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at the same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jimson weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night, and the only law is right, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-O, rocking to and fro, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
Pabst presents The Great Gildersleeve. The makers of Pabst present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, are some of the foods you usually serve hard to get these days? Well, don't think that means your meals have to be monotonous, because there's a plentiful food that gives appetizing variety to menus in 100 different ways, and is mighty easy to use, too. I'm talking about Pabst, the delicious golden cheese food that comes in the familiar round package. It spreads easily to make tasty, nutritious sandwiches. Pabst also slices neatly to serve with apple pie or fruit. And it's no trick at all to make smooth cheese sauces with Pabst, to pour over hot vegetables, hard-cooked eggs, fish, or chicken dishes. Yes, and Pabst makes smooth, tempting rarebits, light, fluffy soufflés. And it's a sure hit melted on toast in the broiler. Why, all in all, you could count at least 100 different ways to turn everyday foods into exciting treats with Pabst. Another thing, Pabst is easy to digest, too, and wholesome and nourishing, a favorite with the youngsters. So serve Pabst often. Ask your grocer for Pabst tomorrow. You'll recognize it by its distinctive round, flat package. Remember, it's Pabst, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now, let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who seems to have been overdoing a bit lately. His legal counsel, Judge Hooker, has persuaded him to drop in on Doc Pettibone for a checkup. And while the judge stands by, the good doctor goes over the great man with a stethoscope.
You know, Doctor, this is a lot of nonsense. I feel fine.
Oh, quiet, please, Mr. Gildersleeve. I want to listen to that heart of yours.
We take you now to Gildersleeve's heart. Take it away, Doc. What is it? Why do you look like that? What is it, Doc? What have you found?
Don't tell me you found a heart.
You keep out of this, Hooker. This is serious.
I'd like you to listen to this, Judge. Put this stethoscope on. That's right. Now hold the other end up to his chest.
Stand still.
It tickles.
Well, stand still.
There. Now listen. What do you hear?
Sort of a rustling noise.
Sort of a what?
Sounds like a troop of Boy Scouts coming through the underbrush.
No. That's the hair on his chest. You're in the wrong place. Hold it lower. Hold it still.
Hold Gildersleeve still.
Oh, cut that out, Hooker. I can't stand this suspense. Doc, am I going to die?
No. Now take it easy.
Don't spare me, Doc. I'm a sick man. I know it. Don't try to fool me. If my time is up, I want you to tell me.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but you are not going to die.
No?
No.
Did you hear that, Hooker?
You're not going to die, but with that blood pressure of yours, if you don't do what I tell you, you're going to blow up.
Oh, my goodness. I'll do it, Doctor. I'll do anything you say. You name it, and I'll do it.
Well, I want you to get some rest.
Rest, yeah?
Fly low. Take it easy. Above all, don't get excited.
Don't get excited.
Maybe you ought to go away for a few days.
That's what I keep telling him. Go away. Go away.
Listen, you meddlesome old goat.
The judge is right.
Yeah, why don't you close up the house and take the kids and go fishing?
Say, I haven't been fishing in 20 years.
Best thing in the world for the nerves, isn't it, Doc?
Nothing like it.
Yes, sir. I used to be quite a fly caster in my day. A regular Isaac Walpole.
Well, then the place for you is Lake Hackmatack. You can rent a little cabin up there and just...
Are there any fish?
Are there any fish? You know that big trout that hangs over the sideboard in my dining room?
Yes.
Lake Hackmatack.
Yes. Say, one of those wouldn't look bad in my den. By George, I'll do it. I'll take Marjorie and Leroy, and we'll start the first thing in the morning. Come on, Judge.
Mr. Gildersleeve, just a minute.
Yes?
There's one more thing.
What's that, Doc?
$5, please.
Oh, yeah. $5. Everybody.
Leroy, you get right out of my kitchen. You've gone and messed up every poppy bottle I got. And look at that floor.
Good evening, Bertie.
Evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
My, something smells mighty good.
It smells all right, but it ain't good.
Leroy, what's going on here? What on earth are you doing with all those bottles?
Just making a little root beer.
A little root beer?
He's made 14 gallons.
Well, that's how much it makes. You can see for yourself, Unc. It says here on the bottle. This extract is sufficient to make 14 gallons of genuine root beer.
Don't you think you're getting into this thing a little deep, Leroy? 14 gallons. That's an awful lot of burps.
Yeah, and he's used up every bottle and cork I got, and the wash tub's still half full.
Wash tub?
Oh, you don't understand, Uncle Mort. I'm not going to drink it. I'm going to sell it.
Leroy, did you ever hear of the Pure Food and Drug Act?
No.
Well, you will. And you're going to hear the Riot Act if you don't get that stuff out of Bertie's kitchen. Where's Marjorie, Bertie?
She's out back, Mr. Gildersleeve. She's been laying in a hammock crying her eyes out.
Crying? Say, we'll have to see about this. Yeah, nothing but trouble in this house. The doctor's right. I've got to get out of here. You too, Leroy. Come on. You ought to know better than to muss up. Why, Marjorie, what's the matter, honey?
Nothing. It's Doug. He was supposed to take her to the movies tonight, and he's standing her up.
He is not. I'm standing him up.
Huh? Wait a minute. Let me get this thing straight.
He stood me up last night, so I'm standing him up tonight.
Well, darling, if you're standing him up, what are you crying about? It's Doug who should feel badly.
I know. But he doesn't. He's going to take that Helen Gibson out.
Well, you told him to take her out. I heard you.
Yes, but he's going to do it.
Oh, that's women for you. Take my advice, Unc. Never have anything to do with them.
Yes, all right, Lee.
Take it from me. The more you do for them, the less they appreciate it.
I know.
Read them rough and tell them nothing. That's my method. Take my advice.
Leroy, why don't you start a column? You tend to your root beer and lay off your sister. Now, Marjorie, I wouldn't waste any tears on a fellow like Doug. He's nothing but
Don't you dare say anything against Doug.
Stick around, Leroy. I may need you after all. Remember, Marjorie, there's better fish than Doug. Right in Lake Hackmatack. Say, how'd you like to go to Hackmatack for a couple of weeks, huh? We'll rent a little camp, and we'll do nothing but lie around in the sun all day and fish. What do you say?
Fish! Yippee!
If I wasn't asking you, Leroy. If Marjorie?
Well, if there's going to be any fishing, there's one thing I'd like to know first.
Oh, what's that?
Who cleans the fish?
Yes, there is that. Leroy, you're getting to be a big boy now.
What's the matter with you cleaning the fish, Unc?
Well, I'll tell you. Funny thing about me and fish. I'm not a squeamish man, but if there's one thing I can't stand, it's cleaning fish.
Of course, we haven't caught any fish yet.
Wait a minute. I've got it. Bertie! Oh, Bertie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bertie, how would you like to go away with us tomorrow for a nice vacation? Let's get going. It's 10:30, and we were going to start at 8 o'clock. Come on.
We're coming, Uncle Mort.
Well, then what's holding us up?
We're just packing the lunch.
For goodness sake, we just finished breakfast.
Now, you'd be the first to holler, Mr. Gildersleeve, if there wasn't any lunch. We'll be done soon as we finish these deviled eggs.
Yeah, I don't know why it is every time we go anyplace, all the women in the house have to start deviling eggs. Have you got the thermos bottle?
Yes.
Have you got the steamer rug?
Yes. Oh, Uncle Mort, why don't you just leave the packing to us? We can do it much quicker if you'll just let us alone.
Well, I'm just trying to help, for heaven's sake. Of course, if I'm not wanted here, far be it from me.
Why don't you go get the car out?
A man tries to offer his services around here, and he gets his head taken off. Come on, Leroy.
Hey, Unc, can I back the car out?
No, you may not.
Why not, Uncle Mort? Piggy Banks backs his car out. I can do it honest.
You heard me. I said no.
Well, why not?
I've told you before, young man, you're too young. You're much too young to understand about cars.
Oh.
Now get off the running board. I'm going to start it up. Yeah. Have you been fooling with this car, young man?
No, sir. But may I make a suggestion?
No, you may not. What is it?
Why don't you turn on the ignition?
Turn on the... Yeah. It's a funny thing. I've been trying to start it that way for years. It's never worked yet. Gangway!
Look out!
Hey there, young fellow. Watch out where you're going.
Well, who the...
What are you trying to do, Throckmorton? Run over me?
No, Judge, but it's a nice idea.
That's gratitude. An old friend comes over to say goodbye to you, and you try to run him down.
Here's a lunch basket, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, Leroy, while you're resting, go get that, will you? I'll open the trunk. One side, please, Judge. Leroy, what's all this in here?
That's my root beer.
Well, get it out of there.
Oh,
We've got to have room for the baggage. We can't take all this.
well, gee, can't I take some of it?
You can take 6 bottles. That's all we'll have room for. That's all you'll have room for, too.
Okay.
The idea. I've never seen it.
Good morning, Judge Hooker.
Morning, Marjorie. Well, it looks as if you had a fine day for a trip.
Looks like a scorcher, if you ask me. I'm dying already.
Yeah, it is a little hot.
It's a lucky thing it's not far to Hackmatack. I don't like the looks of that left rear tire there.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. It's still got a lot of fabric left.
It's still...
Leroy, come get these bags, will you?
Yes, Leroy, while you're resting.
Seems like I have to do all the work around here.
By the way, Throckmorton, I'll be glad to sort of keep an eye on the house for you while you're away.
Oh, the house is locked, Judge. I don't think there's anything to keep an eye on, really.
Well, you can't tell. A couple of houses have been broken into around here lately, you know.
Is that so? I hadn't heard about that.
Yes. So if you'd like to leave your key with me, I'll be glad to drop around once in a while and see that everything's all right.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Judge. Mighty nice of you. Here, there's the front door key.
Thank you.
Leroy, have you got those bags in back there?
Yes, everything's in.
Bertie, suppose you and Leroy ride in the back. Marjorie, you sit up here in front with me, huh? Now, are we all set? Everything in? Have we forgotten anything? Let's see. Doors locked, lights out, bags in. Leroy, did you...
Yes, Unc.
Good. Well, we're off. Goodbye, Judge.
Bye, Rocky. Hope you like Hackmatack.
If we don't, you'll hear from us.
Bye, Marjorie. Leroy.
Goodbye, Judge.
Hey, goodbye. Goodbye. Bye. Good old Hooker. You know, this whole trip was really his idea, Marjorie.
He's a sweet old thing, really.
Yeah, he's a sweet old thing. I'm going to miss the sweet old goat. Well, ought to be a nice trip. Ooh.
Hey, Unc.
What was that?
Sounded like a blowout.
I knew it. It's that left rear tire.
Hey, there goes another.
Oh, there goes our trip. Can you beat it? You work hard all year. You save your money. You mind your business. You try to take a well-earned vacation. Oh, no.
That's 4 of them.
Oh, the spare. How do you like that?
Well, let's get out.
You get out, Leroy. I'm afraid to look. I've seen some bad breaks in my time, but I'll be...
Mort?
I mean, I'm a patient man, but good gracious to Betsy. Well, that's life, I guess. Bertie, did you ever change a tire?
Hey, Unc, what do you think?
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
The tires were okay, all of them.
Leroy, this is no time for joking.
I'm not joking, they're okay.
Leroy, I distinctly heard something blow.
So did I.
I'll tell you what blew. It was Leroy's root beer. That's what blew. I told him he put too much yeast in that stuff.
Root beer. Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Everybody knows that fresh vegetables are good for you. But do you know the trick that makes practically any vegetable dish a real taste treat? Well, the answer is serve hot vegetables with smooth cheese sauce poured over them. You'll make them even better tasting, even more nutritious, too. It's easy if you use Pabst-Et, the delicious golden cheese food that comes in a handy round flat package. All you do is melt Pabst-Et in a double boiler, stir in a little milk and season. Presto, you have a grand, smooth cheese sauce, not only for vegetables, but for fish and chicken dishes, macaroni, rarebits, any number of foods. You'll be surprised how a luscious golden cheese sauce, the kind Pabst-Et makes so easily, adds sparkle to everyday dishes, gives them appetizing variety that just calls for second helpings. Yes, and Pabst-Et spreads so smoothly, slices so neatly, you'll find 100 delightful ways to serve Pabst-Et, both by itself and to add cheese goodness to other foods. It pays to serve Pabst-Et often because it's so nourishing, a fine energy food, rich in milk protein, and it gives you vitamins A as well as the milk minerals calcium and phosphorus. So ask your grocer for Pabst-Et tomorrow. Remember, Pabst-Et, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now, let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. It seems that left rear tire held out. For as the morning mist rolled across Lake Hackmatack, we find the mighty angler seated in the stern of a little rowboat with his niece in the bow and his nephew at the oars.
Steady, Leroy. Steady as she goes.
Leroy, that went right in my lap.
I can't help it. It's these darn oars.
It's about far enough, I think, Leroy. Let her coast. That's it. Now hand me that rod.
Rod, Marge. Oh, here, Unc, you want a worm?
Forget the worms. A true sportsman, Leroy, would rather die than use a worm.
Well, then how do you catch the fish?
You'll see. Young man, you're about to be initiated into the gentle art of fly casting. You see that little doohickey there that covers the hook?
You mean that tassel?
It's not a tassel, young man. That's the fly. You see, it's very delicate. The finest ones are so delicate, they're made of hummingbird feathers.
Do the fairies make them, Uncle Mort?
Oh, shut up. There's a lot of angles with this, young man, so watch carefully and don't be so smart.
I'm watching.
Now, this is how your true angler tempts the finny tribe. It's all done with the wrist, see? And the secret is in getting the rhythm. 1, you cast it. 2, you jerk it back. You see? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. It's all done with the wrist, you see? 1.
You've been saying that for 3 days now, Unc. When do you catch the fish?
The fish are secondary, young man. The sport is the thing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Yes, really, Uncle Mort.
All right, Leroy. Pass me the worms.
Tell me something, Uncle Mort. What makes you think there are any fish in this lake?
I've seen them.
Where?
In Judge Hooker's dining room.
Then what are we doing here?
Judge Hooker has a stuffed trout over his sideboard that long. And by George, I'm not leaving here till I catch something. Can you beat it? 5 days, not a single bite. Not even from a mosquito. Not one.
Remember, Uncle Mort, the sport is the thing. The fish are secondary.
Give me those worms. I've tried dry flies, wet flies. I've tried casting, trolling. If this doesn't work, so help me, I'll go in after him with a club.
Hey, Unc, look down there.
What? Where?
Down in the weeds there.
Huh?
See him?
Ooh, and a fat one, too. Be quiet, everybody. Be very quiet now. If I can just lower the hook down there without scaring him. Easy. It don't move. What's that, a mosquito?
It's an airplane.
Well, keep it quiet. Remember now, fish are jittery. Easy now. Nice fishy. Come and bite the little worm.
That plane's coming this way, Unc.
Go away, plane.
He's diving. It's a power dive. Look at that baby come.
Oh, the crazy fool. Look out, everybody, duck!
Oh, it's Doug. He's waving. Hi, Doug. Hi.
Sit down, Marjorie.
Hi, Doug.
Oh! Leroy! Where's Leroy? None of your jokes now, young man. You come out of there.
I'm okay, Unc.
This is no time to garden. Everybody all right? That's right, Marjorie. You grab hold of the boat.
Oh.
Yes. Leroy, you grab hold of me.
Yeah.
I'll grab. Hey, look what I grabbed.
The fish.
I got the little son of a gun. I got him barehanded. Oh, he's slippery.
Put him down the front of your sweater, Unc.
Yes.
Thank heaven. Now we can go home.
Be it ever so humble, there's no place like Summerfield.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you sang a mouthful. I sure am glad to get away from that lake where it has razzmatazz. What is it?
Well, with any luck, we ought to be home by dark, Bertie. Be sure and take good care of that fish back there.
Oh, don't you worry about that fish. He can take care of himself. That's the powerfulest fish I ever smelled.
Well, some fish are gamier than others. Sort of have to expect that of a trout.
That ain't no trout, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean?
That trout's a flounder.
Don't you talk that way about my trout.
Well, whatever it is, it's getting higher than a goat.
Why, Marjorie, I don't smell anything.
Oh, of course you don't with those cigars.
If you don't stop smoking those things, this fish is going to be kippered before you get him home.
So are we.
No fooling, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't you think we ought to stop somewhere and give him a decent burial?
Nothing doing. That fish is all I got to show for a misspent week. If he bothers you, you can hang him out the window or something.
Hey, that's an idea. Hang him on the fishing rod and stick him out back. Here, I'll do it.
Now, don't let him get away.
What are you expecting to do? Thumb his way back to Lake Hackmatack?
There, that'll air him out a little.
Well, what's that guy honking about? All right, brother, come on if you're going to pass. Well, come on.
Hey,
What do you want?
you got a fish.
I know you got a fish, you big dodo. I think the man had never seen a fish before.
Mr. Gildersleeve,
What is it, Bertie?
I ain't sure, Mr. Gildersleeve, but it looks like there's some seagulls following us.
Oh, fine.
Yep, that's what it is.
They're after your fish, Unc. They're after Junior.
Step on it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Pull in your line, Leroy. Pull in your line. Play him, boy. Play him. I have more trouble with birds. Oh! Go away, birds. Go away. Home at last. Come on. Let's get this stuff out of here before it gets any darker. Don't forget that fish.
As if we could.
I got the lunch basket. Who's going to carry in all these bags?
Thanks. Leroy, while you're resting, old man.
Yeah.
Watch your step, Marjorie. It's pretty dark. You?
Uncle Morris, are you all right?
Something's grabbed me. Leroy, what did I tell you about those croquet wickets?
I thought I put them away, Unc, honest.
Yeah. Look out for that mole trap there, folks. Gosh, feel that grass. I bet it's grown 8 inches since we've been away. Leroy, first thing tomorrow morning.
I know, while I'm resting.
Yeah. Hey, somebody left a light on upstairs.
Where?
In my bathroom. Bertie, has that been burning all the time we've been away?
It wasn't me, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, who was it then?
I don't know, Miss Gildersleeve, but it's in your bathroom.
Yes, well, that's right. Well, come on, bring the bags, folks. Boy, it's stuffy in this house. Don't forget to put that fish in the icebox, Bertie.
The icebox isn't built that could hold that fish.
Miss Gildersleeve, somebody's been in the kitchen.
What do you mean?
Tramps or gypsies or somebody.
How do you know, Bertie?
There's dirty dishes all over the place. Miss Gildersleeve, you don't think maybe it's been burglars?
Burglars? Well, we have to see about this, Bertie.
Miss Marjorie, you and me better go count that silver.
Listen,
Huh? What is it?
it's your shower, Uncle Mort.
Shower?
You didn't go off and leave it running.
Certainly not. I always turn that lip.
What? There's somebody in it. There's somebody up there right now.
How do you like that for nerve? Takes a shower before he robs the joint.
Quick, Unc, call the police.
It's no use, Leroy. The wires are cut.
How do you know?
They always are. It's the first thing robbers do.
But you can't wait for the police, Uncle Mort. You've got to go up there and get him.
You're right, Marjorie. Who, me?
I'll guard the back stairs, Mr. Gildersleeve, and if he comes down that way, I'll part his scalp with this meat chopper.
Yes, you do that, Bertie, but do it quietly.
And you go up the front stairs.
Yeah, wait a minute. Maybe we better think this over a little first. A lot of angles to this. Leroy, you stand by.
Okay, Unc, I got my baseball bat.
Marjorie, you sneak out and run for the cops. Well, here I go, if nobody stops me.
Be careful, Uncle Mort.
Yeah. How? Quit pushing, Leroy. I wish it wasn't so dark. I don't dare turn on a light. I'm a little vulnerable in a light. Well, here I go. Oh, those squeaky stairs. It's probably these $6 shoes. I mustn't get excited. The doctor said I mustn't get excited. I'll bet he'd get excited, though. Well, now that I'm here, I want... Uh-oh. I can see you moving around behind the shower curtain. What do I do now? Remember what the coach used to say, Gildy? Get him below the knees, boy. I wish I'd never broken training. Come on, Gildersleeve, give him what you gave Hardwick. 29, 33, 76, hit him! Let go! Nothing!
Help! Police!
Police!
Gildersleeve.
Hooker, what are you doing here?
Well, what does it look like I'm doing? I'm taking a shower. Any objections?
Yes, what are you doing in my house?
Well, the painters were working on mine, so I thought I'd just move over here for a few days. I didn't think you'd mind. Matter of fact, I didn't expect you back so soon.
I'll bet you didn't. Hooker, you knew you were going to move in here the minute you got me out of town. That's why you suggested that trip.
Why, Throckmorton, I'm hurt that you'd say a thing like that.
Come clean, Hooker. You just had a bath. You knew it all the time.
Well, I had to have the house painted. You know that. It was a disgrace.
Yeah.
I can't stand the smell of paint. It gives me colic. You wouldn't want me to go...
No, I wouldn't want you to have colic. Anything I have is yours, Judge. You know that. Move in any time. Make yourself at home. Wreck the joint. There's one little thing, Judgy, about Lake Hackmatack.
Lovely spot.
Yes, lovely. But there's no trout there, and you know it.
Now, there you're wrong, Throckmorton. You just didn't try the right place.
Don't tell me. I combed that lake from one end to the other.
Well, no wonder. You should have tried the place where I got mine.
Where was that?
At the Hackmatack souvenir shop.
Well, Judge, let's let bygones be bygones, huh? Let's be friends.
You mean that, Throckmorton? You mean you forgive me?
Certainly, I mean it. There's my hand on it.
Gildy, my friend, I take back everything I've ever said about you.
Seems to me this calls for a little drink, huh, Judge? Bertie, bring the judge a bottle of that special root beer. You may think you've tasted root beer, Judge, but you're going to get an awful bang out of this. Good night.
music heard in this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ben Alexander speaking for the makers of Pap Steps and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Music Hall, starring Bing Crosby and Bob Burns, with Connie Boswell, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, and the Music Maids. Bing's special guests for this evening include Frank McHugh of the cinema, Duke Ellington of the swing circuits, and James Hilton, author of Random Harvest. And here's Bing Crosby.
Can't you tell I'm all aflutter? When you're near, I start to stutter. Something happens to me. Don't you notice? Can't you tell? Can't you tell my heart's thumping? When you smile, it starts bumping. Chills go running through me. There's a reason, can't you tell? Your sweet embrace is a heavenly place. I close my eyes and swoon. I kiss your lips and there's a total eclipse. My heart jumps over the moon. Can't you tell I love to hold you? I love you so since I've told you. Won't you make me happy? Can't you tell me you love me too?
Can't you tell I'm all aflutter? When you're near, I start to stutter. Something happens to me, don't you notice? Can't you tell why my heart's thumping? When you smile, it starts to bumping. Chills go running through me. There's a reason, can't you tell? Your sweet embrace is a heavenly place. I close my eyes and swoon. I kiss your lips and there's a total eclipse. My heart jumps over the moon. Can't you tell? I love to hold you, love you so. And since I told you, won't you make me happy? Can't you tell me you love me too?
Oh, your sweet embrace is a heavenly place. I close my eyes and swoon. I kiss your lips and there's a total eclipse. My heart jumps over the moon. Can't you tell I love to hold you? I love you so since I've told you. Won't you make me happy? Can't you tell me you love me too?
Well, now that you're finished, Mr. Crosby, do you mind if I spray?
Spray?
Yeah, spray around. You know. Spray. What you do for moths.
Listen, character, I don't do anything for moths.
That's a fact, stranger. Bing ain't bothered with moths. They won't be seen in the kind of clothes Crosby wears.
We only take colorblind moths. Now blow, will you, partner?
Okay, friend, I'll blow. Wait till I get my spray gun. But wait, let's not be hasty. You got anything besides moths? I mean, maybe flies or fleas or termites or silverfish or water bugs or snails or ladybugs or lover or...
Get away from me, boy. You bother me. Now, who are you here?
Me? You don't know me?
No.
Why, I represent the transcontinental pest.
You are the transcontinental pest, but what are you doing here?
I come to exterminate. Now, if you've got any pests, the Transcontinental Pest Service gets rid of them.
Great. Your first assignment is you.
But I ain't infested.
You're infesting me. How do I get rid of you?
Why, we give you a little powder to shake on your berries in the morning.
That gets rid of you?
No, you. Now, what do you want exterminated? Termites, water bugs, snails, centipedes, spiders, ants?
Say, could you tell me how to get rid of a few uncles?
Why, certainly, friends, certainly. You simply shake some of the powder we give you on their berries in the morning.
They don't get berries. He throws them a bone. Now, who told you we were interested in insect control?
Insect control? We don't control them, brother. We exterminate them. But if you want to see insects controlled, go to a flea circus.
All right. Who told you then that we needed any insects exterminated?
You mean you don't want them exterminated?
Nope.
Well, that's your business. You know better than I do what kind of a place you like to live in.
Thanks.
You going to sing again now?
No, Connie Boswell's going to sing.
Well, in that case, I'll wait.
You like Connie?
Ah, listening to her is like a vacation to me. But when you sing, I keep thinking of business.
Then Connie singing the carry dance should be like 2 weeks in the country to you. Yeah.
Lads and lassies to your places, up the middle and down again. Oh, the days of the carry dancing, oh, the ring of the piper's tune. Oh, for one of those hours of gladness, gone, alas, is the old, old tune. When the boys began to gather in the glen of a summer night, and the carry piper's tuning made us long with wild delight. Oh, to think of it, oh, to dream of it, fills my heart with tears. Oh, the days of the carry dancing, oh, the ring of the piper's tune. Oh, for one of those hours of gladness, gone, alas, is the old, old tune. The piper's tune. Oh, for one of those hours of gladness, gone, alas, is the old, old tune. When the boys began to gather in the glen of a summer night, and the carry piper's tuning made us long with wild delight. Oh, to think of it, oh, to dream of it, fills my heart with tears. Oh, the days of the carry dancing, hearts were filled with a gay romance. Oh, for one of those hours of gladness that I had in the carry dance. Oh, for the carry dance.
Oh, that's nice, Connie. Although he can still turn his hand at a bit of miming, as I'm told he does with consummate skill in the forthcoming Warner Brother film Manpower, our friend and Kraft Music Hall alumnus Frank McHugh recently found himself in another field. It was while playing the part of the traveling salesman in Back Street that Frank realized his future lay not in the theater, but in trade. And that's how he happened to open Francois, a style salon for men, a spot offering the more repulsive sex the same service such smart couturiers as Schiaparelli and Hattie Carnegie offer to women. There was no denying that Frank's haberdashery deadfall was different. Why, I mind the last time Burns and I dropped in there for a celluloid collar and a jazz bow tie. Frank had his back to the door, and he was saying to his clerk,
Now, listen, Ken. When there's dopes in the store, don't call me Frank. I'm Francois.
Oi, oi, busser.
That's pronounced wee. And I'll call you Kennesaw.
Oui, Francois.
Say, let's get out of here, Bing, before they see us. This ain't no place for men like us to buy clothes.
Ah, but do not go, gentlemen. Welcome to Francoise's, the creator of beautiful blouses for men. Here the suits are beauts, the shirts are the nerds, and the blouses are really blousy.
Man, I bet they are, but I'm looking for a hat.
And you have just the head for it, too, sir. My, you'd look urban in a turban. Don't you think so, Kennesaw?
Oh, oui, Francois. But his ears would flap in a cap. Don't you think so?
Now, I thought my type might look well in one of them new off-the-face hats.
With that puss of yours, brother, what you want is not off the face, it's over the face.
I'll take care of the gentleman. Francois, just step right this way, sir. Au revoir, Francois.
Au revoir, Kennesaw. Now then, sir, something tells me you're interested in a new hat, too. And I think that something was a sidelong glance at the chapeau you're wearing.
In French, it's chapeau.
Yeah, I know. But one look at that skimmer you're wearing, and I said, poo.
Listen, you're not going to knock this fetching little fedora I'm affecting, are you? I only bought it 5 years ago. I had it cleaned 3 times, and I've changed it in 2 different restaurants.
Oh, come now. I bet you're just dying to try on one of our new floppy hats.
What do I want with a floppy hat?
I could tell the minute you came in here that you were the kind of a man who liked to look floppy.
I heard you, Francois. He certainly is.
I said floppy, Kennesaw.
You want to watch your diction, Francois?
You may not realize it, but something could be done with the clothes you wear.
You really think so?
Have you offered them to the Salvation Army?
They turned me down cold.
Naturally, they try to rehabilitate men. They know that you can tell a lot about a man from the clothes he wears, just as you can tell a girl's character from the dress she's wearing.
Oh, now come. Some of them have more character than that.
Well, let's not quibble. Now, suppose we begin at the top and work down.
That's it.
There must be some kind of a hat that doesn't make you look like a Nato gyro. Look, last week was Straw Hat Week. How about a straw? We make them ourselves, you know.
Roll them your own, roll your own. Now, what are you featuring?
Oh, we have all kinds.
Let me hear.
The rakish West Indian weave of lightweight, rough coconut straw with the air-enticing ventilation in the crown and a gorgeous puggree band.
Oh, tell me more.
A perfect foil for red accessories.
Make me know it.
The rhythmic South American model woven from the passion plant.
Sounds
or the airy featherweight hat woven from the genuine hemp fiber from the Philippines. All guaranteed not to rip, tear, cramp, bind, nor stretch.
Are you selling hats or girdles?
Bonsoir, Francois.
Bonsoir, Kennesois. Did you make a sale this soir?
The customer got away this soir.
He lammed this soir?
He didn't buy a thing this soir. After trying on everything in the stores this soir, just for size this soir.
Say, I didn't have the heart to leave when I heard you telling my friend here about the different kind of weaves. I thought this would be just the place to give my Uncle Slug a job.
Does he know anything about weaving?
Does Uncle Slug know about weaving? You ought to see him coming home about 3 o'clock in the morning.
No, he don't weave, he slithers.
Now, you can show me some more stuff, Francois.
Have you succeeded in selling this gentleman a hat, Francois?
A hat? His hat is the least of my worries. Just get a gander at that shirt.
Listen, no cracks about the shirt. This is the latest thing down at Del Mar, where the turf meets the surf.
It looks more like the latest thing at Scavenger Beach, where the debris meets the sea.
Well, you can knock them if you like, but my shirts wear well.
Wear well?
Yes.
Francois shirts wear so well, none of my customers has ever come back for another.
Can you make something like the one I have on? Some little thing like only shorter?
Shorter than the one you have on?
Oh, yes.
Listen, brother, you belong in the collar department. Hello, Kennesois.
Hello, Francois.
Kennesois, will you please take this gentleman over to the collar department?
With pleasure, Francois. I've taken Mr. Burns' measurements for everything. You can go ahead and take his order. Bonjour, Francois.
Bonjour, Kennesois. Now, Mr. Burns, I don't suppose we'll have any trouble with you regarding the, what shall I say, financial arrangement?
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I just signed a 3-year contract.
Oh, really? With whom?
A used car dealer.
Well, I'm sure we'll be able to make some financial arrangement for your purchases.
Well, it'll have to be pretty good to beat the deal they give you over at the used cars. Do I have to sign anything?
No signature.
Do I have to have a co-signer?
No co-signers.
You make a lien on my salary?
No lien.
Well, there's a down payment.
No down payment.
Mm.
Of course, at the end of 5 years, we expect you to pay a little. Shall we say, 10 cents?
I knew there was a catch in it.
Of course, that won't stop you from making your purchases here, I trust.
Oh, I don't want to buy anything.
You don't want to buy anything, but you got fitted. You had all your sizes taken.
Well, I just wanted to get my sizes so I can order the stuff from the mail order catalog.
Hello, Francois.
Attendez, Kennesois.
I just sold Mr. Crosby an entire new outfit, complete with slashed neckties, sheer bodice, scissor silhouette, rhythmic backline, and bare midriff.
Oh. How about my open-toed golf shoes? How do I look?
How do you look?
Yeah.
You're a double lovely. You're so super sweet. To be more specific, you're triple terrific. You knocked me off my feet.
You mean I'm a double lovely, just a work of art?
Honest, you're so charming, it's really alarming. You're in a world apart.
Oh, gee, kid. And to say you're simply thrilling would be an understatement by far.
Tell me more.
Mister, you could get top billing over any Hollywood star.
Like Rin Tin Tin, huh?
You're a double lovely.
I'm a dream come true.
So just get your check out.
I'm sticking my neck out.
You double lovely, you.
If I'm double lovely, strictly entre-nous, I think I should tell yous, let Kennesaw sell yous the stuff that's lovely too.
We have a fine long weekend ahead. Lots of you will probably be going on a picnic, and that's a special reason for hoping that there's a jar of Miracle Whip salad dressing in your refrigerator tonight. We have a fine long weekend ahead. Lots of you will probably be going on a picnic, and that's a special reason for hoping that there's a jar of Miracle Whip salad dressing in your refrigerator tonight. Your picnic eats, salads and sandwiches, too, will have extra zest with Miracle Whip. My, but that dressing is good in sandwiches. Meat sandwiches, lettuce sandwiches, tomato and bacon. With Miracle Whip, they're news. And for salads, of course, there's nothing like Miracle Whip. All America says so, says it so firmly that Miracle Whip actually outsells the next 20 leading brands combined. That's why it's really not at all improbable that there is a jar of Miracle Whip in your icebox. And if there is, and if you are going on a picnic, here's a tip. Instead of mixing your salad at home, put the makings in your picnic basket along with your jar of Miracle Whip and mix the salad after you get there. That way it will be deliciously crisp. But mixed at home or mixed on the spot, your salad's sure to be a winner with Miracle Whip salad dressing.
It was wonderful then, and it's wonderful now. It's been wonderful weather since we're in love. It was beautiful then, and it's beautiful now. Just because we're here together, and oh, so in love. It was wonderful when we had wonderful dreams. Then our wonderful dreams all came true. About 1,000,000 smiles from now, we'll still be telling how it was wonderful then, and it's wonderful now. Wonderful when we had wonderful dreams. Then our wonderful dreams all came true. About 1,000,000 smiles from now, we'll still be telling how it was wonderful then, and it's wonderful now.
His recent appearance here in the old Kraft Music Hall Having elicited so many salvos of approval, we corralled Duke Ellington for a repeat performance as soon as possible. Currently dividing his time between the Trianon Ballroom in Southgate and rehearsals for his promising musical revue, Jump for Joy, which will feature his talents both as actor and composer. The Duke, whose prowess at a piano is practically legendary, is at the moment prepared to regale us with the piano and bass treatment of a thing called Stomp Caprice, a jump written by the little Duke. That would be the Duke's son, Mercer Kennedy Ellington. This is with the Duke, the elder, at the piano, and James H. Blanton, Jr., the Ellington Aggregation's maitre d' of the big bass V. Do it, Duke. Very solid, Duke. Very solid James H. Blanton, Jr., too. I must say, old Caprice was stomping good. If that's a fair sample of what you've been cooking up in this new show of yours, Duke, this Jump for Joy, it ought to be quite a thing.
Well, we hope it's quite a thing. It's what we have in mind, anyway.
And if the Duke had a hand in it being, you can bet it'll be quite a thing.
Frank's with you, Duke.
Well, we were together in Ziegfeld's Showgirl back in 1929.
1929. Gee, that seems like a long, long time ago.
Oh, not so long ago. In that show, I played the romantic juvenile lead.
As I was saying, 1929 was a long, long time ago.
Now, look at here. That wasn't much before 1929 that you came to New York, was it, Duke?
About 3 years. I got started in the old Kentucky Club at 49th Street, around 26.
The old Club Kentucky. Quite a spot.
Yeah, I heard things used to be jam up there, Duke.
Well, when it got to be about 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd send the boys home in the van and really get started to making some money.
Started making the suckers spring a little, huh?
Well, they used to throw me $1 or $2, and then the girls in the show would say, "Why, brother, this is Broadway, not Pickle Barrel, PA." Then they'd start throwing double sawbucks.
Oh, my, must have been a pretty autumn, all those yellow leaves flying around. Just to give us an idea of what the Duke was doing to earn those 20s back in the Kentucky Club nights, here's a thing that really used to amaze the ringsiders. The Duke's treatment, one of the nation's better-known songs of sorrow, was John Scott Trotter and the boys laying in when the Duke is laying out. That was the Reader's Digest version of Frankie and Johnny. Sure swell, too, Duke. That, friends, gives you a silken sample of a traditional tune that was very big in the Kentucky Club back in 1926. For a traditional tune that was equally big all over during the 18th century, if you remember this one.
Sleep, my child, and peace attend thee all through the night. Guardian angels, God will send thee all through the night. Soft the drowsy hours are creeping, hill and vale in slumber sleeping. I my loving vigil keeping all through the night. While the moon her watch is keeping all through the night, while the weary world is sleeping all through the night, visions of delight revealing. Breathe a pure and holy feeling all through the night.
It's wonderful to think that a song like that should stick in man's memory for 2 centuries. Proves there's something really down to earth about it, I guess. Just how far down to earth is best described by the revelation that here we are down to Ken Carpenter.
One of the fields in which scientists have gained much new knowledge lately is the field of nutrition. The importance of vitamins and minerals and the so-called protective foods which supply them is more and more widely recognized. Salads, of course, are among the finest protective foods, and salads dressed with Miracle Whip are downright delicious eating. Just on plain lettuce or cabbage, that lively Miracle Whip flavor is a joy. And how grand it tastes on tomatoes, how perfect it is with fruits. A unique combination of zestful old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, Miracle Whip salad dressing has a very special flavor all its own. It's not too bland or oily, not too sharp either. It's just exactly right. There's pleasure for you, too, in Miracle Whip's creamy smoothness, a pleasure that only this one dressing can give. For Miracle Whip is mixed in a remarkable beater that's used exclusively by Kraft. The next time you go to your grocer's or call him on the phone, include a jar of Miracle Whip salad dressing in your order, a quart-sized jar, because that's the thrifty way to buy. In Canada, this economical large size is known as the 32-ounce jar. Serve some kind of salad with Miracle Whip at least once every day. That's a health rule your family will cheer. Remember the name, Miracle Whip salad dressing. It's America's best-liked brand. Dr. Crosby, I came to see you about something pretty important.
Oh, new routine?
Yes, sir.
Let me hear.
A friend of mine is getting out of school next week, and, well, he'll need a job.
A problem that you'll never have to face.
You don't think I'll get a job as soon as I get out of school?
I don't think you'll ever get out of school.
Now, please, Dr. Crosby, this is serious. The boy needs work, and, well, I thought you might know of something.
Well, I haven't anything right at hand, Carp, but I shall look around. Tell the lad to give me a ring.
Oh, I'll give you a ring myself, sir.
I was afraid of that. That is the best kind of ring what I'm getting from anybody, Carp. Generally, somebody wants to borrow my putter when they ring, or to ask me if I want to open a drive-in, or tell me my horse ran out again, or trivial affairs like that, while Kraft Music Hall matters involving Frank McHugh, James Hilton, Burns, Trotter, Connie Boswell are hanging fire. Gee.
Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla and a brawler suet. Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla and a brawler suet. Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla and a brawler suet. Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla and a brawler suet.
Now the Ralston is a Swedish town.
The Rilla is a stream.
The brawler is the boy and girl.
And the Hot-Sut is their dream. Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla and a brawler suet. Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla and a brawler suet.
Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla and a brawler suet. Hot-Sut on the Rilla and a brawler suet. Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla and a brawler suet. Hot-Sut on the Rilla, brawler suet. The Rawson is the Swedish town. The Rilla is a stream. The brawler is the boy and girl. The Hot-Sut is their dream. Hot-Sut Rawson on the Rilla, brawler suet. Hot-Sut Rawson suey.
A moo goo guy, pan litchi chicken chow mein, Chicago style chop suey. A foo young gum, gum all my chicken chow mein, Chicago chop chop. A moo goo guy, pan litchi chicken chow mein, Chicago style chop suey. A lobster fried rice, almond chicken chow mein, Chicago chop chop. Now the moo goo is a kind of food. The litchi is a nut.
Lychee nut.
The subgum is to fill your tongue. Chow mein is finely cut. Moo goo guy. A moo goo guy, pan litchi chicken chow mein, Chicago style chop suey. Foo young sub. Gum down my chicken chow mein. Pass the bug juice.
Lychee chicken chow mein, Chicago chop chop.
I don't blame you, Bing. I don't blame you. I didn't blame you. I couldn't have kept up with that myself. You know, Bing, I was just thinking, them words that you were saying over there, they'd probably be perfectly plain to some Swede or some Chinese. Huh? But like a lot of things you say around here, I didn't understand a word of it. It's what reminded me of that.
Funny.
You probably wonder why I'm talking this way, but I just happened to, while you were singing that, I was sitting over there thinking, we got a lot of expressions down home.
That's all?
Down in Arkansas that I'll bet you that other people wouldn't know what they are.
Like, for instance?
Well, now, I got a letter from Grandma today.
Grandma wrote you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
And Grandma was telling me in the letter that Uncle Fudd got a job at the Commercial House. That's the big hotel down there. Yeah. 14 rooms. And said that Uncle Fudd's got a job down there as a air. Now, I'll bet you a lot of people don't know what a air is.
Myself, what does it mean?
Well, the reason I know, of course, because I used to have the same job myself. Here, in the hotel, they only had one bathtub, and that was located down the middle of this big long hall. And it was my job. I was the best air they ever had there.
What'd you do?
Well, I stood out when somebody was taking a bath. I stood outside the door, and when somebody else started to go in, I'd say,
You are really a man of many facets, aren't you?
I certainly am. And there's a lot of things that Grandma said that I myself wouldn't have believed if I hadn't seen it right there in her printing. Now, she said down there, that everybody's got jobs.
Oh, no, I ain't
Yes,
gonna go
she
for that.
did. Everybody's working.
No.
Now, look. Oh, now, wait a minute. Now, don't go away.
Cut the deck,
somebody. Now, don't go away here. I'll show you. See, right here. There it is, right there. See?
There it is.
Yes, sir. She says, I take my pen in hand. I tell you, everybody's working. I'll tell you, and I wouldn't dare read this letter. Grandma's going to kill me when she finds out I'm reading it. But here lately, Grandma has been writing some things as kind of a note of sadness in her letter. And this is the first real cheerful letter I've gotten from her. And I think I owe it to you people to read you her letter, because it's just full of cheer all the way. It says, I take my pen in hand again to let you know we are all doing fine. The government is buying up everything down here. Your Uncle Hod not only sold the government his oats, but they gave him $44 for the straw. And you know, Robin, that ain't hay. Personally, I think Grandma ought to be ashamed of herself saying anything. Now, if your kinfolk could just hold the jobs after they get them, they would all be working. Well, they ain't doing so good again. But your cousin Lobelia got let out at the canning factory. For a while, they thought she was the champion cherry pitter of the factory. But they found she was pitting out more cherries than she was pitting out pits. He said, your cousin Purnell got a good job as a shoe clerk at Tate's shoe store because he knows more about shoes than any boy in Van Buren. Well, he ought to know more about shoes than anybody there. I happen to know he's been wearing them every Sunday for 2 years. But it says, but he got let out. I declare that boy can't hold a job to save his life. He's been let out more times than Trotter's pants. Well, anyhow, I didn't mean to butt into Grandma's letter here. She says they fired him because he couldn't be serious with his work. Every time a lady customer come in with holes in her socks, Purnell wanted to play This Little Piggy went to market. On account of so many men working on preparedness jobs, they give your Aunt Pudgy, that's my fat aunt, gave your Aunt Pudgy a job delivering mail, but so many complaints come in, they had to let her go. I guess she is too fat to carry mail in this hilly town. She perspired and panted so much that she steamed open all the letters. Honestly, ain't that terrible? I think that's awful. She said, it just looks like your Uncle Slug is the only one who can hold down a good job very long. He is working for some ladies who are giving lectures on the evils of the demon rum. Your uncle sits on a stage with a big sign that says, don't let this happen to you. His work only takes him an hour each evening, but he has to stay up and drink all night so he'll be fit for work the next day. He said, sometimes I wish he would make good in some other line of business. But the poor boy has tried out every slogan he ever heard on how to be successful. He has tried keeping both feet on the ground. He has tried keeping his head in the clouds, his eye on the future, his nose to the grindstone, and his shoulder to the wheel. But he says he still gets better results with his foot on a brass rail. For the sake of his health, I got Slug a badminton set, and the boy is just crazy about it. When the weather is bad like today, he practices in the house. He is sitting right now in front of the clock with a jug in one hand and a racket in the other, waiting for the cuckoo to come out. The boy is getting awful good. Last night, he hit the cuckoo 11 times at 12 o'clock. Well, now then, that's the end of Grandma's letter. I didn't read you where she says I will close because it's the regular thing. So I'm going to play her tonight the piece that is the #1 hit down in Van Buren right now. It's And the Band Played On. Go ahead, boy.
Like the arrangement?
Say, Bing, now, that was Bing. I want you people to know that that's professional jealousy. He was beating the drum. Now, go ahead and explain.
I belong to the union. I can beat him now. Forestalling any chance of the band playing on and on and on, let's head them off, John Scott, with Maria Elena. Maria Elena, you're the answer to a prayer. Maria Elena, can't you see how much I care? To me, your voice is like the echo of a sigh, and when you're near, my heart can't speak above a sigh. Maria Elena, say that we will never part. Maria Elena, take me to your heart. A love like mine is great enough for two. To share this love is really all I ask of you. Say that we will never part. Maria Elena, take me to your heart. A love like mine is great enough for two. To share this love is really all I ask of you. No stranger to the old Kraft Music Hall, this being his third visit, our friend James Hilton, author of Lost Horizon and Goodbye, Mr. Chips, as well as the current best-selling novel Random Harvest. Mr. Hilton has done much to raise the cultural status of the hall. Really, just knowing Jimmy Hilton has polished off some of the rough edges so noticeable on mugs like Burns and me.
Hold on now, Bing, please.
Am I getting out of line?
Well, that's what I want to find out. Look here, Bob. Are you going to let this mug call you a mug?
Well, I'll tell you, Jimmy, I always say sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Yeah.
I'm certainly proud of the way I've raised the cultural status of the old Kraft Music Hall.
You did the best you could, Mr. Hilton. Don't hate yourself.
I'll try not to, Mr. McHugh.
If you think these blow-waiters talk foolish when you're here, you ought to get a load of them when they carry on when you ain't here.
Frank, here. Ain't? You realize you said ain't in the presence of James Hilton?
Ain't right, huh?
It ain't nothing to worry about, Frank.
It ain't? Thanks, Jimmy.
Just a minute there, men. How's about letting the gal in on this and set me straight? Now then, Jimmy, are you telling us there's nothing wrong with ain't?
Nothing in the world, Connie. And I especially like ain't because it's a favorite word amongst London Cockneys.
Then you mean my grammar's all right?
And I like your grandpa, too, Bob. What's his name again?
Why, Jimmy Hilton, ain't you ashamed of yourself making a corny gag like that?
Now, look, Bob. Does Jimmy pan your English?
Well, no.
Then you better lay off his jokes.
Well, all right, but, well, in a way, jokes are my business.
And writing English is Jimmy Hilton's business.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm a bad boy.
No, you're not, Bob.
Boy, there's an impersonation, ain't it?
Oh, no, you're not, Bob. Too many people, I think, speak English by rule instead of by ear, which is, after all, the way we first learn it. And since the English language is the property of the people who use it, I believe it should be just as democratic as the governments of the English-speaking peoples.
Is that clear to me?
If not, maybe I can simplify it. The democratic form of government, as we understand it, means that the government, duly elected by the people, remains in office as long as it serves the people. With grammar, it's the same way. A rule in grammar should stay only as long as it serves the people. If more people, for instance, say, I ain't going, than say, I am not going, then sooner or later it becomes correct to say, I ain't going. Is that clear, Frank?
Perfectly. But just between us, Jimmy, why ain't you going?
I'm afraid I'm being taken a little too literally for comfort. But then it should teach me not to make elaborate generalizations.
Oh, I'll always take a Hilton generalization over any cross-indexed, documented, checked, and double-checked report from Robin.
Bing, in putting Hilton against Burns, you're making one of these two men and matching him away out of his class.
Well, it ain't me. I can cope with anyone.
But can anyone cope with you?
Now, what in the world does he mean saying a thing like that? Honestly, sometimes I think, what I mean is sometimes I get to thinking...
I doubt it very much. Take Jimmy Hilton here. He's a man who really thinks for keeps.
Well, is that so?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see him prove it. I'll outthink him right now if he wants. Why, when I was a boy, Mama used to tell me I had brains I'd never use. That was 30 years ago.
And they're still as good as new, too. Now, Jimmy, on the other hand, Jimmy's kept his brains active. Only a thinking man could have made the suggestion that Jimmy made to me the other day, that our Memorial Day should become an international holiday.
Yes, a day dedicated to the memory of men who gave their lives for a cause they believed to be right. Perhaps it could be extended to encompass hundreds upon hundreds of unsung heroes who have given their lives to science, to engineering and construction, to education, all of them dedicated to an ideal of ultimate perfection towards which they were striving. They, too, are unknown soldiers, the unknown soldiers of civilization.
Well, it would certainly make Memorial Day less a day to be sad on and more of a day to be proud on, wouldn't it?
Yes, proud as well as sad. And recently I had a thought about it that you could call hopeful, too. Almost a cheerful sort of idea. It struck me that there's a lot of awfully good news that never gets into the papers because we don't know it's happened till years afterwards.
You mean like one of Bing's horses crossing the finish line?
Bob, please, this is profound talk here.
This is what I mean, Bob. On April 15th, 1865, every newspaper in the country carried the sorrowful headline announcing the death of Abraham Lincoln. But wouldn't it have been wonderful if, on February 12th, 1809, every newspaper could have carried a headline saying, "Great man born today in Hardin County, Kentucky, 3 miles south of Hodgins Mill."
That's rather long for a headline, but it is a pity such a thing as that could never happen. Can you imagine what would have taken place in Van Buren the day the Press Argus broke out the headline, "Bazooka player born today"?
That's not a headline, that's a storm signal.
Well, everything can't be wonderful, Jimmy. Or are you looking for another Shangri-La?
No, Bing, not that. But even though the idea of headlining a great man's birth is fantastic, it's an encouraging thing to imagine, don't you think? I mean, supposing tomorrow we were to pick up a paper and find all the discouraging items relegated to the second page, and the first page devoted entirely to a story about the meeting of John Smith and Jane Robinson at a dance in Iowa, or in an air raid shelter in London, or in an elevator stuck between 2 floors in a New York office building. We should think the editor had gone crazy, of course. And yet, it's just possible that the John Smith and Jane Robinson who meet today will be the parents of someone whose life will make more good news for humanity than all the horrors of today's headlines. And just because we now commemorate the lives of those who have passed on, let us also think of the lives that are to come. Let us believe that there are boys and girls in our homes and schools who will succeed where so many of us have failed, who will build where others have destroyed. Let us believe in the future of our country and our cause, so that we can face the worst newspaper news with the secret headlines of our own hearts: courage, hope, faith, victory.
I guess no lights can ever go out with such secret headlines in our hearts as courage, hope, faith, and victory. By way of reciprocation, Jimmy, for an inspiring thought, may we offer you the best we have, Connie Boswell and a ballad, The Things I Love.
The glow of sunset in the summer sky, the golden flicker of the fireflies, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These are the things I love. A silver moonbeam peeping through the trees, a bed of tulips nodding in the breeze, the look you give in answer to my pleas. These are the things I love. Once I thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold. Then you came to me, and like a breath of spring, you turned the silver snow to gold. A robin serenade when day is through, the babbling brook beside our rendezvous, your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love. I thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold. And then you came to me, and like the breath of spring, you turned the silver snow to gold. A robin serenade one day is through, the babbling brook beside our rendezvous, your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love.
Lovely, Connie, as ever. And speaking of things we love, here's Ken Carpenter, speaking of things we love.
Of course, every housewife wants to give her family the foods they'll like best. And that's exactly why we urge you to try Miracle Whip salad dressing. It's the brand that all America prefers, and until you've tried it, you just don't know how good salads can be. Miracle Whip, you see, is a different kind of dressing. To make it, fine mayonnaise and old-fashioned boiled dressing are blended together by a special recipe. And Miracle Whip is mixed a different way, too, in a remarkable beater that's patented and used exclusively by Kraft. Naturally, then, Miracle Whip has a flavor and texture no other dressing can give you. A lively, peppy flavor that makes salads exciting, a creamy smoothness that you love. The very next time you buy salad dressing, ask for Miracle Whip. Find out why all America likes this kind so much the best.
Because of you, there's a song in my heart. Because of you, my romance had its start. Because of you, the sun will shine. The moon and stars will say you're mine. Forever and never to part. I only live for your love and your kiss.
Well, class takes up again next Thursday, augmented by such popular favorites of cinema and cafe society as Bill Hopalong Cassidy Boyd and young Jerry Lester. Also, Connie Boswell is positively going to play the cello. So till next Thursday, bonsoir.
Next Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, is the first day of National Hotel Week. So tonight, Kraft would like to pay tribute to the hotels of North America and to the men and women who make us so comfortable when we're away from home. Hotels are an asset to the community, a service to the people. Kraft salutes the hotels of North America. The Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
Have you heard Ramalta, the malted milk Roomba? On days when you want to give the family a lunch that is quick but healthful and good, too, do this. Make up sandwiches and serve with a frosty glass of luscious chocolate malted milk. Now, there's a real drink. And it's ready in a jiffy when you use Kraft sweetened chocolate-flavored malted milk. Combined with the fine nutrients of milk, a Kraft chocolate malted gives quick food energy to youngsters and grown-ups alike. Now, that's why it's genuinely refreshing as well as delicious. Kraft sweetened chocolate-flavored malted milk comes in 1 and 2 pound sizes and in the new 10-cent packages. Get some from your food store tomorrow. The Rudy Valley Seal Test program will follow immediately over most of these same stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Texaco time.
Mexico, from Maine to Mexico, wherever you may go on any route. Texaco.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from your Texaco dealer. This is Jimmy Wallington tending the Texaco pump for Fred Allen and welcoming you to the Texaco Star Theater Summer Show. Half an hour of your favorite music, old and new, played by the Texaco Star Orchestra under the direction of Al Goodman, sung by Jane Froman, Bob Hannon, and the Texaco Star Singers, and presented by Texaco dealers from coast to coast.
Texaco, from Maine to Mexico, remember, roll with Texaco.
And from Texaco, a greeting to American fighting men the world around who will be tuning us in by shortwave. From Texaco songster Bob Hannon, with Al Goodman's Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers, a new top tune about a romance in old Mexico. It's Conchita Lopez.
We're gonna sing about a dolly. Yes, yes, yes. And her name, it was not Molly. No, no, no. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez.
He was a handsome young Irish lad, and she was a Mexican beauty. It was fiesta, and I might add, romantically he was on duty. A boy and a girl neath the stars, I can tell it in 64 bars. His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rose of Juarez. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely thing, oh. For me there's but one girl, he says. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Mandolins began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. No. The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita O'Toole. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Mandolins began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita
Singing star of the Texaco Star Theater, Jane Froman, and a great song by the star composer, Cole Porter, Night and Day.
Like the beat, beat, beat of the tom-tom when the jungle shadows fall, like the tick, tick, tock of a stately clock as it stands against the wall, like the drip, drip, drip of the raindrop when the summer shore is through. So a voice within me keeps repeating you, night and day. You are the one, only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you night and day. Then night, why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic's boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you night and day and night under the hide of me. There's an oh such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you day
We see a lot of war maps these days, but there's one important war map that's never published in the papers. That's the map your Texaco dealer follows in his war on wear, the lubrication chart that shows every point of friction in your car. Your Texaco dealer works by this chart, not by chance, when he gives your car his Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication. That's why regular Marfac service can mean many thousands of extra miles. And right now, when hot summer weather often softens up ordinary lubricants and leaves vital chassis points unprotected, is the time when your car needs Marfac protection most. For Texaco's Marfac is a super tough lubricant that won't readily squeeze out, pound out, or wash out. When your Texaco dealer gives your car Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication, he's helping you keep it in service for your essential wartime driving. Ask for Marfac service at Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Now, Al Goodman and the Texaco Star Orchestra in Al's arrangement of a clever novelty, Holiday for Strings. And it's also, as you'll notice, a holiday for the brass section. Singing star Jane Froman and a languorous lullaby that's currently being hummed and whistled from one corner of our country to the other. Sleepy Lagoon.
A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and two on an island. A sleepy lagoon, and two hearts in tune in some lullaby land. The fireflies gleam, reflect in the stream. They sparkle and shimmer. A star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all stand in the breeze and float on the ripple. We're deep in a spell as nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you.
Al Goodman, it would seem, is a man who knows that the toddlers of today are the Texaco customers of tomorrow. And to prove it, he makes a bid for the kindergarten clientele with his own arrangement of nursery rhymes. Good citizens always are bring it under control. We join up to bring it under control. City are doing today. City merchant tires, cars, and gasoline a must. Acting as car wardens, protecting. Let a Texaco dealer take care of your car. He'll see that it gets the attention and maintenance that mean more mileage. His regular check on pressure and valuable rubber in your tires. From his systematic regular lubrication. And now when every mile counts, you need his high-quality Fire Chief or premium Texaco Sky Chief. Yes, and his skilled care of spark plugs help you get more miles from every gallon. So make a Texaco dealer your skill and experience to care for your car, for your country. Tonight, the Texaco Star Theater Summer Show takes you on a visit to a great star of the musical world, a composer of some of America's best-loved songs. His name is Irving Berlin. From his songs, Al Goodman and the Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers bring you this selection of the ones you know and love and remember best.
Come on in here, Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Come on in here, come on in here. It's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before.
So natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band while there. Honey, lads, come on along, come on along. Let me take you by the hand.
Up to the man, up to the man, who's the leader of the band. And if you
care to hear the Swanee River play in ragtime,
come on in here, come on in here,
Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Alexander's Ragtime Band, and 21 years later, in 19, still writing hits. That was the Roman is singing now. Remember this?
It isn't so. Saying you'd say it isn't so. Everywhere I go, everyone I know whispers that you're growing tall, you're growing tall. Say it isn't true. Somebody new, and it won't be long before you leave me. Say it isn't true. Say that everything is still okay. That's all I want to know. And what they're saying, say it isn't.
Later came a new and exciting rhythm and song, introduced by Irving Berlin's Cheek to Cheek.
Heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find it when we're out together. Heaven, I'm in heaven. Around me through the week seem to vanish like trees when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek.
Oh, I love to climb a mountain and to reach the highest peak, but it doesn't thrill me half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to go out fishing in a river or a creek, but I don't enjoy it half as much as dancing cheek to cheek.
Dance with me, I want my arm about you, a charm about you will carry me through to heaven. I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find the happiness I seek when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek to cheek.
Here's an Irving Berlin song that will bring back memories to most of us. I'll be loving you always. contrast in mood and tempo, take Heat Wave. Irving Berlin wrote it for the musical show As Thousands Cheer in 1933, and Jane Froman sings it now.
We're having a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. The temperature's rising, it isn't surprising. She certainly can. We call it a heat wave, for letting the feet wave. And in such a way that the customers say that she certainly can. Gee, wait till you see the way the mercury jumps to 93.
It was a heat wave,
yes, sir. We're having a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. The temperature's rising, it isn't surprising. She certainly can. Certainly can.
Irving Berlin's story takes us up to today as Bob Hannon takes a hit from the new picture, Holiday Inn.
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart. It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you that you never returned. Remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break, but please, before you start, be careful, it's my heart.
For a topper, lend an ear as the Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers bring you Berlin's latest. This is The Army, written for the All Soldier Review, now packing them in on Broadway.
This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephone. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. You want the Buford command. They're in the Army and not in the band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your lady went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. More. Won't worry you anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to do something toward winning the war, listen to this. 10 old kitchen stoves will make enough steel for an Army Scout car. 1 old copper kettle will yield enough copper for 84 rounds of automatic rifle ammunition. 1 old bicycle tire and tube contains enough rubber to insulate 6 Army radio sets. Every bit of scrap metal, rubber, rope, and rags around your home and place of business can serve a vital purpose. The only way America's war production can be kept up is to collect every last piece of scrap from every home, farm, shop, and factory. If you want us to win this scrap, collect your scrap now and sell it to a junk dealer or turn it over to your local salvage committee. Be with us again next Sunday evening for Al Goodman, Jane Froman, Bob Hannon, and the Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers. This is Jimmy Wallington saying good night for Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ten p.m. BULOVA, Bolivar Watch Time. WABC, New York.
Our secret weapon. Do you know we have one, you Americans? Do you know what it is? Well, it's simply the truth. The truth is a weapon that isn't secret in our country, but it's a big secret to the people who live in Germany, Japan, and Italy. Our enemies don't have this weapon. They don't dare let their people know the truth. Instead, they lie and keep on lying. So in this program every week, we're going to expose some of these Axis lies. Our lie detective is Rex Stout, the celebrated author and chairman of the Writers' War Board and a representative of Freedom House, an organization dedicated to the rights and freedom of all men. Here is Rex Stout.
It should be obvious that the United States...
Beat it, Tojo. I start this program, you don't. The purpose of this program is not to prove that Nazis and Japs are liars. Everybody knows that. But it is instructive and highly important to understand their technique. Recently, they seem to have got the idea that half a lie is better than none. Take, for example, these two consecutive sentences broadcast from Berlin on August 24th, beamed at Ireland.
The American operations on the Solomon Islands have come to a standstill. On the islands of Tulagi and Guadalcanal, bitter battles are still being fought.
No, I don't believe he thought he was putting over an Irish bull. No German would appreciate the debonair nonsense of an Irish bull. I've got a theory. He was absolutely determined to tell some kind of a lie about our operations in the Solomon Islands, but on account of conflicting Japanese reports, he didn't know what the truth was. So he made those two contradictory statements, one right after the other, sure of one of them being a lie, so he would at least be batting 500. That may sound far-fetched, but if anyone has a better theory, send it along. I'm not being flippant. Whatever else we do or don't do about the Germans, we had darned well better understand them, what it is that makes them tick, or we'll make as big fools of ourselves as we did last time. Consider this. Here's the way the Germans handled the visit of Winston Churchill to Moscow. First, a broadcast of the official German news agency on August 2nd.
The meeting between Churchill and Stalin was very excited and hysterical. It assumed a dramatic climax when Stalin accused Churchill of betraying the Soviet Union.
And this went out from Berlin 2 days later on August 4th, beamed at the Middle East.
Churchill is in Moscow at this moment, where the establishment of a second front is being discussed.
And this on August 8th, beamed at England.
This morning, Churchill shook hands with Stalin at the Kremlin.
The Germans sure are great on detail. But those items were broadcast on August 2nd, 4th, and 8th. And as we now know, Churchill actually arrived in Moscow on August 12th. You can't beat that for a scoop. And they kept right on. This came from Berlin at 9 p.m. on August 16th, beamed at the United States.
The true reason for Churchill's trip to Moscow is now known. He wanted to see with his own eyes just how stable the Soviet regime is, and at the same time to look around for other forces in Russia which would be willing to continue the war against Germany if the Stalin government should suddenly fall.
I like that one particularly. It is so vivid. I can just see Churchill sneaking up one street of Moscow and down another, his collar turned up and his hat pulled over his eyes, looking around for the next Russian government. And he had to get a move on because he had promised Stalin he would be back at the Kremlin in time for dinner. What a man. Well, that was August 16th. On the 18th, the British made the official announcement of Churchill's trip, and then Berlin really went to it. They sent dozens of different broadcasts in a dozen different languages in all directions, and no two of them agreed. Here's one beamed at Brazil at 9:15 p.m. on August 18th.
How deeply must England have fallen when her highest minister travels clear to Moscow to crawl before the Bolsheviks? England is now in such a bad spot, there's nothing left for her to do but to make a desperate appeal to the Russians, to plead with them to sacrifice themselves in order to save England.
Another on the same date at 5 p.m.
The Russian partner is seriously ill, if not already dead. That is why Churchill had to hurry to Moscow to shake hands with the man he hates most. The meeting, we are told, was dramatic. Strong words echoed in the Kremlin. Stalin refused to continue the fight. Churchill warned him that he must carry on.
And so it went. Churchill pleading, crawling, warning, threatening, Churchill whining, Churchill thundering demands, all broadcast from Berlin in English, French, Italian, Hungarian, Norwegian, Danish, Finnish, Bulgarian, Afrikaans, Arabic. But the funny thing is, not a single word about it in German. Not a word to the German people. Apparently, Churchill's visit to Moscow was not as tasty a bit of news for the German palate as Berlin tried to make it out. Finally, when the British had themselves broadcast it in German, directed where it would do the most good, casual and slighting references were made to it at the tail end of German broadcasts for home consumption.
It should be obvious that the United States...
Beat it, Tojo. I'm working on Germany. Or say we hear one from Italy for a change. It's all the same. This was broadcast from Rome at 5 p.m. on August 21st, beamed at England.
Mr. Roosevelt has got himself and his country into such a mess that he is now compelled to turn for help to the despised and ostracized Negro population. Mr. Roosevelt is encouraging the formation of a Negro regiment, and Mr. Knox is pushing Negroes into the Navy. Now they are putting Negro pilots on warplanes wherever there is any danger. The way Americans look at it, Negroes make excellent cannon fodder, and they should be proud to die in American uniforms, because that is all they are fit for.
That broadcast went on like that for 10 minutes or more, denouncing us for the way we mistreat the Negroes. Reading it, I was reminded of the time Mussolini's son came over here on a visit and told with glee what great sport it was to dive in his airplane at a crowd of Ethiopian villagers, men, women, and children, and let them have it with the machine guns. I was also reminded of a passage in Mein Kampf, the German's Holy Writ, written by Adolf Hitler, in which Hitler said,
As for the Negro, it does not dawn upon the depraved bourgeois world of America that it is a criminal absurdity to train a born half-ape until it is supposed a lawyer or doctor has been made of him. That it is a sin to let hundreds of thousands of talented men degenerate in the proletarian swamp while Hottentots and Zulus are trained for intellectual vocations.
And so on and so forth. According to Hitler, we are treating the Negro with a depraved tenderness and sentimentality. According to his Roman lickspittle, we are abusing him abominably and regarding him as fit only for cannon fodder. Both of them would wonder what on earth I was talking about if I told them that one of the things we are fighting this war to preserve is our Negro problem. We're quite aware of all its difficult and ugly aspects, but we also know that in this close association of the black and white races here on our own soil, we're carrying on one of the most interesting and valuable experiments in the development of human society. There are certainly extremists among us. At one end, those who regard Negroes as subhuman beings. And at the other end, those who demand that all of the Negroes' handicaps, social, political, and economic, must be abolished by tomorrow noon. But the great majority of us, both Negro and white, accept the problem for what it is. We face it realistically. And we're determined that whatever changes time and patience and intelligence will bring shall be for the common welfare, steps forward in our march toward a better and a happier world for everybody. That's what I mean when I say that one of the things we are fighting this war to preserve is our Negro problem. It's up to us to work it out, and we're going to do it, and the first step now is to wipe the Nazis and fascists off the face of the earth. Listen to this statement by Dr. Goebbels, broadcast on August 21st.
The division of the earth among people was not made by God, but depends on man alone, and can be altered at any time. All political and economic questions are merely questions of power and not of morality.
You can imagine what would happen to our Negro problem if its solution were left to Dr. Goebbels. In fact, you don't have to imagine it. Read the testimony of any report recently smuggled out of Norway or Poland or Yugoslavia. For to Germans, everyone who is not German is subhuman. And they do not merely talk like that. They act like that.
It should be obvious that the United States...
Oh, beat it, Tojo. Tell it to the honorable Marines on the Solomon Islands. I have some more German gems here, if I can squeeze them in. Here's one beamed from Berlin at Ireland on August 14th.
The most significant of the recent developments in the United States is the re-election of the renowned member of the House of Representatives, Hamilton Fish, who received twice as many votes as all his opponents put together.
He's counting his chickens before they're hatched. Mr. Fish was renominated, not re-elected. In November, he may or may not cackle. Here's another gem. On August 19th, Berlin broadcast to England.
I recently came across a copy of the American Weekly Life, the front page of which proudly sported a photo of an American cavalryman standing by his horse, in all the magnificence of his war kit.
Well, he went on for 15 minutes, sneering not only at the cavalrymen, but at the whole darned army and its equipment. It was a terrific indictment. Our soldiers, he said, are a bunch of softies. They wear doe-skin gloves. They chew gum. They insist on eating 3 times a day. They manicure their nails. Their planes and tanks and guns are a joke. If they ever come face to face with a hard-bitten German soldier, they'll drop everything and run. Then he came to his climax.
But whatever sense of admiration could have been aroused in our envious breasts by the picture of the American cavalryman, it was unfortunately qualified by the fact that the hand held the reins of a bit, and one branch of the bit was noticeably bent. Now, wouldn't it have been better for the trooper to be gloveless, and that his lily-white hand should run all the risks of exposure, but that the bit should be of stronger quality?
No comments are needed, but I'll make 3. First, don't look at recent copies of Life magazine for it. It was back in April 1941. Second, not the branch of the bit, the shank. Third, the shank was not bent at all. It was merely made with the regulation curve of all cavalry bits. There, I nailed that dastardly lie. Here's another remark about our army. More of it. Coming from Berlin on August 17th, beamed at us.
And now that it is becoming fashionable in America to disgrace the military uniform by recruiting soldiers from among the jailbirds, the logical step seems to be first to make Al Capone chief of the General Staff of the United States Army, and then to place him in command of all the armed forces of the United Nations.
Our soldiers seem to be a bunch of softies and a gang of jailbirds at the same time. Quite a trick. Still more about our army. Beamed at us the same day, August 17th, an hour earlier than the one you just heard.
The English people are relying on Americans to set up that second front in Europe. I can't see any purpose in American soldiers loafing about their camps and wanting to be entertained in English homes and dashing around chasing English girls. One has to think of the English fathers and mothers who are worried about their daughters' virtue.
So there emerges the authentic and fascinating picture of the typical American soldier. A jailbird panty waist with doe-skin gloves on his lily-white manicured hands, chewing an enormous wad of gum, pursuing English girls all over the countryside. When he catches one, I suppose he puts a bridle on her with a bent bit. Well, if that is what the German army has been led to expect, somebody is going to be surprised someday, and it won't be me.
It should be obvious that the United States...
All right, Tojo, spell it.
It should be obvious that the United States cannot win the war. It is time for thinking Americans to realize the real issues of this war. Japan is sitting on top of the world, controlling the seas from the Aleutians to the Indian Ocean. She controls half the natural wealth of the world, and it is being developed and utilized to strengthen Japan. She is prepared to carry on the war until her enemies are crushed.
That's a coincidence. So are we. Sorry, Tojo. Honorable time is up.
You have just heard Rex Stout, chairman of the Writers' War Board, bringing you another in a series of programs we call Our Secret Weapon, the Truth. It is armor for defense and bullets for attack. Each week at this same time, Mr. Stout will expose more of the lies put out by our enemies, who hope to bewilder and confuse us as they have the people of little nations they think they've conquered. A copy of tonight's script plus supplementary material will be mailed to everyone who sends a self-addressed stamped envelope to Freedom House, New York, or to the station to which you are listening. And at this same time next week, Columbia brings you another in this new series of programs,
Our Secret Weapon.
This program was produced by Paul White and directed by John Dietz. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Network takes pleasure in bringing you Suspense. Suspense, Columbia's parade of outstanding thrillers, produced and directed by William Spear and scored by Bernard Herrmann. The notable melodramas from stage and screen, fiction and radio, presented each week to bring you to the edge of your chair, to keep you in suspense.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. I'm very happy I am to be back in the United States and back on the Columbia Network, even for so short a visit as this one. Back with old friends like Johnny Dietz, who is tonight's director, and Bernard Herrmann. The Mercury Theater presented tonight's radio play for the first time last year. We came right out then and hailed it as a classic of the medium. Nobody argued the point. A lot of people asked us to do it again, so it's gratifying to get the chance now and to find a favorite of ours in this distinguished anthology of spook shows. Personally, I've never met anybody who didn't like a good ghost story. But I know a lot of people who think there are a lot of people who don't like a good ghost story. For the benefit of these, at least, I go on record at the outset of this evening's entertainment with the sober assurance that although blood may be curdled on this program, none will be spilt. There's no shooting, knifing, throttling, axing, or poisoning here. No clanking chains, no cobwebs, no bony and or hairy hands appearing from secret panels, or better yet, bedroom curtains. If it's any part of that dear old phosphorescent foolishness that people who don't like ghost stories don't like, then again, I promise you, we haven't got it. Not tonight. What we do have is a thriller. It's half as good as we think it is. You can call it a shocker. It's already been called a real Orson Welles story. Now, frankly, I don't know what this means. I've been on the air directing and acting in my own shows for quite a while now, and I don't suppose I've done more than half a dozen thrillers in all that time. Honestly, I don't think even that many, but it seems I do have a reputation for the uncanny. Quite possibly, a little escapade of mine involving a couple of planets, which shall be nameless, is responsible. Doesn't really matter. Don't think I disapprove of thrillers. I don't. A story doesn't have to appeal to the heart. It can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your heart to be warmed, and sometimes you want your spine to tingle. The tingling, it's to be hoped, will be quite audible as you listen tonight to The Hitchhiker. That's the name of our story, The Hitchhiker. I'm in an auto camp on Route 66, just west of Gallup, New Mexico. If I tell it, perhaps it'll help me. Keep me from going crazy. I gotta tell this quickly. I'm not crazy now. I feel perfectly well, except that I'm running a slight temperature. My name is Ronald Adams. I'm 36 years of age, unmarried, tall, dark, with a black mustache. I drive a 1940 Buick, license number 6Y175189. I was born in Brooklyn. All this I know. I know that I'm at this moment perfectly sane. That it's not me who's gone mad. It's something else. Something utterly beyond my control. I've got to speak quickly. At any minute, the link may break. This may be the last thing I ever tell on Earth. The last night I ever see the stars. 6 days ago, I left Brooklyn to drive to California.
Goodbye, son. Good luck to you, my boy.
Goodbye, Mother. Here, give me a kiss, and I'll go.
I'll come out with you to the car.
Oh, no, it's raining. Stay here at the door. Hey, what's this? Tears? I thought you'd promised me you wouldn't cry.
I know, dear. I'm sorry. But I do hate to see you go.
I'll be back. It'll only be on the coast 3 months.
Oh, it isn't that. It's just the trip. Ronald, I wish you weren't driving.
Oh, Mother, there you go again. People do it every day.
I know, but you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll be extra careful. Don't fall asleep or drive fast or pick up any strangers on the road.
Oh, gosh. I think I was still 17 here, you told me.
Oh. And wire me as soon as you get to Hollywood, won't you, son?
Of course I will. Don't you worry. There's nothing going to happen. It's just 8 days of perfectly simple driving on smooth, decent, civilized roads with a hot dog or a hamburger stand every 10 miles. I was in fine spirits. The drive ahead of me, even the loneliness, seemed like a lark. I reckoned without him. Crossing Brooklyn Bridge that morning in the rain, I saw a man leaning against the cables. He seemed to be waiting for a lift. There were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. He was carrying a cheap overnight bag in one hand. He was thin, nondescript, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. I would have forgotten him completely, except that just an hour later, while crossing the Pulaski Skyway over the Jersey Flats, I saw him again. At least, he looked like the same person. He was standing now with one thumb pointing west. I couldn't figure out how he got there, but I thought probably one of those fast trucks had picked him up, beaten me to the Skyway, and let him off. I didn't stop for him. Then late that night, I saw him again. It's on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. It's 265 miles long with a very high speed limit. I was just slowing down for one of the tunnels when I saw him, standing under an arc light by the side of the road. I'd seen quite distinctly the bag, the cap, even the spots of fresh rain spattered over his shoulders. He hallooed at me this time. Hello! Hello! I stepped on the gas like a shot. That's lonely country through the Alleghenies, and I had no intention of stopping. Besides, the coincidences, or whatever it was, gave me the willies. I stopped at the next gas station.
Yes, sir.
Fill her up.
Certainly, sir. Check your oil, sir?
No, thanks.
Nice night, isn't it?
Yes. It hasn't been raining here recently, has it?
Not a drop of rain all week.
Oh? Oh, I suppose that doesn't done your business any harm.
Oh, people drive through here all kinds of weather. Mostly business, you know. There aren't many pleasure cars out on the turnpike this season of the year.
I suppose not. What about hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers here?
What's the matter? Don't you ever see any?
Not much. If we did, it'd be a sight for sore eyes.
Why?
Oh, guy'd be a fool who started out to hitch rides on this road. Look at it.
Then, you've never seen anybody?
No. Maybe they get the lift before the turnpike starts. I mean, you know, just before the toll house. But then it'd be a mighty long ride. Most cars wouldn't want to pick up a guy for that long a ride. And you know, this is pretty lonesome country here. Mountains and woods. You ain't seen anybody like that, have you?
No. Oh, no, not at all. It's just a technical question.
I see. Well, that'll be just $1.49 with the tax.
gradually passed through my mind as sheer coincidence. I had a good night's sleep in Pittsburgh. I didn't think about the man all next day until just outside of Zanesville, Ohio, I saw him again. It was a bright, sunshiny afternoon. The peaceful Ohio fields, brown with the autumn stubble, lay dreaming in the golden light. I was driving slowly, drinking it in, when the road suddenly ended in a detour. In front of the barrier, he was standing. Now, let me explain about his appearance before I go on. I repeat, there was nothing sinister about him. He was as drab as a mud fence, nor was his attitude menacing. He merely stood there, waiting, almost drooping a little, the cheap overnight bag in his hand. He looked as though he'd been waiting there for hours. And he looked up. He hailed me. He started to walk forward.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
No, not just now, sorry.
Going to California?
No, not today. The other way, going to New York, sorry. After I got the car back on the road again, I felt like a fool. Yet the thought of picking him up, of having him sit beside me, was somehow unbearable. At the same time, I felt, more than ever, unspeakably alone. Hour after hour went by. Fields, the towns ticked off one by one. The light changed. I knew now that I was going to see him again. And though I dreaded the sight, I caught myself searching the side of the road, waiting for him to appear.
Yeah, what is it? What do you want?
Sell sandwiches and pop here, don't you?
Yeah, we do in the daytime. But we're closed up now for the
I
night.
know, but I was wondering if you could possibly have a cup of coffee, black coffee, just...
No, not this time of night, mister. My wife's a cook. She's in bed.
No, don't shut the door, please. Listen, just a minute ago... just a minute ago, there was a man standing here right beside the stand, a suspicious-looking man. I don't mean to disturb it. You see, I was driving along when I just happened to look, and there he was.
How's he doing?
Well, nothing.
You've been taking a nip. That's what you've been doing. Now, on your way before I call out Sheriff Oates.
I got into the car again and drove on slowly. It's beginning to hate the car. If I could have found a place to stop, to rest a little. I was in the Ozark Mountains of Missouri now. A few resort places there were closed, only an occasional log cabin, seemingly deserted. That's all that broke the monotony of the wild, wooded landscape. I had seen him at that roadside stand. I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew that when I saw him next, I would run him down. See him until late next afternoon. I stopped a car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma to let a train pass by. When he appeared across the tracks, leaning against a telephone pole. Perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun. Yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't even look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, veering the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, but I didn't care. And something went wrong with the car. The train was coming closer. I could hear its bell ringing and the cry of its whistle. Still, he stood there. And now I knew that he was beckoning me to my death. frustrated him that time. The starter worked at last. I managed to back up. When the train passed, he was gone. I was all alone in the hot, dry afternoon. After that, I knew I had to do something. I didn't know who this man was or what he wanted of me. I only knew that from now on, I mustn't let myself alone on the road for 1 minute. Hello there. Like a ride?
Well, what do you think? How far are you going?
Where do you want to go?
Amarillo, Texas.
I'll drive you there.
Gee. You mind if I take off my shoes? My dogs are killing me.
Go right ahead.
Oh, gee, what a break this is.
Hitchhike much?
Sure, only it's tough sometimes in these great open spaces to get the break.
I should think it would be, though I'll bet you get a good pickup in a fast car. If you did, you could get places faster than, say, another person in another car, couldn't you?
I don't get you.
Well, take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country, say, at a nice, steady clip, about 45 miles an hour. Couldn't a girl like you just standing beside the road waiting for lifts beat me to town? Or any town, provided she got picked up every time in a car doing from 65 to 70 miles an hour?
I don't know. What difference does it make?
Oh, no difference. It's just a crazy idea I had sitting here in the car.
Imagine spending your time in a swell car thinking of things like that.
What would you do instead?
What would I do? If I was a good-looking fellow like yourself, why, I just enjoy myself every minute of the time. I'd sit back and relax. And if I saw a good-looking girl along the side of the road, hey, look out!
Did you see it?
See who?
A man standing beside the barbed wire fence.
I didn't see anybody. It wasn't nothing but a bunch of cows and the wire fence.
No?
What'd you think you was doing? Trying to run into the barbed wire
There's a man
fence?
there, I tell you. A thin gray man with an overnight bag in his hand. And I was trying to run him down.
Run him down? You mean kill him?
Say you didn't see him back there? You sure?
I didn't see a soul. As far as
Watch
that's
for him
concerned.
the next time, and keep watching. Keep your eyes peeled on the road. He'll turn up again. Maybe any minute. There! Look there!
How does this door work? I'm getting out of
See
here.
him that time?
No, I didn't see him that time. And personally, mister, I don't expect never to see him. All I want to do is go on living. I don't see how I will very long, driving with you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me, but please don't go.
So if you'll excuse me...
You can't go. Listen, how would you like to go to California? I'll drive you to California.
Seeing pink elephants all the way? No, thanks. Thanks just the same.
Listen, please, just 1 minute, please.
You know what I think you need, big boy? Not a girlfriend. Just a good dose of sleep.
Please.
There. I got it now.
No, you can't go. Please.
Keep your hands off me. Do you hear? Leave your hands off.
She ran from me. As though I were a monster. A few minutes later, I saw a passing truck pick her up. I knew then that I was utterly alone. It was in the heart of the great Texas prairies. There wasn't a car on the road after the truck went by. I tried to figure out what to do, how to get hold of myself. If I could find a place to rest, or even if I could sleep right here in the car for a few hours along the side of the road. I was getting my winter overcoat out of the back seat to use as a blanket when I saw him coming toward me, emerging from the herd of moving steer.
Hello?
Maybe I should have spoken to him then. Fought it out then and there. For now, he began to be everywhere. Wherever I stopped, even for a moment, for gas, for oil, for a drink of pop, a cup of coffee, sandwich, he was there. I saw him standing outside the auto camp in Amarillo that night when I dared to slow down. I was sitting near the drinking fountain of a little camping spot just inside the border of New Mexico. He was waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I stopped to check my tires. I saw him in Albuquerque when I bought 20 gallons of gas. I was afraid to stop now. I began to drive faster and faster. I was in lunar landscape now. The great arid mesa country of New Mexico. I drove through it with the indifference of a fly crawling over the face of the moon. Now he didn't even wait for me to stop. Unless I drove at 85 miles an hour over those endless roads, he waited for me at every other mile. I'd see his figure, shadowless, flitting before me, still in its same attitude, over the cold, lifeless ground, flitting over dried-up rivers, over broken stones cast up by old glacial upheavals, flitting in that pure and cloudless air. I was beside myself when I finally reached Gallup, New Mexico this morning. There's an auto camp here. Cold, almost deserted this time of year. I went inside and asked if there was a telephone. I had the feeling that if only I could speak to someone familiar, someone I loved, I could pull myself together.
Your call, please.
Long distance.
Long distance, certainly. This is long distance.
I'd like to put in a call to my home in Brooklyn, New York. I'm Ronald Adams. The number is Beechwood 200828.
Certainly, I will try to get it for you. Albuquerque. New York for Gallup. New York. Gallup, New Mexico, calling Beechwood 20828.
I'd read somewhere that love could banish demons. It's the middle of the morning. I knew Mother'd be home. I pictured her tall and white-haired in her crisp house dress, going about her tasks. Be enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice.
Will you please deposit $3.85 for the first 3 minutes? When you have deposited $1.50, will you wait until I have collected the money? All right, deposit another $1.50. Will you please deposit the remaining 85 cents? Ready with Brooklyn. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello, Mother?
This is Mrs. Adams' residence. Who is it you wish to speak to, please?
What? Oh, who's this?
This is Mrs. Whinney.
Mrs. Whinney? I don't know any Mrs. Whinney. Is this Beechwood 20828?
Yes?
Where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams is not at home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yes. Who is this calling, please? Is it a member of the family?
Well, what's she in the hospital for?
She's been prostrated for 5 days. Nervous breakdown. But who is this
Nervous
calling?
breakdown? Well, my mother never was nervous.
It's all taken place since the death of her oldest son, Ronald.
Death of her oldest son, Ronald? Hey, what's this? What number is this?
This is Beechwood 20828. It's all been very sudden. He was killed just 6 days ago in an automobile accident on the Brooklyn Bridge.
Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir.
And so I'm sitting here in this deserted auto camp in Gallup, New Mexico. I'm trying to think. Trying to get hold of myself. Otherwise, I'm going to go crazy. Outside, it's night. The vast, soulless night of New Mexico. 1 million stars are in the sky. Ahead of me stretch 1,000 miles of empty mesa. Mountains, prairies, desert. Somewhere among them, he's waiting for me. Somewhere I shall know who he is and who I am.
So ends The Hitchhiker, and to Orson Welles our considerable thanks for his playing of the title role. Mr. Welles?
Help wanted. Men, women, and children. Nature of work, hard, monotonous, back-breaking labor. Hours, 75 a week minimum. Pay, few cents an hour. Added inducement, 2 meals a day, including several ounces of bad bread and a cup of thin soup. Don't delay. Apply at once. How'd you respond to a want ad like that, Mr. and Mrs. American working man and woman? You'd laugh, wouldn't you, and throw the paper in the trash basket. Dismiss the whole advertisement as some kind of a joke. But believe me, it's no joke. It's a simple statement of the working conditions that exist today in Nazi Germany and the conquered countries under Nazi rule. It's also an exact statement of the working conditions that will be imposed on you and every member of your family if the Nazis win this war. You yourself personally can stop them from winning, as you know. You don't have to give up your well-paid job to do it. You needn't have to be a soldier or a sailor or an airman or a nurse or a war worker to ensure American victory. Uncle Sam doesn't ask plain, ordinary, hard-working citizens like you to give him anything. All he asks, all this he does ask very seriously and very urgently, is that you loan him 10 cents out of every dollar you make. That's all there is to it. Lend Uncle Sam a dime to win this war, and he'll pay you back with interest when he's won it. The easiest, most convenient way to lend him these dimes is to enroll in the payroll savings plan. Just tell your boss to deduct 10 cents from every dollar he pays you and lend it to Uncle Sam in your name. Sign up for this simple savings plan today, and when victory comes, you will have war bonds in your pockets instead of Axis bonds on your wrists.
Suspense will be heard again 2 weeks from tonight. Next Wednesday night, September 9th, the Columbia Broadcasting System will present over many of these stations at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime an address by W. Averell Harriman, the United States Lend-Lease Administrator in London. Mr. Harriman, as the personal representative of the President of the United States, attended the Moscow conferences between Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin. Next Wednesday's broadcast will be Mr. Harriman's first public address since his return to this country. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear. John Dietz was our guest director this evening. Tonight's radio drama was written by Lucille Fletcher. The original score was by Bernard Herrmann. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We take you now to England.
Well, Mac. Nyan. Certainly good to see you, Mac.
And it's swell to see you, kid. So last time I saw you was in New Haven at the Dartmouth game. Remember?
Sure do.
That was the day they played that 33-33 tie. Say, guess who's over here?
Who?
Mary Munford. You remember her from Springfield.
No kidding. What's she doing here?
She's with the Red Cross.
Well, what do you know? Tell you who else is over here. You know Jerry Chodorow.
Sure, saw him in Hollywood a couple of months ago.
Well, he's with the Air Force. And Bunny Hill used to work for BBD&O?
Yeah.
She's with the American Embassy.
Sure seems like home, doesn't it?
Just stand on Piccadilly Circus long enough and you're bound to meet your old school teacher.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents An American in England, the fifth of a limited series of 6 programs written and directed by Norman Corwin, produced by Edward R. Murrow, and broadcast from somewhere in the British Isles. Joseph Julian narrates, and the original musical score is by Benjamin Britten. Tonight, the Yanks Are Here. We can't tell you how many hundreds of thousands of Americans there are in this island. But it's going to be the greatest migration of free-fighting men the world has ever seen. Men who have come straight through the Battle of the Atlantic, to Europe's one piece of free soil where free men may still fight for freedom. They came to fight. This is not their final destination. But this isn't just a huge flying field and parade ground. There are people living here. It's their home. Their sons are training alongside our boys. They go on leave together. They speak our language, or near enough. If they can live and fight together, it's a good bet they'll work together when all this has passed away. This is the record, so far.
Sit in a pub on the English Channel, across the way from the Barbarians, and you listen to an American folk song called Arkansas Traveler. It's coming at you over the British radio. Earlier, they were playing records of Guy Lombardo and Fats Waller and the Golden Gate Quartet. But now they're playing Arkansas Traveler.
The tune sets you to some idle wondering. How far would an Arkansas traveler have to travel from Arkansas in order to hear the Arkansas Traveler over the British radio at a point within a Spitfire's spitting distance of France? Answer: about 5,000 miles as a bomber flies, and considerably farther as a convoy zigzags. It occurs to you that a good many travelers from Arkansas have already made the trip, along with a lot of guns from Bridgeport and tanks from Baton Rouge and oil from Pennsylvania and some fine sides of beef from the packing houses of Chicago. In fact, there's so much that's American on this island. As, for example, this private, United States Army, drinking a beer and reading a newspaper. What's funny, soldier? Huh? Oh, well, it mightn't strike you funny unless you're an American. I am an American. Oh, well, then, take a look at this. He hands you a copy of a London paper. There's an article entitled, "Now, if you meet an American." It offers advice to the British on how to behave should they meet up with an ally from across the big seawater.
When you see an American, don't yell, "Look, there's an American," at the top of your voice. And if you treat an American to a lot more drinks than he wants, but feels bound to accept out of politeness, don't wax indignant for the rest of your days if he loosens up a bit after the 5th round.
Yeah, this is all right.
Don't try to tell an American that he ought to pronounce English the way you do. His tongue is closer to the one Shakespeare spoke than yours. Nelson, thank God, he had done his duty, not duty. That was an affectation that caught on after Beau Brummel had started it among the old school tie set of 1810.
See the one there about the coffee? You read on.
It's a waste of time to try to convince an American that the stuff passing under that name over here is coffee. He knows better. They don't have tea as a meal in America, but if you offer them some, they won't say no.
Funny thing about that, the booklet the Army gave us says practically the same thing, only in reverse.
What booklet?
Oh, haven't you seen it? Booklet to how to get along with the British.
He pulls a small pamphlet out of his back pocket and thumbs through its well-worn leaves to page 9. Then he points to a paragraph which reads,
The British don't know how to make a good cup of coffee. You don't know how to make a good cup of tea. It's an even swap.
You say the Army hands these out?
Sure. It's on the cover.
On the cover, it says simply,
Britain, for all members of the American Expeditionary Forces in Great Britain.
Read what it says there about differences.
Where?
Right there on the same page.
You locate it and read,
When you find differences between British and American ways of doing things, there is usually a good reason for them. British railways have dinky freight cars, not because they don't know any better. Small cars allow quicker handling of freight at thousands of small stations.
Do you mind if I read this through?
No, go ahead. There's no military secrets in it.
You start, appropriately enough, at the beginning. And there, under the heading of Introduction, is a very clear statement of the case. It has the same kind of impact as a good fanfare.
You are now in Great Britain as part of an Allied offensive to meet Hitler and beat him on his own ground. For the time being, you will be Britain's guest.
For the time being. Any connection between this phrase and the jitters shown by Goebbels lately? You read on.
America and Britain are allies. Hitler knows that they, with the other United Nations, mean his crushing defeat in the end. So, it is only common sense to understand that the first duty Hitler's given his propaganda chiefs is to separate Britain and America and spread distrust between them. If he can do that, his chance of winning might return.
The long chance. But the whole history of Hitler has been a long chance.
We can defeat Hitler's propaganda with a weapon of our own. Plain, common horse sense. Understanding of evident truths. The most evident truth of all is that in their major ways of life, the British and American people are much alike. They speak the same language.
How's that again?
They both believe in representative government, freedom of worship, freedom of speech, but each country has minor national characteristics which differ.
Schedule, banana.
It is by causing misunderstanding over these minor differences that Hitler hopes to make his propaganda effective. You defeat enemy propaganda not by denying that these differences exist, but by admitting them openly and then trying to understand them.
Aha! That puts a finger on one of the things of which the United Nations will be most proud when the history of this war is told, the strategy of truth. We've never had to lie the way the Axis has about our losses and gains. We've never had to contradict ourselves 5 or 6 times a day like the maggoty ministers of the Wilhelmstrasse. We've never had to jam the ether so our own people couldn't hear the news. Jamming, by the way, is an Axis monopoly and can be heard all around the dial of an ordinary radio set in England. It sounds like this. That's so the mothers of Berlin won't hear the news that 45,000 Nazis were killed in the newest Russian counteroffensive west of Moscow. That's so the French won't hear that the Yanks in Britain have started bombing operations with flying fortresses over Nazi-held France. Our side doesn't have to jam the Axis. Lord Haw-Haw can babble all night on the Allied air if he's a mind to. Nobody here or in the States would waste a radio transmitter's time and energy smudging out the bray of a fascist ass. Come to think of it, the Axis has very little imagination. If the British wanted to jam anybody, they'd at least do it with sounds appropriate to whoever was being jammed. The jammee. For instance, Hitler. Or a little motif for Bullfrog Mussolini.
Say, you through with the pamphlet, Mac? I gotta be going.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just sort of daydreaming. Thanks for letting me read it.
Oh, that's okay. So long, Mac.
So long. Take it easy. What a thing to say to an American soldier in this war. Take it easy. go to an American Red Cross club. I sit in a lounge, waiting for a friend who's in the U.S. Navy. At the piano, a soldier is sadly plunking away with one finger. He stops and turns around.
Somehow it sounds better when Rachmaninoff plays it.
That's just what I was thinking.
Got a cigarette, Bud?
Yeah, sure. There you are. What's the matter? You look kind of blue.
I am blue.
Why?
I've been here 4 months and had only 2 letters from home.
Oh, that's tough. Why only 2 letters?
I don't know. Folks must be pretty busy, I guess.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, so have I been pretty busy for that matter. But I found time to write.
What have you been doing?
Oh, I was in on the Dieppe show.
You were? How was it?
You know, I think I could stand almost anything except not getting any mail from home.
A flyer sitting nearby looks up.
Sometimes people can be pretty careless when they do write. A friend of mine came back from bombing Abbeville one night, and he finds a letter from his girl saying she don't love him no more. No, that's filthy.
Yeah, awful. Certainly is.
Cheer up, Lenny. It can't be that bad. If the folks back there only knew how much we depend on their mail, well, they'd write oftener. That's all I can say. Oh, well.
In a restaurant, you overhear an argument between a lieutenant and a corporal from the States.
Ah, you're crazy.
Who's crazy?
I tell you, they're the most friendly people in the world.
Can I referee this match?
We're just arguing about hospitality. In my opinion, Wait a minute. Listen to this. I was in Datchet one night. You know what?
Where's Datchet?
On the Thames, just below Windsor Castle. I was doing some sightseeing on my leave. Well, I stopped for the night at this fine old tavern in Datchet, and I ate a terrific meal. Cold salmon. And I'm put up in a magnificent room. Well, Queen Elizabeth slept once. Will you let me tell this story? And in the morning, I go downstairs and ask for the bill. And a woman comes over and says she's the proprietor. And she says...
Would you mind very much, Lieutenant, if I didn't accept any money from you?
So I say, oh, no, I couldn't do that. Thank you very much.
Well, I think it's the least I can do to express my personal appreciation of all that your country's done and is doing, and I wouldn't...
Yes, ma'am, that's very good of you, but after all, we're helping ourselves, and it's not just a...
Besides, you're a long way from home.
Well, that's very kind of you,
Please. It would make me very happy.
Well, so what the heck? I put my door away. Now, that's what I call hospitality. Oh, well, for that matter, a conductor on a bus in Birmingham once refused to take my fare.
Well, what's the argument here? I thought there was an argument.
Well, you see, I think the Scotch are more hospitable than the English. Ah, they're all the same, you dope. What's the difference? They're all British.
You watch some American soldiers warming up noisily for a game of baseball in a city park. And there's a gallery of natives looking on with amusement and amazement. The boys are dressed in old sweatshirts, dungarees, polo shirts, a great variety of old rags. Some of them have their shirt tails hanging out. This sloppy dress offends a short, middle-aged Englishman standing next to you.
Why don't these men wear uniforms? Disgraceful the way they look. And on Sunday, too.
Well, don't you understand? They're just playing for fun. They're not giving a public exhibition or anything like that.
Well, there are hundreds of games all around Britain today. English boys playing all kinds of sports for the fun of it. And you won't find this ragtail appearance. They're all wearing uniforms of some kind.
Well, don't you see, these boys didn't have room to carry baseball uniforms with them. I dare say they had more important equipment to bring over.
Yes. Well, you've a point there.
He concedes that much. But still, he doesn't like the idea of baseball.
Frankly, I think it's a childish game. It's half affectation, I believe.
Affectation? Why?
Well, all that shouting and yelling, the way they throw the ball around to each other every time one of the players gets his hands on it. Don't understand it at all. Very childish.
But they're not even playing yet. They're just warming up. That's infield practice. You see, the batter there is hitting grounders out to the infield. And they're just...
I still say, if you pardon me, it's a very childish game. Very childish.
Okay. It's childish. You find that the Yanks and their allies are picking up each other's language and learning each other's customs. This comes from crowding the same pubs, palling around in the aerodromes, flying together, bumping into each other in the Strand and Trafalgar Square at country dances. It's not uncommon to hear a Tommy say,
"What's cooking, old boy?"
And they also say,
"How you doing, bud? Okay?"
Whereas the Yank has adopted such Briticisms as, "Could show that, you know," and
I take a very poor view of that sort of thing, actually.
He's also picked up petrol for gas and says underground for subway. And he's learned that circus, as in Piccadilly Circus, is the Latin for circle and not the English for Barnum and Bailey. He's also found that Britain is as full of dialects and accents as his own country, and that what would correspond to the Brooklyn accent in Britain is the London East End.
Blimey, now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
And what would correspond to Midwestern, Iowa, Nebraska, and so forth, would be Midland.
Ah, it's champion. He by gum, now's the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
And the coal miner, the man who lives in the Pennsylvania and Kentucky of Britain, is the Welshman who sounds like this.
Indeed to goodness, now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
Whereas the way down east farmer of this island calls himself a Geordie and sounds like this.
By gox, man. Now's the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
Of course, what would correspond to the Canadian and his maple leaf would be the Scotsman and his thistle.
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
And there are a lot of other accents and dialects like Yorkshire, Suffolk, Devonshire, and Cornwall. They may have different accents, but they have a single purpose: to come to the aid of all parties interested in beating the Axis. Sure. You drink a ginger beer with a farmer from Buckinghamshire, and he tells you about 3 American soldiers from Northern Ireland.
Well, now, you see, our problem was this. Our wheat crop in Raisbury was so bulky that we couldn't operate the combine harvester. Do you know anything about farming?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, this harvester is a machine that cuts and thrashes in one operation. We just got the machines from America, you see, and there aren't many of us farmers here knows how to use them yet. And we were having a very devil of a time trying to get it to work. And finally, do you know what we did?
What did you do?
Why, we appealed to the American Army for men who were experts at handling this particular machine. And do you know what?
What?
Why, they sent us 3 soldiers who were farmers back in the States. Gave them special leave to help us harvest that wheat.
How'd they make out?
Why, they went through those fields in no time. Do you know how long it took them, on an average, to cut and thrash an acre of wheat?
How long?
1 hour.
That's good, huh?
Good? Good? Why, man, it's a record. I've written to the Minister of Agriculture about it.
Well, that's swell. But did you get along all right with the boys? I mean, personally?
Personally? Why, the whole village got along with them. We were very sorry to see them go back to camp, I can tell you. And do you know something else?
What else?
They claimed, according to them, that American farmers owe pretty well everything they know about soil conservation to us British farmers. Did you know that, sir?
No, I never knew that.
Well, neither did I. So one of them said to me when I thanked him, he said, "We're only paying you back," he says. "We're only paying you back."
You spread out all the London papers, and when you've got them all spread out, they don't equal in size half the normal weekday edition of the New York Times. The paper shortage here isn't a fooling matter. And the biggest papers have to cram the news of the world, of England, of London, into 4 skimpy pages with pictures. But with all there is to report from the fronts of this busy war, big sections of the press are always being devoted to the subject of America and Americans. The Daily Herald has a lengthy interview with Major General Clark of the U.S. Army and quotes him as saying,
"We have not come over to sit on our back ends and do nothing.
We are here to take the offensive.
Another has a 5-column layout with a caption,
What do Americans think of us?
And the subheading,
A number of American soldiers in Britain were asked for their candid, undoctored replies to 7 questions. The response was completely frank and realistic. The News Chronicle hopes that it will help us to understand them better.
The Daily Mail carries a piece on the U.S. Marines under the bold-faced title, Leathernecks. From this British article, you learn for the first time how the leathernecks got their name. Used to wear leather stocks around their necks to protect them from cutlasses. Goes to show you. The Express has a long illustrated article on Negro soldiers in Britain, in which it reports,
In the west of England, a stately mansion has stirred to new life. It is home and headquarters for a contingent of American colored troops. At night, Negro choruses float down the lanes as the night pass men come home. And at church parades, English congregations have heard the fervor of Negro spirituals sung by men who live in their songs. They drink in the Rose and Crown, the Horse and Hounds with the locals, treating and being treated. They go to concerts and cinemas. No place that is open to our own men is barred to them. And they're rather amazed at the friendliness of the entire countryside and the nearest big city.
a whole half page of a morning paper is taken up with a script of a transatlantic broadcast called An American in England. There are half a dozen articles every day on these interesting people who live in the 48 states between the Atlantic and Pacific. But not all these articles are admiring. One paper, observing that milk for the American Army is being brought across the Atlantic, breaks into verse.
Bouquets to the farmers of Texas, deserving a roll on the drum, whose work on each udder must make Hitler shudder and dream of the vengeance to come. Give laurels to warriors hardy, for battle and bottle athirst, who seem to have reckoned the front may be second, but pride of the palate comes first. And there, I was almost forgetting, some stokers and those of that ilk, whose blood, sweat, and toil were delivering oil, but now must deliver the milk.
You walk through the world's greatest city thinking the thoughts of an American in England. Here it is, the fourth year of the fight, coming up. Around you are the marks of the struggle. Bomb ruins, air raid shelters, barricades, barrage balloons. Around you are throngs of uniforms of the United Nations, men of the RAF, girls of the ATS. Not around are the 60,000 British men, women, and children killed by Nazi bombs. Not around are the Tommies left on the fields of France, in the Norwegian fjords, in the mountains of Greece, in the jungles of Malaya, on the Isle of Crete, in the waste of Libya, in the Syrian hills, in the waters of the Arctic, and in the gorges of Ethiopia. No, not around here now. But the Yanks are here. The Canadians are here. The North American delegation to Berlin is swarming over the city, the country, the camps, the aerodromes. They're here for a specific purpose.
We have not come over to sit on our back ends and do nothing. We are here to take the offensive.
They're young, these Yanks. They're confident. They're well equipped. They're the highest paid soldiers in the world. They try not to show off about it. They're likable boys, and they found that the British are likable people. They get used to left-hand traffic in a couple of days, and to English speech in a couple of weeks. One American sailor summed it up in a sentence.
You can understand what these people mean. They don't say it right.
The Yanks have found that simply because an Englishman carries a handkerchief in his sleeve doesn't mean he's a sissy. They found that even though he may pile peas, potatoes, and meat on the back of his fork and poke it into his mouth with his left hand, he's a perfectly nice guy and can often shoot well with both hands. You look at the faces of these British people in London. Faces that come from Wales and Scotland. and Yorkshire, and the banks of the Tyne, and the banks of the Severn. And you might as well be looking at Americans on the banks of the Hudson or the Mississippi. There are differences, sure. They don't go to movies, they go to the cinema. They call a druggist a chemist. And you can't buy books and lawnmowers and sun lamps in a chemist shop. They think baseball is childish. You think cricket is dull. So what? So nothing. You walk down busy Oxford Street, and you realize that the mingled British and Americans around you share more than the street and the time of day. They share the hopes and fears and aspirations of the common people of the world. They share the experience of having fought 25 years ago for a Europe that wouldn't bother us anymore. And they share the mistake of having assumed that they could live happily ever after Versailles, each on his own island, and to hell with the Chinese and the Jews and the Czechs and the Spaniards. These war-worn people passing you on Tottenham Court Road know us Americans better than any Englishman before them. One of them said only yesterday,
"It's taken this war to make us see that Americans aren't all gangsters or people who drive fast cars and live in great estates with no visible means of income. They're most of them small-town boys who haven't seen any more bright lights or big city life than our boys from Lincolnshire or the West Riding. They work with their hands and they fight with their hands, the way we do."
You walk down Charing Cross Road, and you think of the American soldier who told the Raspberry farmer he was only paying him back when he worked for him. And it comes to you at Leicester Square that for the first time since Adam, a common enemy has made common friends of the common man in all quarters of the globe. All the way from Brazil to Moscow, from China to the Cape of Good Hope. The Yanks stop off in England. The Dutch Queen addresses congressmen in Washington. Boys from Brooklyn hold the beach at Tulagi. The government of Mexico renames a town Medici to perpetuate the memory of miners murdered by Germans in Czechoslovakia. You pull up at a statue in front of the National Gallery. It's a statue of George Washington. It's been there for some years.
You have been listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of The Yanks Are Here, the fifth of a limited series of 6 programs under the title of An American in England, written and directed by Norman Corwin and brought to you by CBS direct from England through the facilities of the British Broadcasting Corporation. Joseph Julian narrated, and the original musical score was composed by Benjamin Britten and performed by the Orchestra of the Royal Air Force under the baton of Wing Commander R.P. O'Donnell. The program was produced by Edward R. Murrow. Your announcer was John Snagg. We return you now to New York.
An American in England will be heard next Monday, 1 hour earlier, at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Starring Charles Lawton in The Prophet Without Honor, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country. So goes the ancient saying. Here in our own America, in this very century, there lived a prophet 33 years ago, Homer Lee warned his countrymen that Japan someday would attack Pearl Harbor by surprise. He prophesied in infinite detail the war that would follow, and left to us his warning in his book, Valor of Ignorance. Our play, written by Robert Tallman, tells his story. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Charles Lawton in the role of Homer Lee on the Cavalcade of America.
China, the year 1900. In Peking, ancient capital city of the Manchu, a great event is being solemnized. The Dragon Empress, dread monarch over 400 million souls, is making her annual pilgrimage into the outside world, borne high on a jeweled palanquin. A lone sentry, standing guard at a tall gate in the purple wall outside the Forbidden City, awaits her return. Toward him limps a pale, gray-eyed hunchback in American dress. Quietly, the little cripple addresses the sentry.
Only one man guarding the gates of the Forbidden City? The old tigress must be very sure of herself.
She is the daughter of heaven, my friend. The most serenely wise one in all the world.
Yeah. Do you really believe that?
I value my head.
She is cruel and corrupt, this old empress of yours. How long will China tolerate her?
Until one comes who is wise and steadfast and strong, my friend. Very strong.
Strong? Look, Captain. Your empress approaches. Look at her face.
No, you must go. She will question me.
Look at her face. What do you see in it, huh? Is there anything divine in that face, my friend? It's the face of an ill-tempered old harridan. And now look at it as it comes near. It's a frightened face. And it's a guilty face.
Now, you cannot stand here.
I've come a long way to stand here at this moment, my friend. I wanted to have a good look at this Dragon Empress of whom 400 million good people are afraid.
Sentry!
Yes, Majesty. You see, she's angered at your presence. Go now, quickly.
What is the meaning of this sentry?
Your Majesty.
A pale one in the dress of the foreign devils, standing at the sacred gates.
Your sentry does you a service, O serenely wise one. He wishes you to have a lucky day.
I had not noticed. It is a humped one.
Yes.
Yes, that is good luck. That is very lucky. And you speak the Manchu tongue.
I have studied many of the dialects of China, Your Majesty.
Then you are a scholar. Tell me your name.
In my own country, in America, I am called Homer Lee. In China, I shall be called Wang Ying.
Wang Ying!
Don't you want to touch the back of my neck for luck, Your Majesty?
No. Quickly. Open the gates wide. Carry me to the palace at once. Now, close the gates quickly and lock them. Lock them securely.
What did you say to the old she-devil, pale one?
Well, I told her my name in China would be Wang Ying.
Wang Ying? That is the name of the dwarf tiger. He who overthrew the first of China's tyrants.
Precisely, but I hope to overthrow China's last tyrant, my friend.
Then you are one of us.
Hope to be. But first I've got to get inside that gate. I must see the old dragon's prime minister.
No, I dare not help you. My head would roll in the dirt before morning.
Wouldn't it be more honorable to lose it in the cause of your people's liberty than to have it lopped off some morning because the old lady is in a bad temper?
Very well. Come back an hour after sunset, the changing of the guard.
Thank you.
I'll see that you get inside the walls. From then on, the souls of your ancestors be with you. Wang Ying.
And with China, my friend. Yes.
You are a very brave man, Mr. Lee, to come inside these walls unbidden.
Oh, valor is a relative thing, Mr. Prime Minister.
Why are you so certain that I would not betray your presence here to the Empress?
Well, to do so might arouse her suspicions of you. Your head might roll in the dirt with mine, Dr. Kong.
You understand the Manchu character very well, Mr. Lee.
Oh.
Tell me, what brings you, a scholar, so far from home?
I've come to offer you my services.
In what capacity?
I want you to place me in command of an army. It needn't be a large force. 1 or 2 divisions will be sufficient.
That is a rather ambitious plan. for a man of your years, Mr. Lee.
Why? I'm the same age Napoleon was at Rivoli.
But I know nothing about you. Nothing of your military experience.
Well, is there a single Chinese general who would risk, as I'm prepared to do, a march on the capital of Shanxi province tomorrow?
Shanxi. You are right.
Yes.
Shanxi is the place to strike. It is the weakest. But to lead an army in forced marches, you will excuse me, but your physique, Mr. Lee.
My physique has nothing to do with it. Did not Wang Ying, the dwarf tiger, overthrow the first of China's tyrants? He was half blind as well as crippled.
Well, Mr. Lee, I am not superstitious, as so many of my countrymen are. But I have a strange feeling about you.
Huh. Will you do as I ask?
I will assemble as many troops as I can, Mr. Lee, and you shall be their general.
Yeah.
Before that month was out, a pitched battle was raging on the dry, sun-baked plain before the walled capital city of Shanxi province. Astride a spirited white horse, Homer Lee, attired now in the uniform of a Chinese general, untiringly watches the progress of his first battle from a hill overlooking the field. A week, a fortnight, the fighting continued. Then one morning, the governor of Shanxi surrenders and sends for Homer Lee under a flag of truce.
Well, those are our terms, Excellency. You can take 'em or leave 'em. I have no more time for formalities.
I think you can wait a little longer. Come over here to the window, General Lee.
Of course.
Now, look out across the battlements.
Yes.
You see, General? The heads of your excellent officers now decorate the walls of my city.
Yes. I see.
I have spared your life because I do not wish to inconvenience the Empress with protests from foreign embassies.
Thank you. That is very considerate of you.
Bring in General Lee's aide.
He is here, Honored One. Your master bid you come, Captain.
And now I shall let you stay here, General Lee, where you shall have the best possible view of the destruction of your army. It will begin in about 20 minutes. Good day.
Well, Captain.
General Lee, if I could only get to our army in time.
Yes?
What message could I take to them?
Take this map. It shows a way of retreat into the hills.
You will join us there, Wang Ying?
Hope to. First, I've got to go to America. The discontent of China's millions has been like a stone dropped into a pool of water. Your battle must inevitably become the battle of free men everywhere. China's victory, might not even be won on Chinese soil. It may be won in another continent on the other side of the world.
I do not understand this talk, Wang Ying.
Well, you're not alone. Neither does anybody, particularly my fellow Americans. But I'm going to try to make them understand. And if I do, China will have a great ally.
You are listening to Charles Lawton in The Prophet Without Honor, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. As our play continues, Homer Lee, played by Charles Lawton, has returned home from his unsuccessful Chinese venture. In Washington, he is ushered into the presence of Lieutenant General Chaffee of the United States Army.
Welcome home, General Lee.
Thank you, sir.
I need not tell you, General Lee, that your expedition in China has excited the admiration of every military man in America.
General Chaffee, if you'll forgive me, I'll come to the point. I am not interested in being admired. I want to know what you intend to do about China.
You ask a direct question, sir. I'll give you a direct answer. The United States Army has no militant aims in connection with China or any other foreign power.
Yes. I was afraid you'd say that.
You must realize things have changed since you went to China, sir. Due to the Spanish-American War, the European powers now have a new respect for America. We've entered a period of international good feeling.
Yes. That's all very commendable. But you've left one power out of your picture, sir.
Yes?
Yes. There's a fool in Germany who today can and will blast your pretty picture of international good feeling sky high.
Oh, this German Kaiser. He struts and he postures.
Yes.
No one takes it seriously. Britain maintains the balance of power in Europe.
Britain maintains the balance of power in the year of our Lord 1907, but I tell you, General Chaffee, we have passed far beyond the point where balance of power in continents or even hemispheres has any meaning. Germany controls important bases in the Pacific. These can be stepping stones for Japan's attack on our Pacific coast, or they can be barriers.
Japan's attack on our Pacific coast?
Will you tell me what is to prevent that, sir?
General Lee, you leap around the world from China to Germany to Japan.
Be that as it may, sir, for the moment, will you do something to send help to my good Chinese fighters?
I regret that there is nothing I can do to help you, General Lee.
Well, sir, will you give me permission to train a force of men myself? I can recruit them on the west coast among the Chinese population. I can raise money to arm and equip them from private sources. All I need is your blessing, sir. And a good drill sergeant.
That much I'll be only too happy to do for you. Unofficially, General Lee.
Thank you.
And Godspeed you.
Thank you.
Sergeant O'Bannon reporting, sir. I have to report, sir, the men under training are ready for review.
Good, I'm glad to hear that.
I beg your pardon, General. May I ask when these men will see action? They've all been badgering me about it, sir. I'd like to know what to tell them.
Well, you'll have to tell them to wait and be patient, O'Bannon. I'm leaving today for Germany.
Germany? But I thought we were going to fight in China, sir.
Wars, O'Bannon, have developed a habit of popping about from place to place. When I went to China, all the world was at peace, yet I found a fight there that had to be fought, huh? Now, Germany's preparing for war. I don't know yet what this war will mean to America or to China, but I've got to find out, and as soon as possible.
2 months later, in a reviewing stand overlooking a parade ground at Potsdam, Homer Lee stands beside Kaiser Wilhelm, watching the gray uniformed, spike-helmeted soldiers of Imperial Germany as they pass in review.
Well, General Lee, what do you think?
I think that you have a great army, Your Majesty. The kind of disciplined army I should like to lead myself.
They do not appreciate you so much in America, eh?
Well, perhaps it is I who should appreciate America, sir.
In Germany, there would have been a place for a mind like yours. There is a place for it now, if you wish it.
You are looking for a military strategist, Your Majesty?
Who but a fool is not in these times. We shall forge a new Europe, a new world out of blood and iron. And it will be on an axis reaching from Berlin to Baghdad. Germany, sir, is approaching her destiny.
Yes, Your Majesty, perhaps Germany is, but if you will forgive me, I personally would rather not be associated with any plan to cause the world to turn on an axis of blood and iron reaching from Berlin to Baghdad.
Well, General, all I can say is you didn't get to Germany a minute too soon.
Only I hope I'm not too late, Bannon. There's an awful lot that's got to be done in too short a time. I've got to start America thinking about the German danger. I can't leave here with my country unprepared. Then we have our war to fight, Bannon, in China. China's become more important than ever now.
Whoa, General, one thing at a time. You'll kill yourself if you keep going on at this rate.
A man doesn't die till his work is done, Bannon.
At least you took my advice and got yourself a secretary. You're going to need that eyesight of yours when we get to China.
Would you tell me something, O'Banion? You don't think I'm working my secretary too hard, do you?
Powers? No. If you are, she'd never admit it.
You know, I like her, O'Banion. I hate most people, but I like her. Most people are fools. She's not a fool.
Who's not a fool?
Her, Mrs. Powers. We got to start at work right away. Now, where were we?
Chapter 10.
Yes, I remember now. With the acquisition of Holland, the German Empire expands right across the Pacific, securing a landed area 3 times greater than that of Germany, and a native population equal to that of France. Germany becomes an Oriental empire, dominating Japan and speeding up the Japanese aggression against the United States. These are not speculations. These are facts we must face.
General Lee, what is it?
I don't know. A pain in the back of my eyes. I can't hardly see anything.
Oh, you must rest a while.
Yes, I suppose I'd better. Oh, who'll believe me anyway? I've told them all these things 1,000 times, and still they go on bravely calling peace conferences, talking disarmament, when our enemies are powder kegs ready to explode in our faces.
General Lee.
Yeah, what is it?
There's a gentleman here to see you. A Chinese gentleman, Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun Yat-sen.
Sun Yat-sen? Yes, I met him in Canton. Let him come in.
Yes, sir. General Lee will see you, Dr. Sun.
Thank you. General Lee, we meet again. I don't interrupt your work?
Oh, no. I was on the point of abandoning the whole project. My secretary, Mrs. Powers, Dr. Sun.
How do you do, sir?
Madam, I have come to thank you for your great service in training officers for the Chinese Revolution, General Lee, and to ask you to come to China with them and me as my chief of staff.
Dr. Sun, I believe you are a political leader, are you not? You envisage a republic in China.
I do. Patterned precisely upon your American republic.
Then you are a fool. You will be invaded by Japan before your republic is established.
China has been invaded before. She swallows up her conquerors and digests them like so many bowls of rice.
Yes, but this will not happen this time. The world is separating into 2 great hostile groups of nations, one dominated by Germany and Japan, and the other by the democracies. And it is going to be a death struggle. And China, if she becomes a republic, will be the first to shed her blood in the Holocaust.
Then China will do so with pride.
Manpower and ideals alone cannot win wars in this age, Dr. Sun. Your enemies are armed with machines for destruction. The German Count Zeppelin has perfected an airship to shower you with bombs from the skies. You cannot win, sir.
General Lee, you are a great genius.
Yeah.
Your picture of our plight is a true one, I have no doubt of that. But you have left out of your picture an important element.
Pray, what is that, sir?
People. The strength of people bound together in a common resolve. We of China are such a people. Help us to overthrow the Manchu throne, and overnight we will become a united militant nation, ready to meet any enemy. You will see.
Well, it is against all calculations, all natural laws, and all logic. You know, I have a promise to keep to your people before I die, Dr. Sun, and I'm going with you.
Dr. Sun, I beg of you, don't let him do it. He's a sick man.
I've told you many times, and I tell you again, Mrs. Powers, a man doesn't die until his work is done.
And so it was an American, a crippled genius racked with a fatal illness, went to lead the armies of the Chinese Republic. He lived to see that republic established, with Sun Yat-sen as its first president. And returning home, he lived to utter one final prophetic word of warning to his countrymen.
No state is ever destroyed except through those avertible conditions that mankind dreads to contemplate. Yet nations prefer to perish rather than to master the single lesson taught by the washing away of those who have gone before them. In their indifference and in their valor of ignorance, they depart, together with their monuments and their constitutions.
On a day in 1912, only 1 year and some months before the first of the great world wars he had foreseen and warned us to prepare against, Homer Lee lay abed of his final illness in a house in Santa Monica, California.
How is he, Mrs. Powers?
No better, I'm afraid.
Is it okay for me to go in?
Of course.
Louise? Who's with you?
Oh, it's just me, General.
O'Banion? O'Banion. Sit down here beside me, will you? Louise, you sit over there. I need you both. 'Cause I've never needed anything before in my life.
Oh, been overdoing it again, huh, General?
Maybe I have, O'Banion, but the book was worth it. They can't argue with the facts in my book, can they? They can't say that's any pipe dream. I even drew pictures for them, showing exactly where the Japs must attack. The Philippines, Pearl Harbor, the Aleutians, Alaska. We'll be powerless to stop them unless we...
Homer, you mustn't excite yourself this way.
Anyway, where do you get off saying Manila will fall in 3 weeks? Not with O'Banion there, it won't.
Thanks, O'Banion. It's funny. I seem to hear marching somewhere, Louise.
You do. The Chinese students wanted to pay their respects, but the doctor said you were too ill to see them. The leader of them said, when you heard them marching outside, you'd get the message they wanted to give you anyway.
Yes, I get the message. You won't stop them, Louise, will you? You won't stop them?
No.
You know, there's hope in that sound. There's hope in that sound.
In a few minutes, we will hear again from our star, Charles Lawton. And now, our story of chemistry. A chemical compound called phenothiazine, first manufactured by DuPont, has emerged as one of the greatest contributions of our day to animal husbandry. Phenothiazine is another of the marvelous coal tar products related to aniline dyes. A few years ago, it was experimented with as an insecticide. Further research since by scientists of the Bureau of Animal Industry of the Department of Agriculture brought out the fact that phenothiazine destroys many of the animal parasites in livestock that take an estimated toll through death and loss of weight of $125 million worth of animals on American farms each year. Both of those things, both the loss by death and the loss of weight, are serious even in peacetime. Today, with the nation at war, they are of great importance because they have a direct bearing on the food supply. A single sheep may become infested by as many as 100,000 worms, as farmers and meat packers know to their sorrow. Nodular disease in sheep, caused by a parasite, is such a grave menace that in some localities the raising of sheep has had to be entirely abandoned. Wherever the disease appears, it causes great losses, running to several $1 million a year for the country as a whole. It becomes doubly serious at this time, since it affects the increased demand for meat and wool, as well as surgical sutures made from the intestines of sheep. The United States Department of Agriculture recommends phenothiazine for ridding sheep of nodular worms and other parasites. Hogs, horses, goats, and poultry all suffer from different parasites. Until very recently, each kind of animal had to be given a different treatment for each kind of parasite, with varying degrees of success. Today, phenothiazine alone has proved to be effective for a wide range of parasites. It is used by veterinarians to treat more kinds of livestock for more kinds of parasites with greater effect than any medicine known up until now. Sheep can be treated for a few cents a head. As an experiment, scientists last winter tested the new drug by giving it to one half of an infested herd of cattle and withholding treatment from the other half, so they could study the results in treated and untreated cattle in the same herd. The treated animals in the herd gained weight. The untreated animals, fed the same diet but not given the phenothiazine, lost 80 pounds apiece over the winter. The burden of feeding the country at war and feeding our allies is so heavy that there is talk of meat rationing, of meatless days. Few things are more important to us at this moment than our supply of meats, milk, eggs, and wool, produced by the nation's herds and flocks. Safeguarding the health of these herds and flocks, phenothiazine, in wartime all the more than in time of peace, may certainly be called one of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry. And now, our star of tonight's cavalcade, Charles Lawton.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say just a word more about the brilliant, neglected genius of tonight's play on Cavalcade of America. You know, Homer Lee's maps and his strategies and his sensational prophecies all emphasize one simple, basic fact: that only a militant, united nation can win a war. We have, alas, lost many battles through our failure to heed the warnings of Homer Lee, the prophet of our times. But please God, it is still not too late to take ourselves in hand, we who are yet in civilian life, and make ourselves deeply possessed of that militant spirit which wins the final battle. Thank you. Good night.
And now, before we sign off, a word about Cavalcade next Monday. At this same time next week, Cavalcade will present Soldier of Fortune, starring the distinguished screen player, Claude Rains. It is a powerful and dramatic story of Richard Harding Davis, America's pioneer war correspondent. Don't forget, next Monday night, Cavalcade presents Claude Rains in Soldier of Fortune. The orchestra and original score tonight were under the personal direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from our sponsor, the DuPont Company. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. Let's cover the Twin Pines. Well, Silver!
Martha ran a restaurant in town. The cowhands always were there when they hit town at the end of a 3-month stretch on the range. Then one day when the place was practically empty, a dozen hard-faced men came in.
Let me see if I can shoot that oil lamp off the shelf.
Now, hold on, boys. You can't do that.
Listen, the old woman, let's show her what we can do.
Who are you? You men aren't cowboys?
That's an insult, speaking of us and cowboys in the same breath. Let's smash up his power.
Kit owned the barber shop. A crowd came in one day.
I don't like that big looking glass. I'm going to smash it.
Wait. Hold on. Listen, Jan. Help! Help! They're wrecking my shop. It's the same ones that wrecked Martha's place. Help! Help!
Pete published a small newspaper.
We'll have this on the street in a few minutes now, Jane.
Pete, a stranger just came in.
Yes, I see him. He's dressed like a dude. Howdy, stranger. Something I can do for you?
I've been looking this place over, mister. You the owner?
The name is Pete Potter, and you'll see it on the masthead.
Yeah, and you're the man I deal with. Want to talk business?
Go ahead.
Suppose you've heard what happened to the restaurant and the barber shop.
You can read about it in my paper in about 10 minutes.
Oh, is that so? Suppose it's pretty hard to get a printing press like that shipped this far west, huh?
What about it?
You'd have a hard time replacing that if it was smashed, wouldn't you?
Come to the point, stranger.
Yeah, sure I will. I'm selling something. It's a good thing for a businessman to have. It sort of protects you against trouble like some other folks have had.
What are you selling, a new kind of shooting
Oh,
iron?
no. Nothing like that. This is an investment. Here's a contract you sign. Look it over.
What is it, Pete? You look angry about something.
You better go home, Jane.
I'll do no such thing. Who is this man? What's that paper he has there?
As I see it, stranger, this is an agreement that I pay you $50 in cash every week. Then if my place is smashed up like the others, all the damage will be paid for.
Yeah, that's it.
What if I don't sign?
It's up to you.
Well, let's put it another way. If I don't sign, the place is smashed. If I sign, it isn't.
Oh, no, I wouldn't put it that way, Pete. After all, I'm just selling a sort of insurance. Here, that's what it's called, insurance.
Pete!
Now get out of here.
You'll regret that punch more than anything you ever did.
Pete, he's drawing a gun.
No, you don't.
Come on in.
Pete, look, there they come.
Out the back, Jane, the back way, hurry.
Wreck the place.
Oh, don't fight them, Pete.
I'll show you.
Let him have it.
I'll show you what you do here.
Pete, why'd you do it? Why'd you fight them?
Jane.
Oh, you're conscious again.
Where am I?
Home, Pete. In your own bed at home. It's a miracle. It's a wonder you're alive.
What happened? I remember a gang of men. A skinny man. A rat-faced man.
You started fighting, and they started shooting. You were hit hard in the chest. They were going to finish you. And then 2 men came in the back door. They each had 2 guns. Oh, how they fought. They shot the guns away from those killers. And then they dragged you out.
Who were they?
Oh, don't move, Pete. You've got to lie still. The Indian said so.
Indian?
One of the 2 men. He got the bullet out and dressed your wound.
Were they both Indians?
No. One wore a mask. He was tall and straight, strong-looking. I don't know where he came from. Neither does anyone else.
The press. Jane, Did they smash the press?
Oh, everything is smashed. The office is a shambles, worse than Martha's place or Kit's barber shop.
Oh, nothing left to live for.
Pete Potter.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. I didn't mean that. I suppose now everyone will have to pay those crooks or have his place smashed up. But why should people have to pay? Where's the law? What about the sheriff?
Oh, he's doing his best. And he won't get far. No one will help him.
Why won't anyone help him?
Martha and Kit, the others that saw those fiends had letters. One came for you yesterday. It was a warning letter, Pete. Promising worse things if you help the law.
Worse things? What more can they do to me? Oh, I savvy. I mean, you.
Oh, I'll get the letter when you're strong enough to read it.
Get it now. I want to see it.
Oh, Pete, the Indian said you weren't to get excited.
I want to see that letter.
All right, then. But lie quietly while I get it. I'll read it to you. I left it here on the table.
Well, where is it? Where is it, Jane? Don't tell me you lost it.
Pete, it isn't here. It's gone.
Oh, Jane, now think. Where'd you put it? What?
Oh, this bullet is here in its place. Pete, look, a bullet.
Bullet?
Oh, it's made of something like silver.
Silver? A silver bullet. Jane, the man who helped us, has the letter. He took it. He needed it. He's the Lone Ranger.
Oh, Silver!
On the open plains, a masked man urged the snow-white horse to topmost speed as he headed toward a town in the next county.
Come on, Silver!
Sheriff, I want you to look at this letter. Tell me if you ever saw one like it.
I don't need more than a glance to say that I did.
I thought so.
Where'd you get it?
In Twin Pines.
So the same gang has moved over there?
Yes.
Well, this thing is getting big. They're still collecting the cash from here every week. I've done my level best, and I can't do a thing about it.
Have you found out who collects the cash?
No.
None of the victims of this gang will tell you?
No, they won't. And hang it all, I don't blame them. Jeff Guffey told who he paid the cash to, how it was collected. He told one of my deputies.
Oh, what happened?
The deputy was shot. Jeff's house was burned the same night.
Well, Sheriff, I think there's one man who will help us.
Who?
Pete Potter over in Twin Pines. They wrecked his newspaper.
Oh, yeah, so I've heard. And he don't scare easy.
If we can get just one victim of this gang to tell all he knows,
Well, I know Jeb will help all he can. He's the sheriff at the Pines. I'd sure like to see you bust this thing up.
I think with Pete's help, we will.
By the time the Lone Ranger returned to Twin Pines, Pete was out of bed, dressed, and sitting in a chair. He was alone in the house, and after hearing the masked man, said,
You bet I'll help. I'll bring charges against those crooks.
Good.
The only thing I was afraid of was that they might hurt Jane, my wife. But that's taken care of. Tano sneaked her out of town before daybreak. He's taken her to friends where she can stay in hiding for a time.
Then I'll count on you, Pete. If we can get some of the known members of the gang, we might be able to get the men behind them.
If I could only get my hands on the man that's back of this outfit, I'd take the damage to my place out of his hide. I wonder who that is. Neighbors have been dropping in to see how I am.
I'll answer the knock.
Oh, no. Sit still. I can move around all right.
You want me to leave?
No, not on your life. Stay right where you are.
Well, hello, Potter.
Well, Banker Timmons. Come in. Sit down.
Yes. A masked man.
You bet it's a masked man. It's the masked man. The Lone Ranger.
Incredible. Unbelievable. The Lone Ranger.
He's going to help us smash this pack of wolves that are haunting Twin Pines.
Yes, I've heard. I'm proud, sir, to know you. I heard how you saved Pete's life.
In retelling, I guess the story got built up.
You can't appreciate what you did. I heard of the way you shot the guns from the hands of 4 men. The way the 2 of you unaided rescued Pete from those fiends. Pete, I came to see how you were.
I'm getting on first rate.
I'd have been here sooner, but I've been busy, terribly busy. These poor shopkeepers. I tell you, I don't know what the world is coming to. I've had to arrange a loan for those whose places were wrecked. Do the same for you, too, Pete.
Well, I reckon I'll be able to manage somehow.
How is Jane? I haven't seen her since before the attack.
Jane's all right. She left on a trip.
Oh, has she? Good idea. I'm afraid for you, Pete.
I'm going to fight this thing, Timmons. I'm going to fight it right alongside the Lone Ranger.
You always were a fighter, Pete. Always a fighter, and a good one. Shall I say a crusader?
Mr. Timmons.
Yes?
Are you paying tribute?
Why do you ask?
Are you?
Well, that is, my bank has not been attacked.
Oh, so you are.
Shucks, I take it for granted you were, Timmons. You always did scare easy.
Sir, I didn't come here to be insulted.
Forget it. No harm, man.
Frankly, I don't see as we have any choice. Everyone has been given a clear understanding of the situation. It would do no good to arrest the men who are known to be in the gang.
What would happen if, for example, Slim was arrested?
On what charge?
Any charge.
It'd be practically impossible to prove anything against him. Now, wouldn't it?
Not a witness it would be.
And it would be the witness. Who would care to risk the punishment that would surely follow from the unknown members of the gang? And what of the jury? Would they risk their lives by voting guilty?
Look here, Timmons. We know that Slim is one of them. We know another's named Butch. He's the leader of the wrecking party. Why not arrest him and see what happens? I'll sign the complaint.
That's a matter for you to take up with the sheriff.
Maybe I will take it up with him.
As you wish, Pete, but I wouldn't like to take that chance. I must be getting along. Lots of work to do. Good day.
Bye.
Pete, I think I know a way we can find out who's behind that gang.
How?
Just as you said, have Slim and Butch arrested.
Then I'll get out of here and see the sheriff.
I'll do it, Pete, if you say so, but doggone if it'll do any good. You'll never get a jury to find those polecats guilty. As sheriff, I'm telling you
I want them arrested. I'll take care of the jury.
Folks are terrible scared of this gang. I know the sheriff at the Falls. He told me it was hopeless. Had the same thing there. He couldn't smash it.
Pick up Slim first. He's coming in here now.
Huh? By Juniper.
I've got something for you, Potter.
For me?
Yeah, a little note a friend of mine brought.
Where is this friend of yours?
He's already left town. Anyway, it's none of your business, mister. While I'm here, I may as well tell you that this place is unhealthy for men with masks. If you're savvy.
Ornery coyote, I'd like to...
I wouldn't get too sassy, Sheriff. We're pretty well organized.
Yeah? Well, I was just going to say I'd like to wring your neck, but I can't. All I can do is jail you, and I'm doing that right now.
What?
Wait, Sheriff. No.
Pete.
Why, Pete, have you changed your mind?
Yes, The gang is too strong. There's no stopping them. They've got Jane.
Your wife? Are you sure?
I know her right and anywhere. This note's on the level. They've got her captured and hid. If I make a move, they'll kill her.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. All the fight and determination went out of Pete Potter when he learned from a note that his wife had fallen into the hands of the mysterious gang of extortionists.
Pete, I don't blame you.
Oh, so now I'm under arrest, huh, Sheriff? What do you want me to do, hold out my hands for handcuffs?
Get out of here. Get out before I really lose my temper.
I wouldn't do anything as careless as that, Sheriff. Remember, I've got friends. You don't know who they are. You don't know who you got to fight, do you, Sheriff?
Look, now, Pete.
Oh, I can't risk Jane's life.
Let me see that letter.
Here. They must have captured her just after she and Tonto left town this morning.
Doesn't say anything about Tonto.
No.
Where did they intend to go?
I don't know. They didn't say. Jane was going to get in touch with me by letter. Yeah, but I didn't look for that kind of letter.
Pete, she didn't write all of this letter.
No, someone wrote it for her. She just signed it.
Well, I'm going to ride. I might not be back for a day or so, but don't do anything until I return.
Where you going?
You'll hear from me later, Pete. Adios.
Come on, Silver!
The masked man rode from town heading north. He rode in a line for several miles, then came to a tree that had been recently cut down. He turned abruptly, following the direction in which the tree had fallen.
That's one of Tonto's signs, Silver, old boy. Straight line now until we find another.
A pile of rocks carefully arranged to mean nothing to a casual observer, but to the masked man they told the story of Tonto's route. He turned again and later found another tree chopped close to the roots and pointing due east. Finally, at dusk, he came upon a clearing in the woods, and then a tiny camp.
Tonto! You kind here! Steady there, Silver. Steady, boy. Whoa!
What go wrong in town?
Where's Jane Potter?
Her go to next town. Stay there with friend.
How long since you've seen her, Kimosabe?
1 hour.
1 hour? Are you sure?
What matter?
Come on, Tonto. You're riding with me. Back to Twin Pines.
It was dawn when the two returned to town. The Lone Ranger went directly to Pete Potter's home, entering the house and going directly to the bedroom. Pete was awake.
Did you sleep at all?
Oh, not very much. Where were you?
Tonto always leaves a trail I can follow. I followed it.
You did?
I talked to Tonto and brought him back with me. Pete, your wife is all right.
Jane? Are you sure?
That letter was a fake.
But it couldn't be. I know Jane's handwriting. I'd swear it was her signature. Why would she sign it if she didn't have to?
I don't know, but she's all right. Now, Tonto has gone for the sheriff. We're going to finish what we started yesterday. We're going to put Slim into jail. Now, come on.
By mid-morning, the town seethed with excitement. Slim, the member of the gang, had been jailed. And a short time later, word went out that he was dead, murdered so he couldn't talk. Martha was panic-stricken as she talked to Kit, the barber.
After that, I wouldn't so much as open my mouth.
Nor I. They can have all I got, and I won't say a word.
Poor Pete Potter. Now they'll get him for sure.
There's Banker Timmons outside. Let's see if he's heard about it.
Let's.
Mr. Timmons! Mr. Timmons!
Have you heard? That thin member of the gang who was arrested at dawn has been killed.
We heard. How'd they get to kill him?
I don't know. The sheriff himself doesn't know.
No, folks. Don't talk about this thing so much.
I'd like to know who's to stop us, Sheriff.
It gives me a bad name to have it noised around that I can't keep a prisoner safe inside the jail.
How'd he die?
I don't know. Maybe poison. There's lots of ways a man can die.
No shooting or knifing?
No.
These people are past masters of crime. Nothing as crude as a knife for them.
Sheriff! What about Butch?
But Pete, you going loco?
Potter, you should be back in bed.
Well, I'm not in bed. I'm up and waiting for Butch to be arrested.
But haven't you heard about Slim?
Yes, he's dead.
Inside of 3 hours, too.
Do a better job of guarding Butch. Don't let the gang get him like they did Slim.
Pete, you're making a mistake. A big mistake.
No, I'm not. The Lone Ranger says if I don't back my boast, he'll think I'm the ringleader of the gang.
Hey, what's that coming?
The masked man.
And he's got Butch with him.
Oh, Silver, steady, boy, steady. There's another prisoner, Sheriff.
Great day. Pete, I'm glad you're handy. Swear out the complaint against this crook.
Let me down. I'll kill you for this.
All right. Down you go.
Hey! Why, you...
Take him, Sheriff.
All right, you're under arrest. And the charge is destruction of property.
You tin-horn sheriff.
I've got to tell you that anything you say can be used in court against you. Now get to your feet and start.
No jury will convict me.
We'll see about that in court. How about you other people? There are 5 in this crowd who can testify against that man. Will any of you step forward?
No, not me.
So, you're all afraid of the men higher up, huh?
I've got nothing to say.
Me neither.
Timmons?
I have nothing to say. Why should I have? That man never did any harm to my bank.
Well, I'll make the complaint and identify him as one of the pack of wolves that wrecked my plant. Lock him up.
And don't let the murderer get him.
The what?
Slim was killed, Butch.
Take him away.
Come on.
Hey, wait, let me ask a question. This ain't legal.
You can talk in jail.
He must be crazy. It's suicide. The sheriff shouldn't have let him do it. Why, this gang might even punish the sheriff for making these arrests.
Banker Timmons.
What is it, kid?
I want to thank you for making a loan to me so I could repair my barbershop.
Oh, that's all right, kid. Quite all right. I suppose you'll pay these men from now on.
I'll have to, even if it busts me.
Kid, the bank has loaned you money. You can't go broke. You'll have to raise your prices.
Yes, sir.
That goes for you too, Martha.
Yes, Mr. Timmons.
Are you banker?
Me? Yes, I'm the banker. What do you want?
Me talk to you private, huh?
See me at my office. I'm going there now.
Me go long.
Is it necessary for you to walk with me? Can't you come later?
Me go now. Make sure me see you.
Very well.
Shortly after Banker Timmons walked away with Tonto, Pete Potter rejoined the group of people.
Hey, Martha, I want to speak to you.
To me? What about Pete? It's not safe to be seen being too friendly with you.
Come on, Martha. We've got someplace to go.
I wonder what Pete's going to tell her.
Hey there, Kit.
Oh, Sheriff. Thought you'd gone to jail with your prisoner.
I did, and I'm back. I want to talk to you in my office.
Why should you want to talk to me?
Come on.
This isn't an arrest.
No, not yet, but it can be made one if you don't come willingly.
Several other townsmen were spoken to quietly and escorted to the jail. Timmons was the most surprised when...
But the bank is this way.
But we go this way.
Now, see here, Indian, if you...
You go quiet, huh?
Knife. Why, you barbarian,
You walk, huh?
But, where?
We go see sheriff. Plenty business to talk.
Slowly, the Indian and the heavy-set banker made their way down the street. Timmons felt the knife in his back and made no move to cry out or resist. He'd been tricked by the Indian. It would be a simple matter to get help if he could just attract attention. The banker was a respected man. He could have the Indian thrown in jail for threatening him with a knife. But Tonto seemed to sense Timmons' thoughts, and a muttered word was enough to make the banker keep his lips closed. Finally, they reached the sheriff's office.
Well, Banker Timmons, I've been waiting for you. Sit down. I reckon you know the masked man.
Yes. But, Sheriff, I was brought here by force. That Indian...
Now, while there's just the four of us sitting here in the office, we'll kind of talk things over.
Yes. Where's the prisoner?
Butch? Well, I don't figure on having him murdered. He don't want to be murdered either. He's sure a mighty scared man. Fact is, Banker Timmons, Butch figured that the best way to save his neck was to talk. Tell all he could. So as the critters that would likely be trying to kill him could be brought in here before they get the chance.
Why am I here?
Can't you guess?
Yes. I know.
Timmons, you're the leader of the gang.
What?
You started the scheme in another county. You tried it out there, and then you came here.
That's crazy. That's preposterous.
It's the truth, Timmons.
We suspected you when you knew so much about the fight in the printing plant. You weren't there. Jane didn't tell you about it, and you hadn't seen Pete. The only way you could have known the facts was through your henchman.
But that...
Then you forged that letter, Timmons. As soon as you heard that Pete had sent Jane into hiding, you hurried to your office, got a copy of her signature from your bank records, and copied it to a note. Then you had Slim bring it to Pete.
No,
There's no use trying to put on an act, Timmons.
As for the gang, in addition to Slim and Butch, they were the men who helped wreck the shops. They were paid by Slim and knew nothing about your part in this.
You seem to know a lot, but you're wrong. You're all wrong. Butch lied to save his own skin.
Butch didn't lie.
He did. He's the one.
What about Slim?
Slim, too. Yes. He was the leader of the gang. Butch must have killed him, Slim.
Has Butch killed anyone else?
Several people.
You have proof of that? Maybe that's why you had a hold on Butch.
Butch and Slim are the real criminals. They made me do what they wanted.
Go on in there, Butch.
Timmons, you lying, double-crossing polecat. I heard what you said.
Butch.
Trying to pass the blame on to me, huh?
Shut up.
I won't shut up. Potter kept me throttled so I couldn't yell at you. And then I heard you trying to save your hide by putting all the blame on me. Slim heard it, too. He was gagged. He wasn't dead.
What's that?
The other one in now.
Sheriff, that fat banker can't talk me into hanging.
Slim.
Yeah, you bet it's me. Why, you fool, you fell for the trick.
Trick?
They made Butch think I was dead. Made you think the same. And then you figured that Butch would talk.
I never said a thing.
But Timmons thought you did. So he tried to save his neck by blaming us.
Shut up. The three of you have been accusing each other of being the leaders in this. That's pretty good proof there's no one on the outside running it. Otto, open the door of the inside room.
Me get it.
It's partly opened already so the people could hear what was said.
We heard it all.
I heard, Sheriff. I heard the three of them just as you said I would.
Good. Well, I'll be a witness against them now. I'm not afraid any longer. They're all here.
And you can count on me.
Well, there you are, Sheriff. There's the witnesses against these crooks.
Yes, there'll be a lot more from the next county when the word spreads.
Timmons, I reckon you started it when you got hungry for the cash the people here have been banking with you. You knew just how much profit they were making, so you know how much they could pay.
Listen, Sheriff, no matter what else we did, we didn't kill anyone.
Yeah, Butcher's right, Sheriff.
It'll be up to a judge and jury to tell what happens to you, polecat. But take a little advice from me. If you make good all the damage you did, well, maybe the jury will be a little more lenient with you.
And if you bring those crooks you hired to trial, maybe the jury will be still more lenient.
That's right. If you act real helpful and accommodating, by thunder, it wouldn't surprise me that instead of hanging, you'd get off easy. You'd get jailed for life.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third of 4 weeks during which the Columbia Workshop is going all out for comedy. Each of these new shows is being presented as possibilities we feel for becoming a series. We're, in a way, showcasing them for you. And if your response is favorable, you may hear one or more of them continued for a run. Last Monday, we presented Damon Runyon's Hold 'em Yale. Tonight's broadcast, the third in this all-out for comedy series, is the Columbia Sketchbook. For your approval, then, here we go. Operator.
Number, please.
I want Rhinelander 40057.
One moment, please.
Hello. Hello, is Sebastian there?
What's the matter with you? You nuts?
Is this Rhinelander 40057?
No, this is Cycle 54259.
I'm sorry, I was calling Louis Sebastian's cigar store.
Drop that, will you?
Operator.
Number, please.
Operator, you gave me a wrong number. I wanted Rhinelander 40057.
I will report it to the complaint department.
No. Wait a minute. I don't want to report anything. I only want Rhinelander 40057.
Trouble department, Mr. V speaking. This is operator 441. Hello, Summers, that's you? Yeah, how did things go last night? You know who. Oh, did we have a time? I only had a slap at once. Herman? Yeah, you know, he's really a nice...
Operator, who do I have to know around here to get a number?
Number, please.
Rhinelander 40057.
Wickersham 79387.
Who said anything about Wickersham?
One moment, please.
Hello? Hello?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mrs. Alex DeSantis, Flight of 14th now. No, nice and cut our love in two.
Operator. I want Rhinelander 40057. It's Louis Sebastian Cigar Store, a block and a half from here. I'm not asking for much. All I want is Rhinelander 40057.
One moment, please. I will connect you.
Hello?
Is Sebastian there?
Minh Gong Gong Long Muku Kai Pan Song Loi. Chung off.
Chung off.
Hey, pardon me, may I use this phone, please?
Yes, sure. I can't get anything out of it.
Hello, operator. I want Smith in the Drake Hotel in San Francisco. Yeah. Hello, Smith. This is Wilson. Mame says you bring along the kids. Yeah, they're only young once or twice. Okay. So long. Thanks, bud.
San Francisco. Hello, operator.
What is your number, please?
Hello, operator. I would kind of like to have Rhinelander 40057.
If you'll just hang up, I'll call you back.
I want Rhinelander 40057!
One moment, please. When you hear the signal, the time will be exactly 4 1/1000 seconds after 3 p.m.
I give up.
Do you mind if I use this phone, please?
Go ahead, lady. I got a headache.
Number, please. I want to speak to Mr. Keysman in the Dutch East Indies. Hello, Keysy. Is that you? Yeah. That check you sent me came back marked. Are you kidding? Yeah. Remind me to kick you in the teeth when I see you. Thank you.
Dutch East Indies. Hello, operator.
Number, please.
Look, I want to talk to Chief Ogu in the Belgian Congo.
Do you know the initials?
There is only one Chief Ogu.
One moment, please.
Yeah. Hello, Chief. Chief, this is Alan Reed in New York. Are you in the Belgian Congo?
Yeah.
Would you do something that'll save a man's life?
Yeah.
Will you please call Rhinelander 40057? Dudley?
Oh, Mr. Bundy, I've been expecting you up about next year's lease.
Yes, lease. As your landlord, I must tell you that I'm not going to paint your apartment this year. For that matter, I won't even paint it next year.
Oh, I see. Well, it's your house, Mr. Bundy. It's okay with me.
Yes. And that leak in the roof.
Oh, yeah, that leak. It sure made a swimming pool out of my bedroom.
Well, I'm not going to touch that, too. You understand?
Yes, sir, Mr. Bundy. Of course, if you think the roof should leak, who am I to argue with you?
And I'm telling you another thing. I'm making no more repairs in your refrigerator. If your food spoils, that's your headache.
Yeah. Well, honest, Mr. Bundy, if I were you, I wouldn't even think about it.
And by the way, what rent are you paying now?
$60 a month.
Mm-hmm. Ceiling or no ceiling, I can't run this place on a measly $60 a month. Beginning next month, it's $100.
Well, that's quite a steep jump, but I know everything's going up and you're entitled to it. In fact, $120 would even be fair.
You mean I don't have to paint your apartment or fix the leak in the roof or do any repairs on the refrigerator, and I can even double the rent next year?
Sure, who cares? I'll be in Fort Dix tomorrow.
who I am. Who are you? Well, I saw your sign outside. Madam Popov, I prepare you for the Women's Army. Work, war, work, talk, cheap. Oh, that's different. You are very lucky. You have come to the greatest teacher in the world. Oh, my goodness. I have helped Catherine Hepburn, Mickey Rooney, Orson Welles, Sonia Henney, and the Brooklyn Dodgers. The Brooklyn Dodgers? Do they need help? What do you think? Now, look, every candidate for the Women's Army must know first aid. Well, I think little good first aid never hurt nobody. That's right. Here, we start. Here is your book, and here, if you don't mind, is a bandage. Oh, goody. Now, all I need is a victim. Mm-hmm. I will teach you how to settle it, paper it, smatter it, and picker it. Oh, goody two-shoes. I will also teach you how to tie a knot, square a knot, bow a knot, and knot a knot. Oh, my, this is better than Fig Newton. Oh, wait, this is only first aid. Wait till we get to second aid. Now, here, open your book. Yes, ma'am. Tell me, what does it say there? Well, it says here in Lesson 1 that the first thing to do is to make the victim comfortable and keep him happy. Isn't that thoughtful? Yes, ma'am. But how do you do it? Oh, it's very simple. Look, you get him a soft pillow, a three-piece orchestra, a couple dancing girls, and then you play him a little gin rummy. Well, what do you do when the ambulance drivers come? Oh, then you play partners. Oh. And High Man gets carried off on the stretcher. Oh, that's right, but first you got to bandage him. Don't you have to hide him first? A little. And if he hollers, let him go. That's right. Look, I think it's time to give you your test. Oh, that'll begin to feed All right, now look. Do you know the proper position for giving your patient a drink? Oh, yes, ma'am. Just lean him up against the bar. That's perfect. You passed. Here is your diploma and a bottle of Mercurochrome. Oh, thank you, ma'am. What did you say your name was? Oh, it's Sally Bell Cornflower. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, thank you, ma'am. Anything else on your mind? Well, first off, should I happen to get into the Army, I wouldn't like to be disturbed in the morning. Blowing that loud bugle at 5:45. Why, that could wake a person up. Oh, I fixed that. I talked to the general, and I see that they use a soft violin. Oh, I just love that. Just love it, love it, love it. And then there's nothing, Madam Papa. Yes. Then there's my laundry. I don't like my blouses starched. Oh, instead of starch, we use Crisco. And do you suppose they'd mind if I stay up late every now and then to do a little knitting? Knitting? Tell me, what are you knitting? A sweater from a boyfriend. Oh, sweater is bad. That's child's play. Why don't you knit something useful like I am doing? What are you knitting? I am knitting a 40-ton tank. I don't understand. All the tanks I know are made of steel. All right, so I'm using steel wool. Yes, but isn't steel awful hard to keep clean? Nonsense. You just soak it in rinso every night, and every morning it is just like new. Well, I can see that, but doesn't the tank shrink? A little. So after 8-9 washing, it's a Jeep. Well, shut my ransom. Well, goodbye, Sally Bell. I got to leave you now and go up to Camp Trick. What for? They're waiting to shoot me out of a cannon.
Switchman. Well, what do you want?
I want to pass to Philadelphia.
Don't you know better than to come to the office of the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad and address him in this manner? Now, you get out of here, and if you'll come back and address me properly, and if I see fit, I'll give you a pass to Philadelphia.
Okay. Mr. President?
Yes, I'm the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Who are you?
I am the switchman.
Oh. Well, please sit down. Now, what can I do for you?
You can stick your head in that inkwell. I got to pass on to B&O.
Good evening, Mr. Jones.
Oh, good evening. I'd like a table in a quiet corner. I have a terrible headache.
Oh, very well, sir. Step this way. Well, I'll be doggone if it isn't old pal Charlie Jones.
Oh, well, Frank Demarest. Oh, gosh, I haven't seen you in years.
Charlie Jones, how in the world are you?
Oh, fine.
Last time I saw you, you were still wearing short pants.
Yeah, but I had to cut it out when I joined the Elks.
Yes, sir. It sure has been a long time.
Yeah.
You're married, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, sure. 19 years now.
Married 19 years and eating alone in a restaurant?
Well, I'm on the way to the Turkish bath.
Turkish bath? Why, that's strictly a bachelor's pastime, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so. You see, my wife's gone home to her mother's.
Nothing wrong between you, is there?
No, no.
Well, let's sit over here and have a bite.
Sure.
Does your wife go to her mother's very often?
Oh, now, look, Frank, you're getting the
Never
wrong...
mind, Charlie. Don't explain. After all, these things sometimes happen. There isn't much you can do about it.
Well, you don't understand. I'm not trying to do anything.
Of course not. Who wants to start messing around with lawyers?
Lawyers?
Well, look, let's not even discuss it. Where's that waiter, anyway?
Oh, now, wait, Frank. You got the wrong idea. Well, when I
Please,
came in here...
Charlie, as far as I'm concerned, you two will be the happiest people who ever went to Reno.
Reno?
In fact, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if she considers you one of the most entertaining men she's ever met.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that.
You mean she doesn't laugh at your jokes?
Well, it all depends on how I happen to strike her.
You do?
No, wait a second, Frank. I don't mean that I strike her.
I heard it with my own ears, Charlie.
Well, no, I mean it all depends on how I happen to hit her.
That's all I want to know.
Oh, Frank, for heaven's sake, let me explain.
Insult them, yes, but strike them, never.
Oh, Frank, I'm trying to...
Excuse me, Charlie. Will you there's Willie Snook? Hey, Willie, wait a second. Have I got something hot to say?
Oh, Frank, for pity's sake, come back. Don't say anything, you hear? Oh, God, what a mess. You spread that story all over town now. Your order, please. Oh, yeah, my order. Let me have a menu, huh? Hey, you know, sir, I have been married 17 years, and not once has my wife gone home to her mother. Oh, I've even offered a coffee. Please. Please, will you just bring me some chicken croquettes? Whatever that Frank Demarest talk to you like a boy. In all the years we've been married, not once did we have a single argument. Most of the time we were on speaking terms, too.
Well, here I am again, Charlie, old boy. Did you order yet?
Oh, no, look, Frank, we got to get this thing straight. My wife and I are the your chicken croquettes, sir. Yeah, leave right here. Look, Frank, as I was saying...
Excuse me, Charlie, before you dig into that croquette, ask the waiter for sauerkraut instead of those olives.
Oh, yeah, the waiter, will you change these olives to some sauerkraut? Can't do it.
Let me handle it, Charlie. Waiter, get me the manager.
Yes, sir. Look, Frank. Frank, look, I've been married now for 19 long years.
If a man wants sauerkraut, there's no reason why he should be forced to eat olives.
I've been married now for 19 long years.
I'm the manager. What seems to be the trouble? Go ahead and tell it, Charlie.
I've been married now for 19 long years.
Now, let me get this straight. Are you looking for sympathy or sauerkraut?
I'm not looking for anything. I'm only trying to say I've been married for 19 long years and we're very happy.
Take it easy, Charlie. Don't get excited.
You shut up and listen to me for a while.
Stop waving that fork, Charlie. You'll hurt somebody.
I don't care. You broke up my home, you broke up my meal, and now I'm going to break up your head.
Put down that chair, Charlie. Be careful. Put it up.
Well, has he been unconscious all day?
Well, no, not exactly. He did wake up before and say a few words.
He did. What did he say?
Well, I know it sounds awfully silly, but he was trying to tell me that Charlie Jones has been married to a sauerkraut for 19 long years, and he's very happy.
just a shave, please. Not too close.
Yes, sir. Nice day, isn't it?
Beautiful day. Would you make it a quick one, please?
Sure thing. You could use a little trim in the back here.
I know, but I'm in a hurry. Just a shave right now.
One shave, yes, sirree. Do you mind if I just clip off this hair hanging over your eyes?
Well, I'd rather you wouldn't bother. You see, I have to make a train.
Yeah, you're the boss. It's just that it looks awful silly hanging down there.
Well, I really don't mind, believe me.
You're no Veronica Lake, you know.
But I explained I didn't want to cut right now. I only want to shave.
Suppose I throw in a shot of tonic for the same price.
Well, I don't like tonics. I only want to shave, a shave.
All right, don't get excited. If you want a shave, I'll give you a shave.
Well, thank you.
Only you do need a haircut.
Now, look, I'm a tired man. Would you please get me the manager?
Sure, I'll get you the manager.
Okay.
Yes, sir, gentlemen. So what can I do for you?
Well, I came in here for a shave, and your barber keeps trying to sell me a haircut.
I see. Well, if the gentleman wants to shave, then he wants to shave. There's no use in trying to sell him something that doesn't work.
Exactly. I only want to shave.
Juice. Joe, give the gentleman the shave.
Oh, thank heaven.
He wants to look like an ape. That's his business.
Now, you don't understand. I know I need a haircut, but not now. Can't I have a shave only?
Shoot. You can have a shave only. But if this man asks you like a gentleman to take a haircut, why do you get so excited?
But I only want to shave.
What's the matter with our haircut?
There's nothing the matter with your haircut. Your haircuts are wonderful, but I don't want one. I only want to shave, don't you understand? I only want to shave.
Hey, Joe, throw this bum out. He didn't come here for a shave. He came here to argue.
This is the Acme Baby Minding Bureau. You keep an eye on your husband. We'll keep an eye on your kid. At your service. This is Mrs. Wellington Monroe speaking. I must go shopping this afternoon, so would you please send over one of your girls to mind my little baby Winchester for the afternoon?
We'd be very glad to, madam, but all of our girls are busy today. However, we have several gentlemen who are capable baby minders.
Well, if you think it's all right, a gentleman will do.
And when the wind blows, such rain, oh, well, rock. And when the things that breaks it. I'll find a way to make a living. I think I'll humor him. Nice little Winchester. Kitchy-coo. Well, you ain't so pretty yourself. How can I set this kid up? I'll look in the book of instructions. Now, let me see here. When the child cries, it is advisable to use psychology and other methods of humoring the baby. Under no conditions is the baby minded to say, quiet, jerk, or I'll slug you. Here it says, try singing to the dribble push. I'll try it. And man, it's in a baby right, shortening. I lift that barge, you turn that pail, you get a lift barge, Chattanooga choo-choo. Well, what do you expect for $1 an hour, Nelson Eddy? That's better. Do that again. That's a nice baby. Oh, now he's asleep. Oh, doesn't he look pretty? Maybe if I rock the carriage up and down, he'll dream he's a yo-yo.
Hey, you!
Officer, please, he's asleep.
Keep that kid quiet. You'll create a public nuisance.
I didn't create it. I'm only minding it.
Now, look, brother, I'm going to make my round. When I return, I don't want to hear no crying, or I'm going to run you in.
All right, Flatfoot.
What's that?
I was singing to the kid. A Flatfoot flugy with a Floyd. Please, Winchester, you heard what the boogeyman said.
What an adorable child. Ah, isn't he cute?
Yeah. I'd like to put him across my knee and applaud him.
I say, how old is he?
Well, I say he will be 2 years old come next Keep the Rubbish Off the Sidewalk week. Every time he falls asleep, that cop comes along, and then he wakes up, and I can't stop him from crying.
Well, why don't you take off his red bib?
Red bib? Lady, that is his tongue.
Well, maybe he's just teasing. Put your finger in his mouth and find out.
All right. Ouch! He's teething.
Well, maybe the baby's hungry.
I'll feed him as soon as I fix his sarong here. There. Now, will you hand me that bottle, please?
Here.
No, not the one with the roses on it. Don't cry, babykin. Popsy Wopsy's gonna give you your din-din.
I can't find the nipples with this bottle.
Well, I gotta feed him. I got an idea. I'll lay the kid on his back and use a funnel.
I used to tell my little one a story. It never failed.
Hey, that's an idea. Now, look, Winchester. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldilocks. All right, I'll try another one. Once upon a time, there was a horse named Black Beauty. Even in a story, I can't pick the right horse. I'll try once more. Once upon a time, there was a girl by the name Lana Turner. Oh, you dog, you little dog, you.
Oh, look, here comes that officer again.
Holy smoke.
Didn't I just tell you to keep that baby quiet?
That you did. You can go right ahead and run me in. I don't care.
Well, before I do, there's one thing I want you to tell me.
Yeah? What's that?
What's that story about Lana Turner?
Oh, you dog, you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the three zany Slate Brothers.
I'm Jack. I'm Sid. I'm Nuts.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We present for your entertainment Phony Tone News, the eyes, ears, nose of the world. Sees all, knows nothing, and we can prove it.
That's good.
We take you to Hollywood, California, where we show you a couple of ham actors trying to get a movie contract.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, Jack.
Say, what are you doing here in Hollywood?
I'm trying to get a movie contract.
Is that right? Me, too.
Yeah, did you see Zanuck?
Nope.
Did you see Zucker?
Nope.
Did you see Goldwyn?
Nope.
Did you see L.B. Mayer?
Nope.
Well, who'd you see?
Just you.
Oh, well, I'm glad to
Goodbye,
see you.
Henry. 2 years later. Well, hello, Henry.
Hiya, Jack. Are you still here?
That's right.
Did you see Goldwyn?
Nope.
Did you see Zanuck?
Nope.
Did you see Zucker?
Nope.
Did you see L.B. Mayer?
Yep.
What'd he say?
Nope.
I'm glad
Goodbye,
to
Henry.
Not much of a bit, but an intelligent performance. Imitation of various birds. First, the hummingbird. The jailbird.
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
The stool pigeon. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That never gets a big laugh. We do it because we're stubborn. My brothers and I will sing a little song dedicated to my mother-in-law. I see her face before me. From the picture, I wake up screaming. You like this?
Grapefruit. Lemon. Quincy. Kumquat.
Tangerine. That's enough. That's enough. They left. I don't like those songs about swing.
You don't like songs about swing?
Hey.
Why not?
Listen.
I'm listening.
Here we go. I'm tired of all the songs they sing about this jive, jam, and swing. Crazy tunes like Beat Me Daddy, Scrub Me Mama, Bounce Me Brother. I'm tired of all the songs that make you swing.
He's tired of all the songs that make him swing.
I'm tired of hearing trumpets blare, drums and saxes on a tear. The stuff is here, the stuff is there, that double talk is in my hair. I'm tired of all the songs that make you swing.
He's tired of all the songs that make him swing. Well, I'll read.
I don't care about Zazoo-Zaz.
Alice.
What's the matter with him?
I think he has St. Vitus.
Dance?
I'd love to.
Well, let's dance. Let 'em keep their jam sessions with the jitterbug expression.
Let 'em keep their jam sessions with the jitterbug expression.
I'm tired of all the silly talk about the dance, the boogie walk, the Susie Q, the Shaggaroo, the Lindy Hop and Truckin' too. I'm tired of all the songs that make you swing. I'm tired.
Flat on his back. Now, how do you like that? You don't like the good old swing tune.
You don't, eh?
Walla, get in the groove and ride him out of this world, boy. Say, wait.
Cut. The rest of the dance is about the same. Joke. Between shows the other night at the Latin Quarter, I was standing in the telephone booth talking to my girl. So the head waiter walked up and he made us both get out. We were, just to break the monotony. I don't like those songs about swing.
You don't like songs about swing?
Hey,
Why not?
listen. Oh, we just did that. Hey, Walter, play me a little mammy music, will you? Now, that's the kind of music we all love. When you hear those mammy tunes, it makes you want to go back to that Southland. It makes you want to eat that fried cotton and pick that fried chicken. Now, I can see my mammy in the cotton field picking up poppies, and my poppy in the cotton club picking up mammies. Can't you see my mammy there with her arms outstretched? Why, she's got a questionnaire in each hand. One for each of you guys.
How about you?
I just got my classification this week.
What is it?
I'm in 10G.
10G?
I go after May Robeson. That's enough. They laugh. We'd walk a million miles for one of your smile, my man.
Gentlemen, is a sample of Sketches and Blackouts, the third in the Columbia Workshop series of 4 new programs, all out for comedy. If you enjoyed tonight's Columbia Sketchbook and would like to hear it continued as a regular week-to-week Columbia series, write to us at CBS in New York City. Heard on tonight's program were Alan Reed, Carl Eastman, Eddie O'Shea, Minerva Pius, Lee Brody, Jim Backus, Art Carney, Madeline Pierce, Peggy Dinka, and the Three Slate Brothers with music by Walter Grossner's Orchestra. The Columbia Workshop is produced by William Spear. The All Out for Comedy programs are directed by Larry Burns. Buying bonds today will save you from wearing bonds tomorrow. Harry Clark speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We take you now to England.
Well, Mac Nyan. Certainly good to see you, Mac.
Hey, swell to see you, kid. So last time I saw you was in New Haven at the Dartmouth game. Remember?
Sure do.
That was the day they played that 33-33 tie. Say, guess who's over here?
Who?
Mary Munford. You remember her from Springfield.
No kidding. What's she doing here?
She's with the Red Cross.
Well, what do you know? Tell you who else is over here. You know Jerry Chatterow.
Sure, saw him in Hollywood a couple of months ago.
Well, he's with the Air Force. And Bunny Hill used to work for BBD&O?
Yeah.
She's with the American Embassy.
Sure seems like home, doesn't it?
Just stand on Piccadilly Circus long enough and you're bound to meet your old school teacher.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents An American in England, the fifth of a limited series of 6 programs written and directed by Norman Corwin, produced by Edward R. Murrow, and broadcast from somewhere in the British Isles. Joseph Julian narrates, and the original musical score is by Benjamin Britten. Tonight, the Yanks Are Here. We can't tell you how many hundreds of thousands of Americans there are in this island. But it's going to be the greatest migration of free-fighting men the world has ever seen. Men who have come straight through the Battle of the Atlantic, to Europe's one piece of free soil where free men may still fight for freedom. They came to fight. This is not their final destination. But this isn't just a huge flying field and parade ground. There are people living here. It's their home. Their sons are training alongside our boys. They go on leave together. They speak our language, or near enough. If they can live and fight together, it's a good bet they'll work together when all this has passed away. This is the record. So
pub on the English Channel, across the way from the barbarians, and you listen to an American folk song called Arkansas Traveler. It's coming at you over the British radio. Earlier, they were playing records of Guy Lombardo and Fats Waller and the Golden Gate Quartet. But now they're playing Arkansas Traveler. The tune sets you to some idle wondering. How far would an Arkansas traveler have to travel from Arkansas in order to hear the Arkansas Traveler over the British radio at a point within a Spitfire's spitting distance of France? Answer: about 5,000 miles as a bomber flies, and considerably farther as a convoy zigzags. It occurs to you that a good many travelers from Arkansas have already made the trip, along with a lot of guns from Bridgeport, and tanks from Baton Rouge, and oil from Pennsylvania, and some fine sides of beef from the packing houses of Chicago. In fact, there's so much that's American on this island. As, for example, this private, United States Army, drinking a beer and reading a newspaper. What's funny, soldier?
Huh? Oh, well, it mightn't strike you funny unless you're an American.
I am an American. Oh, well, then, take a look at this. He hands you a copy of a London paper. There's an article entitled, "Now, if you meet an American." It offers advice to the British on how to behave should they meet up with an ally from across the big seawater.
When you see an American, don't yell, "Look, there's an American," at the top of your voice.
And if you treat an American to a lot more drinks than he wants, but feels bound to accept out of politeness, don't wax indignant for the rest of your days if he loosens up a bit after the 5th round. Yeah, this is all right. Don't try to tell an American that he ought to pronounce English the way you do. His tongue is closer to the one Shakespeare spoke than yours. Nelson thanked God he had done his duty, not duty. That was an affectation that caught on after Beau Brummel had started it among the old school tie set of 1810. See the one there about the coffee? You read on. It's a waste of time to try to convince an American that the stuff passing under that name over here is coffee. He knows better. They don't have tea as a meal in America, but if you offer them some, they won't say no. Funny thing about that, the booklet the Army gave us says practically the same thing, only in reverse. What booklet? Oh, haven't you seen it? Booklet to how to get along with the British. He pulls a small pamphlet out of his back pocket and thumbs through its well-worn leaves to page 9. Then he points to a paragraph which reads, "The British don't know how to make a good cup of coffee. You don't know how to make a good cup of tea. It's an even swap." You say the Army hands these out? Sure. It's on the cover. On the cover, it says simply, "Britain, for all members of the American Expeditionary Forces in Great Britain." Read what it says there about differences. Where? Right there on the same page. You locate it and read, "When you find differences between British and American ways of doing things, there is usually a good reason for them. British railways have dinky freight cars, not because they don't know any better. Small cars allow quicker handling of freight at thousands of small stations." You mind if I read this through? No, go ahead. There's no military secrets in it. You start, appropriately enough, at the beginning. And there, under the heading of Introduction, is a very clear statement of the case. It has the same kind of impact as a good fanfare. You are now in Great Britain as part of an Allied offensive to meet Hitler and beat him on his own ground. For the time being, you will be Britain's guest. For the time being. Any connection between this phrase and the jitters shown by Goebbels lately? You read on. America and Britain are allies. Hitler knows that they, with the other United Nations, mean his crushing defeat in the end. So, it is only common sense to understand that the first duty Hitler's given his propaganda chiefs is to separate Britain and America and spread distrust between them. If he can do that, his chance of winning might return. A long chance. But the whole history of Hitler has been a long chance.
We can defeat Hitler's propaganda with a weapon of our own. Plain, common horse sense, understanding of evident truths. The most evident truth of all is that in their major ways of life, the British and American people are much alike. They speak the same language. How's that again? They both believe in representative government, freedom of worship, freedom of speech, but each country has minor national characteristics which differ. Schedule, banana. It is by causing misunderstanding over these minor differences that Hitler hopes to make his propaganda effective. You defeat enemy propaganda not by denying that these differences exist, but by admitting them openly and then trying to understand them.
Aha! That puts a finger on one of the things of which the United Nations will be most proud when the history of this war is told, the strategy of truth. We've never had to lie the way the Axis has about our losses and gains. We've never had to contradict ourselves 5 or 6 times a day like the maggoty ministers of the Wilhelmstrasse. We've never had to jam the ether so our own people couldn't hear the news. Jamming, by the way, is an Axis monopoly and can be heard all around the dial of an ordinary radio set in England. It sounds like this. That's so the mothers of Berlin won't hear the news that 45,000 Nazis were killed in the newest Russian counteroffensive west of Moscow. That's so the French won't hear that the Yanks in Britain have started bombing operations with flying fortresses over Nazi-held France. Our side doesn't have to jam the Axis. Lord Haw-Haw can babble all night on the Allied air if he's a mind to. Nobody here or in the States would waste the radio transmitter's time and energy smudging out the bray of a fascist ass. Come to think of it, the Axis has very little imagination. If the British wanted to jam anybody, they'd at least do it with sounds appropriate to whoever was being jammed. The jammee. For instance, Hitler. Or a little motif for Bullfrog Mussolini. Say, you through with the pamphlet, Mac? I gotta be going. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just sort of daydreaming. Thanks for letting me read it. Oh, that's okay. So long, Mac. So long. Take it easy. What a thing to say to an American soldier in this war. Take it easy. You go to an American Red Cross club. You sit in a lounge, waiting for a friend who's in the U.S. Navy. At the piano, a soldier is sadly plunking away with one finger. He stops and turns around.
Somehow it sounds better when Rachmaninoff plays it.
That's just what I was thinking.
Got a cigarette, Bud?
Yeah, sure. There you are. What's the matter? You look kind of blue.
I am blue.
Why?
I've been here 4 months and had only 2 letters from home.
Oh, that's tough. Why only 2 letters?
I don't know. Folks must be pretty busy, I guess.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, so have I been pretty busy for that matter. But I found time to write.
What have you been doing?
Oh, I was in on the Dieppe show.
You were? How was it?
You know, I think I could stand almost anything except not getting any mail from home.
The flyer sitting nearby looks up.
Sometimes people can be pretty careless when they do write. A friend of mine came back from bombing Abbeville one night, and he finds a letter from his girl saying she don't love him no more.
No, that's filthy.
Yeah, awful.
Certainly is.
Cheer up, Lenny. It can't be that bad.
If the folks back there only knew how much we depend on their mail, well, they'd write oftener. That's all I can say. Oh, well.
In a restaurant, restaurant, you overhear an argument between a lieutenant and a corporal from the States.
Ah, you're crazy.
Who's crazy?
I tell you, they're the most friendly people in the world.
Can I referee this match?
We're just arguing about hospitality. In my opinion,
Wait a minute. Listen to this. I was in Datchet one night. You know what?
Where's Datchet?
On the Thames, just below Windsor Castle. I was doing some sightseeing on my leave. Well, I stopped for the night at this fine old tavern in Datchet, and I ate a terrific meal.
Cold salmon.
And I'm put up in a magnificent room.
Well, Queen Elizabeth slept once.
Will you let me tell this story? And in the morning, I go downstairs and ask for the bill. And a woman comes over and says she's the proprietor. And she says...
Would you mind very much, Lieutenant, if I didn't accept any money from you?
So I say, oh, no, I couldn't do that. Thank you very much.
Well, I think it's the least I can do to express my personal appreciation of all that your country's done and is doing, and I wouldn't...
Yes, ma'am, that's very good of you, but after all, we're helping ourselves, and it's not just a...
Besides, you're a long way from home.
Well, that's very kind of you,
Please. It would make me very happy.
Well, so what the heck? I put my door away. Now, that's what I call hospitality.
Oh, well, for that matter, a conductor on a bus in Birmingham once refused to take my fare.
Well, what's the argument here? I thought there was an argument.
Well, you see, I think the Scotch are more hospitable than the English.
Ah, they're all the same, you dope. What's the difference? They're all British.
You watch some American soldiers warming up noisily for a game of baseball in a city park. And there's a gallery of natives looking on with amusement and amazement. The boys are dressed in old sweatshirts, dungarees, polo shirts, a great variety of old rags. Some of them have their shirt tails hanging out. This sloppy dress offends a short, middle-aged Englishman standing next to you.
Why don't these men wear uniforms? Disgraceful the way they look. And on Sunday, too.
Well, don't you understand? They're just playing for fun. They're not giving a public exhibition or anything like that.
Well, there are hundreds of games all around Britain today. English boys playing all kinds of sports for the fun of it. And you won't find this ragtail appearance. They're all wearing uniforms of some kind.
Well, don't you see, these boys didn't have room to carry baseball uniforms with them. I dare say they had more important equipment to bring over.
Yes. Well, you've a point there.
He concedes that much. But still, he doesn't like the idea of baseball.
Frankly, I think it's a childish game. It's half affectation, I believe.
Affectation? Why?
Well, all that shouting and yelling, the way they throw the ball around to each other every time one of the players gets his hands on it. Don't understand it at all. Very childish.
But they're not even playing yet. They're just warming up. That's infield practice. You see, the batter there is hitting grounders out to the infield. And they're just...
I still say, if you pardon me, it's a very childish game. Very childish.
Okay, it's childish. You find that the Yanks and their allies are picking up each other's language and learning each other's customs. This comes from crowding the same pubs, palling around in the aerodromes, flying together, bumping into each other in the Strand and Trafalgar Square at country dances. It's not uncommon to hear a Tommy say,
"What's cooking, old boy?"
And they also say,
"How you doing, bud? Okay?"
Whereas the Yank has adopted such Briticisms as,
"Could show that, you know."
And
I take a very poor view of that sort of thing, actually.
He's also picked up petrol for gas and says underground for subway. And he's learned that circus, as in Piccadilly Circus, is the Latin for circle and not the English for Barnum and Bailey. He's also found that Britain is as full of dialects and accents as his own country, and that what would correspond to the Brooklyn accent in Britain is the London East End.
Blimey, now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
And what would correspond to Midwestern, Iowa, Nebraska, and so forth, would be Midland.
Ah, it's champion. By gum, now's the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
And the coal miner, the man who lives in the Pennsylvania and Kentucky of Britain, is the Welshman who sounds like this.
Indeed to goodness, now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
Whereas the way down east farmer of this island calls himself a Geordie and sounds like this.
By gox, man. Now's the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
Of course, what would correspond to the Canadian and his maple leaf would be the Scotsman and his thistle.
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
And there are a lot of other accents and dialects, like Yorkshire, Suffolk, Devonshire, and Cornwall. They may have different accents, but they have a single purpose: to come to the aid of all parties interested in beating the Axis. Sure. You drink a ginger beer with a farmer from Buckinghamshire, and he tells you about 3 American soldiers from Northern Ireland.
Well, now, you see, our problem was this. Our wheat crop in Raysbury was so bulky that we couldn't operate the combine harvester. Do you know anything about farming?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, this harvester is a machine that cuts and thrashes in one operation. We just got the machines from America, you see, and there aren't many of us farmers here knows how to use them yet. And we were having a very devil of a time trying to get it to work. And finally, do you know what we did?
What did you do?
Why, we appealed to the American Army for men who were experts at handling this particular machine. And do you know what?
What?
Why, they sent us 3 soldiers who were farmers back in the States. Gave them special leave to help us harvest that wheat.
How'd they make out?
Why, they went through those fields in no time. Do you know how long it took them, on an average, to cut and thrash an acre of wheat?
How long?
1 hour.
That's good, huh?
Good? Good? Why, man, it's a record. I've written to the Minister of Agriculture about it.
Well, that's swell. Did you get along all right with the boys? I mean, personally?
Personally? Why, the whole village got along with them. We were very sorry to see them go back to camp, I can tell you. And do you know something else?
What else?
They claimed, according to them, that American farmers owe pretty well everything they know about soil conservation to us British farmers. Did you know that, sir?
No, I never knew that.
Well, neither did I. So one of them said to me when I thanked him, he said, "We're only paying you back," he says. "We're only paying you back."
You spread out all the London papers, and when you've got them all spread out, they don't equal in size half the normal weekday edition of the New York Times. The paper shortage here isn't a fooling matter. And the biggest papers have to cram the news of the world, of England, of London into 4 skimpy pages with pictures. But with all there is to report from the fronts of this busy war, big sections of the press are always being devoted to the subject of America and Americans. The Daily Herald has a lengthy interview with Major General Clark of the U.S. Army and quotes him as saying,
"We have not come over to sit on our back ends and do nothing. We are here to take the offensive."
Another has a 5-column layout with a caption,
"What do Americans think of us?"
and the subheading,
A number of American soldiers in Britain were asked for their candid, undoctored replies to 7 questions. The response was completely frank and realistic. The News Chronicle hopes that it will help us to understand them better.
The Daily Mail carries a piece on the U.S. Marines under the bold-faced title, Leathernecks. From this British article, you learn for the first time how the leathernecks got their name. Used to wear leather stocks around their necks to protect them from cutlasses. Goes to show you. The Express has a long illustrated article on Negro soldiers in Britain, in which it reports,
"In the west of England, a stately mansion has stirred to new life. It is home and headquarters for a contingent of American colored troops. At night, Negro choruses float down the lanes as the night-pass men come home. And at church parades, English congregations have heard the fervor of Negro spirituals sung by men who live in their songs. They drink in the Rose and Crown, the Horse and Hounds with the locals, treating and being treated. They go to concerts and cinemas. No place that is open to our own men is barred to them. And they're rather amazed at the friendliness of the entire countryside and the nearest big city."
a whole half page of a morning paper is taken up with a script of a transatlantic broadcast called An American in England. There are half a dozen articles every day on these interesting people who live in the 48 states between the Atlantic and Pacific. But not all these articles are admiring. One paper, observing that milk for the American Army is being brought across the Atlantic, breaks into verse.
Bouquets to the farmers of Texas.
deserving a roll on the drum, whose work on each udder must make Hitler shudder and dream of the vengeance to come. Give laurels to warriors hardy, for battle and bottle athirst, who seem to have reckoned the front may be second, but pride of the palate comes first. And there, I was almost forgetting, some stokers and those of that ilk, whose blood, sweat, and toil were delivering oil, but now must deliver the milk.
You walk through the world's greatest city thinking the thoughts of an American in England. Here it is, the 4th year of the fight, coming up. Around you are the marks of the struggle. Bomb ruins, air raid shelters, barricades, barrage balloons. Around you are throngs of uniforms of the United Nations, men of the RAF, girls of the ATS. Not around are the 60,000 British men, women, and children killed by Nazi bombs. Not around are the Tommies left on the fields of France, in the Norwegian fjords, in the mountains of Greece, in the jungles of Malaya, on the Isle of Crete, in the waste of Libya, in the Syrian hills, in the waters of the Arctic, and in the gorges of Ethiopia. No, not around here now. But the Yanks are here. The Canadians are here. The North American delegation to Berlin is swarming over the city, the country, the camps, the aerodromes. They're here for a specific purpose.
We have not come over to sit on our back ends and do nothing. We are here to take the offensive.
They're young, these Yanks. They're confident. They're well equipped. They're the highest paid soldiers in the world. They try not to show off about it. They're likable boys, and they found that the British are likable people. They get used to left-hand traffic in a couple of days, and to English speech in a couple of weeks. One American sailor summed it up in a sentence.
You can understand what these people mean. They don't say it right.
The Yanks have found that simply because an Englishman carries a handkerchief in his sleeve doesn't mean he's a sissy. They found that even though he may pile peas, potatoes, and meat on the back of his fork and poke it into his mouth with his left hand, he's a perfectly nice guy and can often shoot well with both hands. You look at the faces of these British people in London. Faces that come from Wales and Scotland and Yorkshire and the banks of the Tyne and the banks of the Severn. And you might as well be looking at Americans on the banks of the Hudson or the Mississippi. There are differences, sure. They don't go to movies, they go to the cinema. They call a druggist a chemist. And you can't buy books and lawnmowers and sun lamps in a chemist shop. They think baseball is childish. You think cricket is dull. So what? So nothing. You walk down busy Oxford Street, and you realize that the mingled British and Americans around you share more than the street and the time of day. They share the hopes and fears and aspirations of the common people of the world. They share the experience of having fought 25 years ago for a Europe that wouldn't bother us anymore. And they share the mistake of having assumed that they could live happily ever after Versailles, each on his own island, and to hell with the Chinese and the Jews and the Czechs and the Spaniards. These war-worn people passing you on Tottenham Court Road know us Americans better than any Englishman before them. One of them said only yesterday,
"It's taken this war to make us see that Americans aren't all gangsters or people who drive fast cars and live in great estates with no visible means of income. They're most of them small-town boys who haven't seen any more bright lights or big city life than our boys from Lincolnshire or the West Riding. They work with their hands and they fight with their hands, the way we do."
You walk down Charing Cross Road, and you think of the American soldier who told the Raysbury farmer he was only paying him back when he worked for him. And it comes to you at Leicester Square that for the first time since Adam, a common enemy has made common friends of the common man in all quarters of the globe. All the way from Brazil to Moscow, from China to the Cape of Good Hope. The Yanks stop off in England. The Dutch Queen addresses congressmen in Washington. Boys from Brooklyn hold the beach at Tulagi. The government of Mexico renames a town Medici to perpetuate the memory of miners murdered by Germans in Czechoslovakia. You pull up at a statue in front of the National Gallery. It's a statue of George Washington. It's been there for some years.
You have been listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of The Yanks Are Here, the fifth of a limited series of 6 programs under the title of An American in England, written and directed by Norman Corwin and brought to you by CBS direct from England through the facilities of the British Broadcasting Corporation. Joseph Julian narrated, and the original musical score was composed by Benjamin Britten and performed by the orchestra of the Royal Air Force under the baton of Wing Commander R.P. O'Donnell. The program was produced by Edward R. Murrow. Your announcer was John Snagg. We return you now to New York.
An American in England will be heard next Monday, 1 hour earlier, at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways.
CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast, ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in.
Boy, oh boy, listen to the roar of that motor as Hop brings his ship in for a landing. And believe you me, when Hop brings her in, it's never anything but a perfect 3-point landing. Because Hop's an expert flyer. How did he get to be so expert, even though he's only 18 years old? Well, there's only one answer to that. He was thoroughly trained in the groundwork. Learned all the fundamentals of flying while he was still in high school. He had to do this all on his own, too, at great expense to his Aunt Agatha. But that was before the Air Training Corps of America was organized. Fellows and girls, now you have an opportunity to get the same basic pre-flight training that makes Hop Harrigan such an expert flyer, at no cost to yourself or your parents. How? By joining the Air Training Corps of America and taking the pre-flight courses now being established by ATCA in high schools from coast to coast. Courses that teach navigation, meteorology, aviation, aerodynamics, engine design, and other things that make a good flyer. What's more, you can take these courses as part of your regular high school curriculum during regular school hours. You fellows who are planning to join the Army or Navy Air Forces to help win this war, and you fellows and girls who are looking forward to careers in peacetime civilian aviation when this war is won, don't waste any time. Start preparing right now by joining the Air Training Corps of America. Membership in ATCA is open to boys and girls who are juniors or seniors in high school or between 16 and 18 years of age. If some of you boys and girls listening are not yet old enough to join ATCA, tell your older brothers and sisters about it. Talk about ATCA to some of your older friends. Find out if there's an ATCA unit in your high school and make application for membership at once. If there is no ATCA unit in your school, ask your principal to communicate with us, and we'll be glad to give him full particulars. Then write to us yourself. We'll be glad to answer all your questions and help you get an ATCA unit set up in your school. Address all inquiries to Air Training Corps of America, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Jot that down. Air Training Corps of America, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. And now to our story. Summoned to a mysterious old mill house on the Atlantic coast by a fake telegram stating that Hop's Aunt Agatha had met with a serious accident, Hop and Tank walked into a trap set for them by a man known as the Baron, leader of an enemy spy ring, whose aim is to gain possession of the plans for Hop's plastic plane. As we continue today, Hop and Tank are standing at the door of the old house, attempting to get in.
The door's locked. Well, the knob came off in my hand.
Maybe we better call a cop and find out where this Dr. Wilson lives. The guy who sent the telegram.
Dr. Wilson! Oh, Doc! Hello! Hello in there!
You want to bust in?
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
Again. I think I hear somebody coming.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I wonder who it is.
The door's opening.
Do come in, gentlemen. I've been expecting you. But come in with your hands up.
What is this? What do you mean, hands up?
It's a trick, Tank.
Hands up, is it? Well, how do you like these pumpkins?
Hans! Ludwig! Beat it, Tank! Run and get help.
What? And miss this shindig? Nothing doing.
Don't let him get away, Ludwig. Make sure.
Stop worrying, buddy. I ain't leaving.
Tank, get help. Notify the major.
Gee, Hop.
That's an order.
I'm going, okay, but just one more suck.
Run, Tank. Run.
Get him, Hans. He must not escape.
Yeah, Herr.
And now, Harrigan, you will come inside.
That's what you think.
Hold him, Ludwig. I do not like to use force, but sometimes it is necessary. Now, that will quiet him. Take him inside, into the front room. Now, bring him to. There is no time to spare.
Let me out of here. I demand to be announced. I demand that you call the police.
Can't you keep her quiet?
I will not go back in there with that woman. She hits me with her umbrella.
All right, bring her in here. I wanted to see her precious nephew anyway. This is what happens to those who oppose the new order.
Oh, what hit me?
I'll break every bone in your body. I'll break it. Hop.
Aunt Agatha. Are you all right?
Of course I'm all right, but Oh, Hop, what happened?
Your nephew was a little impetuous, Miss Snap.
You listen to me, you smooth-talking Wiener Schnitzel. I will not stand for any... Hop, you're bleeding.
Oh, I'm all right, Aunt Agatha. I'm fine.
Good. Then we can talk business.
Who is this man, Aunt Agatha?
He's a Nazi.
Nazi?
Yes, that's what he is, Hop, a Nazi spy.
Oh, Hans. Where is the other one?
Doc, he got away in a car. Oh, good old Tank. I knew he'd make it.
Fool that you are. Must I do everything myself? This changes our plans. And we must get out of here. This is no longer a safe place. He will come back with the police.
You bet he will. And they'll know what to do with spies who sabotage the war effort. You were the ones who tried to destroy my plane.
Be silent. Where to go? That is the problem.
Herr Baron, may I suggest...
Quiet, you blundering fool. You let him escape.
Yeah, Herr Baron, but it wasn't my fault. It was dark.
Silence! Now, I know what we'll do.
What, Herr Baron?
Submarine U-56 is waiting offshore. They're expecting information from me. Quickly. The speedboat is moored at the dock. Take these two down there at once.
You're wasting your time.
I will be the judge of that.
Come along, you.
Don't push me, you weasel. I'm quite capable of walking without your help.
And now, Mr. Hop Harrigan, when we get aboard the submarine, perhaps we will be able to persuade you to see our point of view.
Listen, you butcher.
Silence! After a fast trip on the Baron's speedboat, Aunt Agatha and Hop are prisoners on board the Nazi submarine. And the Baron continues to threaten Hop. This much, Harrigan, I can tell you. You will never leave this submarine alive unless the plans for the plastic plane are in my hands.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie to me. We know you built the plastic plane, and we mean to have the plans. You don't need blueprints for that. You constructed every bit of it yourself. Now, don't be a fool, Harrigan. There's a drawing board and the necessary instruments. my country will reward you handsomely.
But I don't know anything about the plane.
There is no sense in playing stubborn, my young friend, and less in lying.
My nephew is a very truthful boy.
Madam, will you please stay out of this?
Now, what would an 18-year-old boy know about a plane?
Hold your tongue.
Don't you shout at me, you fat sausage. I'm not accustomed to it.
It might have been better to have left you on shore.
Not me.
Now, listen to me, Harrigan. You are brave. Very brave. But sometimes courage is the tool of the weak. You do not fear death?
I don't fear anything that comes from you.
Bravo! A noble sentiment, but badly timed. After all, Harrigan, you are my prisoner. And my country and yours are at war. We need the plastic plane. With the shortage of steel growing acute, it will solve our problems. I repeat, Harrigan, we need your plane. And we mean to have it.
Not from me.
Oh, why don't you stop badgering the boy? Seems to me you might spend your time more profitably cleaning up your filthy old submarine. Smells of oil and it seals it, too.
Miss Snap, my patience is at an end. You will refrain from speaking unless asked a direct question.
You're very good at frightening women, aren't you?
This is war, Harrigan.
What you're doing isn't war. It's dirty, sneaking sabotage.
Well, let me put it another way. If you withhold the plans for the plane, what will it gain? Sooner or later, we will have one like it. Our engineers are now working on the problem. And you will simply be throwing your life away.
Well, if that's the case, why don't you set us back on land and we'll all forget the entire matter, and your engineers will build a plane for us.
I will not stand for your interfering. Miss Snap, you will keep your mouth shut.
Oh, excitable, isn't he? Reminds me of
Silence!
Better keep quiet, Aunt Agatha.
I'd take your nephew's excellent advice if I were you, madam. And now, for the last time, Harrigan, you must know that you are fighting a losing battle. We are the greatest nation in history, with the greatest leader. We are invincible. You cannot halt our march any more than you can stem the ocean.
I'm not convinced.
We are ready for all emergencies. We have prepared long and carefully for this. All who stand in our way must be destroyed. We cannot lose.
That's what you think. That's what you thought 25 years ago, too.
Oh, and don't I remember? Why, we licked the pants off you. Oh, what am I saying?
Silence, both of you. If you will not listen to reason, there are ways of making you see the light.
Oh, you don't scare me, mister.
I have no intention of frightening you, Harry.
Go on, call out your Gestapo boys.
I am my own Gestapo. But I am not thinking of you now.
What do you mean?
Hans. Ja, Herr Baron. Take Harrigan to the brig. No, wait. I have a much better idea. Take him into the next room and lock the door.
Yeah.
I don't want him to miss this.
What are you going to do?
You'll soon find out, my friend.
I wouldn't try anything, Harrigan. This gun is loaded.
What are you up to?
It seems that you're quite free with your own safety, my young friend. I wonder how you will feel when someone dear to you is in danger.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
And who could stop me?
And if you're trying to frighten me, Mr. Big Mouth, let me tell you something. My great-grandmother fought the Indians on the plains, and my mother sent her husband off to the Spanish-American War. I saw my brother go to France 25 years ago, where they did a pretty good job on you and your kind. So don't you try to frighten me. We snaps don't scare so easily.
That remains to be seen. Take him out, Hans.
In there. On.
If anything happens to her, you'll be...
No heroics, Harrigan.
Achtung! Achtung! Bomber approaching east by northeast.
I will attend to you later, Miss Snap.
Prepare for crash dive. Hold the station. Crash dive.
Not a sign of that speedboat, Major McCall. You think that fisherman who told us about it could have been wrong?
I don't know what to think, Tank. We're 50 miles out to sea.
Major.
Yes?
Look, down there off to the right. It's a submarine, isn't it?
Yes, Tank, I see it. They're trying to submerge. Wait a minute. That's not one of our big boats. I can see the markings. Yes, they must have spotted it.
Well, let's get him, Major McCall. It'll square things a little for Hop. Just tell me what to do.
All right, Tank. Stand by for action.
Unknown to Major McCall and Tank, Hop and Aunt Agatha are helpless prisoners aboard the Nazi submarine. Will Tank or the Major discover this in time? Don't miss the exciting episode to follow next week, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways.
Say, doesn't the sound of that plane motor do something to you? Doesn't it make you want to be a flyer? Well, here's an opportunity for you to get a thorough grounding in pre-flight aviation, to prepare yourself a plane and learn the actual mechanics of flying. It costs you nothing, and you can learn during regular school hours by joining the Air Training Corps of America and taking the ATCA pre-flight courses as part of your regular high school curriculum. This goes for you fellows who plan to answer the call of the Army and Navy Air Forces for thousands of young cadets as soon as you reach the required age. And also for you boys and girls who are planning careers in peacetime civilian aviation. Don't put this off. Remember, if there's no ATCA unit in your school, let us know about it. We'll do all we can to help you set one up. Meanwhile, discuss the ATCA plan for pre-flight education with your own school principal and with your father and mother. Ask them to write to us. We'll be glad to answer all their questions. Address all correspondence to Air Training Corps of America at 285 Madison Avenue. I'll repeat. Air Training Corps, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Don't waste time. Write today. You may be an ATCA airman tomorrow.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan, taking off. See you next week. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York.
The Johnston Wax Program. The makers of Johnston's Wax, Johnston's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, and Johnston's Car New present the brilliant conductor-composer of melody, Meredith Willson, and MGM's noted young commentator, star, and teller of amazing tales, John Nesbitt. Ladies and gentlemen, this program, in the words of John Nesbitt and the music of Meredith Willson, with songs by Connie Haynes and Bob Carroll, is sent to you by S.C. Johnson and Son, makers of Johnston's Wax Finishes for home and industry. And now here are Meredith Willson and John Nesbitt. John Nesbitt landed himself in quite a serious mood this week and promised us an entirely different story than his usual tales of the passing parade. Any clues to this evening's story, John?
Why, Harlow, the only thing I can say is that I was really frightened about using this subject, for it is probably the single most terrible story of modern history. But Meredith was in favor of using it anyway. The sponsor gave his permission. So after our musical program is underway, we'll try to give this story as best may be.
And speaking of music, what have you whipped up for us tonight, Meredith?
Well, Harlow, we just whipped up 8 or 9 arrangements for the America Sings group, some vocals for Connie and Bob, and we whipped up an orchestration for the Lost Music Department and finished off with the Sousa March. And, pardon me, just before whipping into that aforesaid march, we might note that this is the only one of all the Sousa marches that ends quietly. And in it portrayed the sound of waves rising and falling on a beach. Hence, it is called the Manhattan Beach March.
now for Meredith's idea that has become one of the radio hits of the year, the Department of Lost Music. Songs that, for unknown reasons, never had a chance. Meredith hunts out the music, and John traces the story.
This one was found within 30 feet of where Meredith Wilson conducts his orchestra in the briefcase of Nat Leslie, our drummer. It seems that 15 years ago, Mr. Leslie was in Havana, Cuba, and in the forest one night heard a bird call coming through the darkness, which sounded like this. It intrigued him, and he decided to use that strain for a song. But by the time he got back to his hotel, it had escaped his memory, and for 15 years he's been thinking of going back to Cuba to hear it again. On the golf course of Los Angeles not long ago, to his amazement, he heard the same bird call. Exactly like that, one presumes, and he discovered that it was nothing more than a species of meadowlark's voice that he might have heard 1,000 times since Cuba. But he wrote his song. He called it A Sentimental Journey, and it is about to be published over the land. Tonight's saying is its premiere, and Connie Haynes will sing the lyrics of Nat Leslie's 15-year lost melody based upon a bird call, A Sentimental Journey. And incidentally, you will note that in my scholarly manner, I have successfully avoided the temptation of any punning, like saying that after 15 years, Mr. Leslie finally got the bird.
sentimental journey to a little town with a little home beneath a sleepy tree. There my mom would slowly rock me, singing lullabies till I'd float away upon the evening breeze. The memory of a glance. She smiled so tenderly. This was new to me, my first romance on a sentimental journey. Every now and then you meet friends who fill your heart with a glow. Every sentimental journey brings me once again all those lazy, hazy days of long ago.
A bird song lost for 15 years becomes a new melody for our Department of Lost Music. Harlow Wilcox here turns for a moment to the practical affairs of the evening with his words from the Johnson wax people.
They say great minds run in the same channels. This must be true because in our mail lately, many car owners have been saying almost exactly the same thing, about like this. I'm glad I found Car New just at this time when we're trying to save and still keep our present car looking fine. We don't know when we can buy a new one. Of course, we're all in that same boat, aren't we? Which explains why the demand for Johnson's Car New has been steadily increasing. It offers an inexpensive, labor-saving way to take care of the finish of your car. Car New does two jobs at the same time. It both cleans and polishes with one application. Even if you're driving very little, you still want to take care of that finish. And by the way, you can give your paint job added protection and save greatly on car washing by applying a coat of Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular Johnson's Wax. But in any case, first clean and polish the car with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Many letters have been received containing the suggestion that John Nesbitt used his dramatic gifts as a storyteller to give the story of a book that has changed the history of the world. And with a reminder that each and every sentence of his tale of terror is based upon accurate documents, here is John Nesbitt.
644 years ago, an Italian traveler was thrown into a jail cell in Genoa. And to pass the time, he wrote a book. His name was Marco Polo. And his book about China was so exciting that it started a world movement of exploration and led to the discovery of America. A book written in prison. 267 years ago, another man went to prison in London, England. He too wrote a book to keep from going mad in the silence of his cell. His name was John Bunyan. The book was Pilgrim's Progress. And after the Bible, it has sold more copies than any other book ever penned by man. A book written in prison. On a beautiful spring morning, just 18 years and 5 months ago, to a little river town in Bavaria, they brought another prisoner, tossed him into a cell, and forgot about him. He, too, decided to write a book. Marco Polo had told how he loved China. Bunyan had told how he loved Christianity. So this man decided to tell how he hated everything. During the soft spring evenings in April and May and June, he would stride around his cell dictating to another prisoner. A thin, gray-faced radical with dirty hair. His name, of course, Adolf Hitler. His book, of course, Mein Kampf. And while we were watching the Washington Baseball Club win the series, or nominating Calvin Coolidge for president and winning the 1924 Olympics, or loaning Germany a couple of $100 million to help it back on its feet, or watching Doug Fairbanks' latest picture called The Thief of Baghdad, the thin man in his jail cell was writing the book. The thin man wrote, "First, Germany must conquer Europe, for no nation on earth holds a square yard of territory by any right derived from heaven. Strength alone constitutes the right to possess. Might is right," wrote the thin man. But he was just a broken-down, penny-ante rabble-rouser in a jail. And it didn't concern us, did it? While we were working up the Dawes Peace Plan that year, the thin man wrote, "Labor unions are to be abolished. Strikes are to be forbidden. No one is to be free to find work where he pleases. Wages will be frozen. Workmen forbidden to look for or even accept better jobs." Well, it didn't concern us, did it? The following year, while we were busy with the monkey trial of Tennessee, the thin man wrote, "When we talk of new lands in Europe, we are bound to think first of Russia. The immense empire is ripe for collapse." Well, it didn't concern us, did it? The next year, 1926, the American stock market hit a new high, and a lot of us got rich enough to go abroad to play in Europe and drink unbootlegged liquor. A few Americans read the book then, and they saw that it had something in it for us after all. You can read that line today. It's terse, concise, complete. It's just one sentence that appeared in the first edition. "Democracy in the West today is a monstrosity of filth." In the years that followed, the miracle happened. The one chance in 10 million that would make his wild, badly written, clumsily thought-out book succeed actually turned up, and it became the Bible of the Nazi world, and its author became its God. Everything a Nazi official said officially became part of the book, for censorship was an iron wall. What Hitler wanted us to hear, we heard, and nothing else. We listened to it, we read the book, but it didn't seem to make sense. It didn't make sense when Hitler said, quote, "I shall maneuver France out of our Maginot Line without losing a single soldier. How to do it is my secret." Then, paragraph by paragraph, line by line, Adolf Hitler made his book come true. He attacked France exactly as he said, pulled the wool over England's eyes exactly as he said, and on schedule tore apart the old world. But he was talking about them. He was destroying them and not us, wasn't he? And then suddenly he was talking about destroying us. And from a dozen official documents can be drawn the plan for America. From the Ministry of Agriculture comes this plan, Berlin, May 1st, 1940. A new aristocracy of German masters, the Herrenvolk, will be created. This aristocracy will have slaves assigned to it. Please do not interpret the word slaves as a parable. Actually, we have in mind a modern form of medieval slavery, which we must introduce because we urgently need it in order to fulfill our great tasks. It concerns us, doesn't it? Higher education will in the future be reserved only for the German population. Concerns us, doesn't it? Adolf Hitler interview with Hermann Rauschning, 1933, quote, "Do you really believe the masses will ever be Christian again? Nonsense. I promise you I can destroy the church in a few years." Adolf Hitler interview, 1933. "Americans behaved like clumsy boys. The American is no soldier. The inferiority and decadence of this allegedly new world is evident in its military inefficiency." Concerns us, doesn't it? Our superior products will be sold at very low prices throughout the world and will cause the United States to have not 7 million, but 30 million, 40 million unemployed. Then there is the matter of race. These are the words of Hitler's head of the Office of Racial Plan, Dr. Walter Gross. "Our policy is to arrest the fertility of the Poles, Czechs, Serbs, Russians, and other Slavic peoples. Every increase through births among these parasitic peoples would be contrary to the general interests. We have therefore adopted radical measures to limit their births to a minimum. German soldiers will be free to abuse Slav women, but these women are not allowed to bear children. An exception is hereby made for girls in some districts of Poland, as in the Tatras mountain region, where they have been put into breeding camps at Heleniov near Lutz. And that is not about us, our women, or our families, because we have not been conquered. But there is a final document that again is the official released by the censor Nazi View. We are mentioned in it. I quote Dr. Richard Darré, one of Hitler's ministers. "At present, the United States is so demoralized and corrupted that, like France, it need not be taken into consideration as a military adversary." All the added chapters of a book begun in the cell of a jail, the one that we didn't think concerned us. Even the contemptuous, boastful sentence, "The United States is so demoralized and corrupted that it need not be taken into consideration as a military adversary." It doesn't apply to us. It doesn't apply to you, does it? Unless you're the man who bought the bootleg tires. Unless you're the man with the scrap metal rusting in your garage because it was too much trouble to get it to the salvage place. Unless you are the man who doesn't buy bonds, because in a democracy no one makes you buy bonds. This is the man Hitler sincerely believes you are. If he were right, the last chapter of Mein Kampf will be written in Berlin and not in Washington or London. But since you are not that man, this book of theirs, the most tragic book known to all the history of the human heart, the final chapter will be written by us. For Adolf Hitler, when he dreamed it all up that summer of 1924, proud to be writing his book in the cell of a jail, proud to be among those who changed history from behind barred windows, quite overlooked one of the men who also grew famous for such a prison task. He overlooked the fact that 110 years before he entered that jail in Bavaria to write Mein Kampf, an American in a cell likewise did some writing. In Fort McHenry was imprisoned Francis Scott Key, and the last 4 lines of his contribution to literature from a prison cell goes, "And conquer we must when our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust, and the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave, o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave."
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like a copy of the talk you have just heard, send your name and address, together with a self-addressed stamped envelope, to S.C. Johnson and Son, Incorporated, Racine, Wisconsin. And now, here is another of Meredith Wilson's groups of melodies which are a part of America's happier days when America sings. As usual, Meredith gives his own footnotes.
Our men in uniform at this very moment are seeing to it that the book John talked about isn't going to apply to us. Yet the harder the going gets, the more requests come to us for the little melodies of home. A fighting man, it seems, pines just as much for the little things of his land as he does for the great things. And that is why we close tonight, not with somber music, but with these gay symbols of home, which go out on our shortwave rebroadcast to the camps of our fighting men, the melodies of America.
She nestles in my arms so tenderly. There's
There's a thrill that words cannot express. In my heart a song of love is haunting me. Melody haunting me. Sweet and lovely. Sweeter than the roses in May. And she loves me. There is nothing more I can say.
John Nesbitt will have a word for you in a moment. But just now, we'd like to call your attention to the fact that in the whole vast and messy business of war, there are few jobs quite so important as the work of the merchant marine. America has embarked upon the most gargantuan program of production in world history. The goods of war must get to our allies and to our own fighting men in every conceivable corner of the globe. Even in peacetime, with the seas unmolested, it would be a major task to move so much so far. Right now, there is an urgent need for more men who will work in shipyards building new merchant vessels and men to sail those ships on the seas. The merchant marine does not want men engaged in farming or war production work. They do their share now. It does, however, want the young, the strong, the adventurous for seagoing jobs and the skilled, capable workers for the shipyards. Your local recruiting office will be glad to give you more details about this all-important job of smashing the Axis.
Gayer stories for the week to come and a new musical stunt from Meredith. But now our time is up, so until with Meredith Wilson, Connie Haynes, Bob Carroll, and Harlow Wilcox, we join you again a week from tonight. This is John Nesbitt bidding a very good evening to you all.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, this is Harlow Wilcox inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago, WMAQ at 9 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard time.
Meine deutsche Volksgenossen, Männer und Frauen, in diesem Schicksalswunder sind wir unbeugsamen Sieger hingehüllt.
You can't do business with Hitler. We are now at war. There are but two alternatives: total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years, commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin. Presenting a radio series entitled, You Can't Do Business with Hitler. Episode 9, The Antichrist. Douglas Miller speaking. Since 1933, when Hitler first came to power, he has carried on an unceasing campaign to destroy all faiths, the Jewish, the Protestants, the Catholics. We all know what happened to the Jews in Germany. They were a small minority and defenseless. Hitler's attack on Protestants and Catholics has not been so open. Nevertheless, step by step, Hitler has hammered at these Christian faiths until today he feels that the time has come to replace these faiths with a new pagan church. Incredible? Fantastic? No. Let's consider the cold facts. Listen to the words of Adolf Hitler as reported in Chapter 4 of Hermann Rauschnig's book, The Voice of Destruction. I can guarantee that the swastika will take the place of the cross. Instead of worshipping the blood of the Savior, we shall worship the pure blood of the German people. I shall come to terms with the church temporarily. Why not? That will not prevent me from later tearing up Christianity root and branch and annihilating it in Germany. I shall come to terms with the church temporarily, Hitler told Hermann Rauschnig. Hitler was referring to the Catholic Church, for in 1933 he negotiated an agreement with the Vatican in which Catholics in Germany were promised freedom of worship. Later, however, in 1935, he attempted to discredit the Catholic clergy by means of the now notorious immorality trials. Father Gregory, please, Father Gregory. I'm a jester. Well, I told him, but they wouldn't listen. Stormtroopers, Father. Stormtroopers? Very well, I shall see them in a minute. You shall see us right now. You were to wait outside. Be quiet. You better not involve yourself in this. My son, is your business so urgent? I am a jester. My business is official business. Official business? From the police? Yeah. You are Father Gregory? I am. Then you are under arrest. Arrest? You must be mistaken in some way. No mistake. Come along. Wait, you can't take him. What crime has he committed? Patient heart. This is surely some error that shall be rectified. I shall go with them. But why should you? What is the charge? The charge? Criminal immorality. More than 16,000 members of various Catholic religious orders were dragged into court on these trumped-up charges. Proof? Read the Lucerne Waterlands for December 14th, 1937. At the same time, the Nazi-controlled German press opened up a terrific mudslinging barrage of abuse and vilification. Listen to Paul Goebbels, German Minister of Propaganda.
A vast number of Catholic clerics have been tried for various crimes. It is not a matter of regrettable individual lapses, but of a general corruption of morals such as the history of civilization has scarcely ever known. No other class of society has contrived to indulge in filth on a scale resembling that achieved by the Catholic clergy in all its ranks.
This from Paul Goebbels, official spokesman of Adolf Hitler. Unbelievable? You Catholics want proof? See a book entitled Persecution of the Catholic Church in the Third Reich, written by a German Catholic and translated from the German. I repeat that. Persecution of the Catholic Church in the Third Reich. Turn to page 305. Page 305. The fact that every single Catholic called into court was innocent made absolutely no difference to the Nazis. The immorality trials were merely a smear campaign. Hitler's next step was the destruction of the church schools. The most ironical Nazi device was the so-called parents' election. For example, in Bavaria.
We are going to have a vote.
A vote? Why?
About the schools. We're going to vote whether to send our children to the church schools or to the Nazi schools.
Is there something wrong with the church schools?
Oh, I've heard no complaints. Have you?
No.
Still, our Gauleiter tells me we ought to vote. So we will do
it. The elections were mockery. The Nazi Party brought to bear every kind of pressure to win the people to the state-controlled schools.
You are Ryder, Johann Ryder.
You have a son?
Yeah, Martin.
Where does he go to school?
St. Paul's Seminary for Boys.
You will vote to send your son to the state school?
Oh, well,
Don't answer. Another question. You are unemployed?
Yeah.
You expect the winter fund to help you?
Until I find work.
I will tell the Gauleiter that you expect help from the winter fund. How did you say you would vote?
I will vote.
Speak up.
I will vote for the state school.
In the final analysis, it made no difference how the people voted. The Nazis counted the vote. In other districts, Nazi Gauleiters or local party leaders went into the parochial schools to gather evidence. A Gauleiter would sit beside a parochial teacher. For example, this was typical.
Since you are the priest in charge, I want to tell you that there are many things here I find opposed to the best interests of the state.
Opposed to the interests of the state? Why, I don't...
Never mind. Go ahead with the lesson. What's next?
The catechism.
What catechism?
This one is called Truth of the Catechism, from a book edited by the Bishop's Conference at Fulda.
All right, proceed.
Wolfgang.
Yes, Father?
You will recite?
Yes, Father.
Question 17. What was the greatest honor of the Jewish people?
The greatest honor of the Jewish people was the...
Enough!
What are you teaching the book?
Well, this is merely a
I
part...
don't care what it is. Well, proceed.
Wolfgang, question 34. Who alone has the ultimate right over our bodies and our health?
God alone has the ultimate right over our bodies and our health.
Stop! You will be reported.
Reported? But I am willing.
You, Wolfgang.
Yes, sir?
You are a member of the Hitler Youth?
No, sir.
I will see your parents. Every true German boy must belong.
Yes, sir.
You will learn that the Führer, and only the Führer, has the right over our bodies and our health. Say
Go
that.
on, Father. Go on.
Never mind him. Do as I tell you. The Führer has the ultimate right. Obey me, Wolfgang. The Führer has the ultimate right.
The Führer has the ultimate right over our bodies.
Thus has Hitler step by step attempted to destroy the Catholic schools. Hear the words of Adolf Hitler himself, as reported by Hermann Rauschnig on page 53 of The Voice of Destruction.
As long as youth follows me, I don't mind if the old people live to the confessional. But the young ones will be different. I guarantee that.
And here is final evidence that Hitler has dishonored his agreement with the Vatican. On May 6, 1936, His Holiness Pope Pius XI received in audience a group of Germans representing various Catholic orders. These are the words of the Holy Father on that occasion.
Almost daily we receive reports which show how loyal Catholics in Germany are persecuted and hindered from the exercise of their faith. In the name of so-called positive Christianity, efforts are being made to de-Christianize Germany and lead her back to barbarous paganism.
I have given you the facts about Nazi persecution of Catholics in the Third Reich. But what has happened to the Protestants? Consider the case of Pastor Martin Niemöller. On June the 19th, 1937, Niemöller, as hundreds of other courageous Protestant pastors had done, dared to preach a sermon in which he condemned Nazi attempts to turn Germany into a pagan state.
Dear brothers and sisters, tonight, in this hour of worship, we cannot help remembering those who, for the gospel's sake, are hampered in their freedom or robbed. These people have been banished from their homes, condemned to be silent, or thrown into prison because they claim that the church has the right to denounce attacks against the Christian faith, or to denounce interference with Christian worship.
Pastor Niemöller spoke those words in June of 1937. It was his last sermon. He was charged with making subversive statements and thrown into prison. He spent 7 months in prison and then in February of 1938 stood trial. He was found guilty and fined 500 marks. The leniency of the sentence amounted to a virtual acquittal. Obviously, because of Niemöller's popularity, the Nazis were afraid to deal with him too harshly. The trial was held directly across from the American consulate in Berlin. I was in the consulate at the time and witnessed the great demonstration accorded Niemöller by a cheering crowd as he left the courtroom. In the midst of the demonstration, an automobile full of Gestapo agents pulled up before the courthouses.
Wait there. Pastor Niemöller. Pastor Niemöller. You called me? Yeah. I'm Oberleutnant Breuer. I have orders from the Gestapo to see if you're safe. Am I safety, Oberleutnant? Yeah. I'm in no danger. But you are. This crowd is very threatening. Threatening? Oberleutnant. They are my friends. I'm in no danger. The crowd is threatening. I have orders to take you into protective custody. I have what right? I owe the court nothing. I paid my fine. I am a free man. Protective custody, Pastor Niemöller. Please, come along, please. And if I don't? My men have a machine gun. If you incite a riot, it might be very bloody. Machine gun? All right. I'll go over soon. Come on.
Niemöller was put in the concentration camp at Sachsenhausen. He has been there ever since. Thus, Protestants as well as Catholics and Jews are denied freedom of worship in Germany. Hitler has coldly, scientifically, carefully set out to destroy the old churches. On the ruins of the old, he will build his new paganism. Listen to the words of Adolf Hitler.
The Germans shall not acknowledge the Jewish Christ creed with its effeminate pity ethic. We shall wash off the Christian veneer and bring out the religion peculiar to our race. We shall replace the cross with the swastika.
You can't do business with Hitler.
You have been listening to Episode 9 in a series entitled You Can't Do Business with Hitler. If you want a copy of this script, send a postcard to the radio section of the Office for Emergency Management in Washington.
I'll repeat, the radio section of the Office for Emergency Management in Washington. Listen for the 10th program in this series, which is entitled The Pagan God. This transcribed program, written and directed by Frank Telford, was brought to you by the radio section of the Office for Emergency Management in Washington.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. There's danger on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
A short distance from where a rough plank bridge crossed the Snake Bend River, the embers of a banked campfire made a soft glow in the clearing. A small boy of 7 was sleeping under a warm blanket with his head pillowed on a saddle roll. Suddenly, for no reason at all, he was wide awake. At first, he sensed rather than heard the low voices of the 3 men who were seated on the other side of the campfire. There was neither moon nor stars to relieve the deep shadows of the night, and he wondered why the 3 men were not asleep. Gradually, their voices became more distinct.
We'll hear hoofbeats on the bridge. That'll be time enough to move. Ain't that right, Blackie?
Yeah, that gives us plenty of time.
What about the kid?
He's sleeping.
Better take a look, Foster. He's your young'un.
Well, sleeping awake, and the boy'll be here when we get back. That young'un has got spunk. I'm doggone proud of that boy. He's gonna have the best of everything.
Wait, now, quiet a minute. You hear that?
Sounds like the stage.
It's on the bridge. That's it, boys.
Come on, Foster. Come on, Slim. It's time to move out.
Go ahead, I'll catch you. I just want to be sure Bobby has the blankets over him.
Pa?
Oh, you're awake, huh, son? Well, now you go back to sleep.
Where are you going?
Well, it's the business we came here to take care of. I won't be gone long. You stay here till I get back. Don't you move from those blankets. Understand?
Yes, sir. I understand, Pa.
Come on, Foster. I'm coming. I'm with you. Get up there. Get on, boy. Get on.
I hope Pa hurries back here. I wonder what the business is. He said he was proud of me. And I can still hear him riding. He sure is a fine rider. Shooting! It's gunplay! Oh, Pa! Pa, get him! I've got to...
Now, you stay here till I get back. Don't move from those blankets. Understand?
I'll stay here, Pa. I won't move.
I'll see what's at the camp.
Who's that?
I'm riding in their arms. I'll shoot to kill the first sign of any tricks.
Pa! Pa, where are you?
It's a kid. Whoa there.
Where's my Pa?
Take it easy, youngster.
Who are you?
Get up. Let's see what you look like.
No, you leave me alone. Pa told me to stay here.
Aye, savvy. Toss some brush in the fire, boys, so we can see. Well, what's your name, son?
Bob Foster. Where's my Pa?
Foster?
Yes. Who are you?
Well, look here, son. You'll have to come with us. Your pa had to... Well, he had to go away.
But where is my Pa? Where is he?
Where is my Pa? Where is he?
Bob Foster's life was shadowed by that burning question for 10 years. He grew from a little fellow to a boy of 17. His life had been one shared with a score of others in the home for homeless boys. He felt bitter toward the stranger who had brought him there.
If only Pa knew I was in this orphanage, he'd come and get me in a hurry. I wonder who that is. Miss Betty.
Bob, hello.
Oh, golly, but it's great to see you. Sit down. Jiminy, it's been about a year since the last time you were here.
I know it, Bob. It's a long way to come from
How
the
are
ranch.
things at that ranch?
Oh, fine. You've had my letters?
Oh, sure. And I could just about see all those acres of cattle and the big house in the mountains. I've never seen a mountain except in pictures.
But you've grown. Well, you're a man.
You haven't changed, except maybe to get prettier.
Oh, a chivalrous man. Say, how'd you like the books I sent you?
Oh, great, but I like the stories you wrote better.
Stories?
About that Lone Ranger.
Oh, Bob, wait till you hear all of the things I can tell you about him. And maybe when you come out with us, you'll see him.
Then I'm still going to go to the ranch?
Of course you are. Father's going to bring you there on the day you're 18 years old.
Oh, I'm sure looking forward to it.
What do you want to say, Bob?
Well, look, I hope you're not going to be cross, but, well, all the fellas see you come here every year, and they read the books you send me, and they keep asking me who you are.
Yes?
And I told them you were my girl.
Bob, I'm 8 years older than you.
I know that, but...
Oh, it's all right. I think that's the sweetest compliment I've ever been paid.
You're not in love with this Lone Ranger you wrote me about, are you?
Well, Bob, Of course not, Bob.
There's something else.
Yes?
Well, I felt all along that you and your father could tell me something about my pa.
Oh.
If I could only find the men who took me out of the woods that night...
Well, how much do you remember about that night?
Well, not very much. Pa and his friends, their names were Slim and Blackie, went out of camp, and there was a gunfight. Then another man came and carried me away. I don't remember much about him, but I do remember that in the morning I was in a stagecoach with a nice lady, and she brought me here and left me.
Well, look, Bob, I think my father can tell you something about your father when you come out to the ranch. Now, I must go. Here's some more books.
Oh, but Miss Betty, you've only been here a minute.
All right, Bob. And it won't be long before you're sent for.
Well, all right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Betty.
Just leaving, miss?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good day, then. Good day.
Goodbye.
Foster, two of your relatives, uncles, I think, are in my office.
My uncles?
Didn't know you had any, but they're here.
Well, never mind bringing him. We're here.
Oh.
Stand aside, Craven. We'll talk to Foster here.
Yes, of course.
Well, you're uncles of mine?
Well, son, you've grown considerable since the last time we saw you, hasn't he, Blackie?
Why, sure enough.
Blackie! And are you Slim?
Yeah, sure. How'd you know?
Well, you can tell me. You know where Pa is. You were with him.
That's why we're here, Bob. We spent 10 years trying to find you. The ornery polecat that ran off with you that night sure done a complete job of hiding you.
But we trailed you down at last. Now we're taking you with us.
Oh, gee, that'll be swell.
You've got a job to do, son. A mighty big job. You've got to get your birthright, and we're here to see that you do it.
My birthright?
Hey, let me look you over. I wonder if you've got spunk enough to go after what's rightfully yours.
You bet I have.
Maybe he's too young, Slim.
I don't know.
No, wait. Before we go any further, what about my dad?
Bob, the dirty double-crossing coyote that you've got to get is a man that murdered your old man.
Murdered him?
Yeah, and got away with it.
And has one of the richest ranches in the West.
The West? Is that where we're going?
If you've got the spunk.
I'll show you I've got spunk. Just get me out of here. I'd planned to go to the West. A man named Mr. Drake got interested in me.
Ooh.
Drake? I don't know much about him, except that he's willing to give me a job on his ranch when I'm 18. His daughter, Miss Betty, has been here a few times. She writes letters and sends me books.
Oh, I see.
Blackie, what do you think?
How'd Drake find out about you?
Oh, I don't know. I guess he sort of knows Mr. Craven, the superintendent.
You're planning to go on to the Drake ranch?
Yeah. That was his daughter that just left here.
Mm-hmm. It was, huh?
It'll be all right, Bob. I know the Drake ranch.
You do?
Yep. Now, you go there just as you planned and keep your mouth shut. Don't say a word about your father to anyone, savvy?
All right.
It's right near where we'd take you anyway. Now, we'll let you know when everything's ready, and then you can come with us from the Drake place to where you'll get your father's killer and your own birthright.
For 10 years I've wondered about Paul. If I could get the one who murdered him...
What would you do?
I'd kill him.
A few weeks later, Bob Foster was living on the Drake Ranch. It was the most pleasant life he had ever known. He found new thrills every day as he raced a wiry Mustang pony over the lush fields and rolling plains.
Oh, boy. That's enough, boy. We'll rest a while. How about it? And then we'll... Hey, wait a minute. There's two men coming up the side trail. I wonder who they are.
City. Howdy, Bob.
Oh, look at them shafts. The kid's a real puncher.
Oh, Blackie, Slim, what are you doing out here?
Oh, had some business out this way, so we figured we'd look you up. How do you like living on a range?
Oh, it's great. I'd like to live here the rest of my life.
There's no reason why you can't.
Well, Mr. Drake might not let me stay.
If you're a smart kid, Mr. Drake won't have nothing to say about it.
What do you mean?
Bob, your pa was shot down in cold blood. You'd like to find the man who shot him, wouldn't you?
Of course I would.
You'd kill him?
Well, I figure that's my duty.
Well, you're right. It just happens that Blackie and me know who that hombre is.
Who?
Another thing we know is that he owns a ranch that by rights belongs to you.
Belongs to me?
Well, he originally bought the ranch with money he got for killing your pa.
Tell me who he is.
We'll do better than that, kid. We'll point him out.
When? Where?
Blackie and me are living in town at the hotel. Can you come in and see us about 9 o'clock tonight?
Well, sure I can, but who is this man who killed my pa?
He'll be there at the hotel.
Then so will I.
Good. We'll be waiting for you. Come on, Blackie.
Get up there.
See you tonight, kid. Get up there, horse. Come on.
Yeah. I'll see you tonight.
For several minutes after Slim and Blackie had ridden away, Bob Foster sat motionless astride his Mustang. He was confused by what Slim had told him. There were so many questions for which there seemed to be no answers. And before he could consider them further, a faint sound reached his ears. He saw a figure riding down a distant hill, a man in black on a horse that gleamed in the brilliant sun like burnished silver. He stared at the flying, luxuriant mane and tail of the powerful stallion, watched the approach of the horse and rider down the hill straight toward a narrow chasm. Then the white horse launched itself in a mighty leap that carried easily across the gap. He heard the hoofbeats pounding the turf with rhythmic power. He saw then that the rider wore a mask.
An outlaw.
Whoa, Silver, whoa. I thought I'd find you at the ranch house.
Huh? Find me?
You're Bob Foster, aren't you?
How'd you know?
You look just like your father.
My Oh, so you're the
Bob,
one.
those two men who just rode away. Who are they?
It's a good thing I haven't got a gun.
Who are those men?
It's none of your business. But they're uncles of mine.
Uncles?
They came to tell me where I could find the man who killed my pa. And how I can get what rightfully belongs to me. Maybe a ranch as big as this one.
The man who killed your father, huh?
I guess they didn't know you were right behind them. But I ain't afraid of you.
I see. You think I'm the one.
How'd you recognize me so quick?
Suppose you find this man, Bob. What are you going to do?
If I had a gun, I'd show you.
I think those uncles of yours will bear watching.
I don't know your name, but remember this. The next time I see you, I'm going to shoot instead of talk.
And when will that next time be, Bob?
I'll be carrying a gun from now on. And I'll be riding into town tonight.
So will I, Bob. I'll meet you there. Come on, Silver.
You mean you'll really be there?
Oh, Silver!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After his talk with Bob Foster, the Lone Ranger guided Silver across a wide slope, through a rock-strewn gully, and reined up sharply at the edge of a cottonwood grove.
Ho, Silver, ho, ho!
It was the prearranged meeting place of the masked man and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto.
You ride hard. Yes, Tonto. I think our suspicions are right about those two men who came in on the stage.
They go Drake Ranch?
No, they talked to the boy, Bob Foster, and then headed back for town.
Why'd they do that?
I don't know. They've told the boy they'll show him the man who killed his father.
Oh, that plenty bad. Make young boy kill.
Tonto, I want you to pick up the trail of those two men.
Come, Scout.
If possible, find out who they are and why they're here. And meet me back at the same place by sundown.
Time to do it. You wait here?
No, I'm going to the Drake Ranch to talk to Betty and her father.
Get him up, Scout.
On, Silver! Betty rode away to meet Tonto. Why did Bob get this idea of avenging his father's death?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Have you told him his father was an outlaw?
Not yet. We thought it best to wait until he's a little older.
Evidently, you've waited too long. Betty, do you know who these men are who claim to be his uncles?
Bob has no living relatives. Father investigated that thoroughly.
Your father thinks a lot of the boy, doesn't he?
We both do. He's the son and brother we've always wanted.
And why haven't you told him the truth about his real father?
Because, well, Dad's just a little ashamed to tell him. He's afraid Bob will hate him when he finds out it was Sheriff Charles Drake who killed Bill Foster, the outlaw. He's no longer the sheriff, and there's really
nothing for your father to be ashamed of. When he was sheriff, he shot Foster in the line of duty because he resisted arrest.
It'd be pretty complicated to explain it to an 18-year-old boy.
Yes, I suppose it would. But now he has to be told. By the way, Betty, where is your father now?
Well, he went into town early this morning, some sort of business appointment.
Will he be back before nightfall?
I don't know. Why?
The two men who were talking to Bob may know the truth about his father. I can see no other reason why he should be so bitter.
Well, when Dad comes back from town, I'll explain that he must tell Bob.
Yes, that would be best. Oh, by the way, does the boy have a gun?
Yes. He wanted to carry a pistol like the other cowboys, so we gave him one.
He doesn't have it with him. Where is it?
Well, right over there, lying on the table.
Do you mind if I examine it?
Of course not. I'll get it for you. Here.
Thanks. I'll just look at these cartridges for a moment. There. Now I must be going.
Well, don't you want to wait and talk to Dad?
No, I think Tonto's waiting for me now. We may have to move fast.
What do you mean?
Miss Betty, I'll talk to your father in town. Adios.
But the Lone Ranger didn't find Tonto waiting for him when he returned to the grove of cottonwood trees. At that moment, the stoical Indian was crouched beneath an open window that was part of a room where three men were in earnest conversation.
Well, it's this way, Mr. Drake. Me and my friend represent a group of eastern businessmen who want to invest in range property. You want to sell your place, and we want to buy it.
At what price?
You name it.
$50,000.
$50,000? Ain't that pretty steep, Mr. Drake?
My spread's worth it. If you know anything about ranch land, you'll agree with me.
Well, what do you say, Blackie?
Oh, I'm in favor of buying it. Give the man some money.
Now, wait a minute. You know we don't carry around that much cash. How about an option, Mr. Drake? Just for a few days until we can get money from the east.
Well, yes, I guess that'd be all right.
Good. Here's $500 to bring the agreement, and here's an option already drawn up.
You seem to have been pretty sure I'd sell.
Well, we knew we could meet your price. Yeah, you signed it right here.
Well,
What's the matter? Isn't the option all right?
Oh, yes, of course, but I... Oh, very well. Give me the pen. There.
And here's your money. We'll take up the option within the next 2 or 3 days.
Now, what do you say we have a drink to celebrate?
No, thanks. I have some other business in town. May take several hours. I'll expect to see you at the ranch before the end of the week.
We'll be there.
Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye. Blackie.
Yeah?
Follow him and don't lose him. I'll be on the lookout for the kid.
What are you going to
I'll take care of everything. You just be sure Drake doesn't get out of town without us knowing it.
Oh, Scout, hold, fella,
Tonto, where have you been?
Me do like you say. Me listen long time.
Listen to what? Where?
2 crook. They meet Mr. Drake. Sit down in room talk. Tonto hear everything.
So those 2 men are friends of Drake?
No, not friends. They buy ranch. Drake sell.
What's that?
Buy ranch, but them not have money enough. Drake give 'em option for $500.
Tonto, there's something wrong somewhere. I've got to talk to Mr. Drake. Do you know where he is now?
Tonto, find him.
Come on, we're going to ride. Here, Silver. Hey, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
When they reached the outskirts of town, the Lone Ranger sent Tonto on ahead to find Mr. Drake. A few minutes later, the Indian returned.
Did you find him, Tonto?
Him in hotel. Rest there in room.
All right. I'll go ahead and you follow. Wait for me outside. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Within the next few minutes, a masked man dismounted and slipped quietly into the rear entrance of a small hotel. Following Tonto's instructions, he went to the second floor and tapped lightly on a closed door.
Who is it? Who do you... Mask. The Lone Ranger. I'm sorry if I disturbed you, Mr. Drake, but there are several things I must know.
Why, sure. What is it?
You just gave an option for the sale of your ranch to 2 men.
That's right. They agreed to buy it for $50,000. They don't have that much cash, so I signed a 3-day option for $500.
Do you mind telling me why you want to sell your place?
I've got to.
Why?
Nobody around here knows it, I guess, but my spread is mortgaged to the hilt. Bank's given me 1 more week to raise some money.
I see. Now, there's one other question. Why haven't you told Bob Foster about his father and how he was killed?
Oh, I couldn't. I haven't got the heart.
The heart?
Well, if you want to know the truth, I'm selfish. I think the world and all of that Foster boy, just like my own son. I want him to like me. And I'm afraid if I tell him that I'm the one who shot his pa.
Yes, I understand. And under different circumstances, I might agree with you.
Well, what do you mean?
Unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Drake, you're going to have some callers pretty soon. I want you to do exactly as I tell you. Now, listen.
Bring a gun, kid?
Sure. I've got it right here. Now, where is he?
You mean the hombre who killed your pa?
Well, you said he was here, right here in town.
He is, kid. And we're heading right for him.
Where?
The hotel. Here it is. Quiet now. You can go right up these back steps.
Yeah, but how are we going to get
up?
in?
Do you want him to hear us?
This is the room.
What do I do?
Get your gun out and bust right in. We'll be with you.
Yeah, but I don't...
Go on. This is the chance you've been waiting for.
Yes. It is. Mr. Drake.
Well, hello, Bob. I didn't expect you.
Well, I must be in the wrong room.
No, you're not, kid. That's the man you want. Ask him.
Ask me what, Bob?
My uncles, Blackie and Slim, they say you're the man who shot my paw. Are you?
Do you have to keep that gun pointed right at me, Bob?
Are they telling the truth? Did you kill my paw?
Yes, son, I killed him.
You did?
And now you want to kill me. Is that it?
I don't know. I swore that's what I'd do if I ever found you, but I didn't think it'd be you.
Give him some of his own medicine, kid.
Well, this is really a surprise. I didn't expect you.
It's the last time you'll see me, Drake, so it don't make no difference. Give it to him, Bob.
No, I can't. Mr. Drake has been too good to me.
Mr. Drake is the varmint who killed your pa. He's an ex-lawman who took the bounty for that killing and bought the ranch he's living on now.
No, I can't. I can't do it.
If you don't plug him, I will, and I think I'll...
Oh! Wait. You grabbed my arm. You made me shoot.
Never mind. He's done for. That's all that matters.
Might make folks curious. We better get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to the sheriff and tell him that
You
did
ain't
it.
going to do nothing but come with us out to Drake's ranch. We got a little business out there. After that, you can go to the law if you want to. If you want to hang for murder.
But I didn't do it.
Try telling that story to a lawman.
Come on, kid. Blackie and me have got an option to pick up.
didn't know there was anyone with you.
Yeah. Ain't you going to introduce this kid?
Miss Betty, I...
What's wrong?
Go on, kid. Tell her.
Mr. Drake. He's dead.
Dead?
And I killed him.
What? Oh, Bob.
That's right, miss. The kid gunned your old man. Did a real good job, too. Now, all me and my partner want to do is take up our option.
What option?
Buy the ranch here. For $5,000, and I've got the cash right with me.
An option to buy this ranch for $5,000? That's impossible. It's worth 10 times that much.
Well, here's the option. Ain't that your old man's handwriting?
Well, yes, but...
Well, then sign this bill of sale, and then you and the kid can vamoose.
What do you mean?
Get out. This spread belongs to Blackie and me now.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Slim.
Neither would I.
But, Dad!
Mr. Drake!
Alive, you can't be...
Yes, I can.
You'd better hand back that option that you've altered from $50,000 to $5,000. Won't do you any good now, except send you and Blackie back to jail.
Why, you... Oh, my arm...
You're not hurt. I just shot your gun away. Put up your hands, both of you.
Dad, I don't understand.
I'll explain everything later, Betty. I thought I had to sell the ranch, but the bank has given me more time in the mortgage, so I won't have to sell even for $50,000.
Yeah, but Mr. Drake, I shot you.
I know, Bob. There were only blanks in your gun.
Blanks? But how?
I put them there this afternoon, Bob.
You still hate me, son. I did kill your father, yes. But he was an outlaw, and I shot him in the line of duty.
Oh, no, Mr. Drake. I don't hate you. I guess I never did. I'm sorry. Awful sorry, Mr. Drake.
I wonder if you could kind of forget that Mr. Drake and call me Dad. Could you, son?
Why, sure. I'll be mighty proud to. Dad?
Well, my Indian friend is waiting for me. Will you take charge of these outlaws, Mr. Drake, and turn them over to the sheriff?
It'll be a pleasure.
Adios, my friends.
Oh, wait, you can't...
Was he, Miss Betty?
I think I understand now. It was he who made all this possible.
Yeah, but how?
Because he's the man I've told you about. The Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, it may interest the members of this assembly of the International Student Service to know that during the past week that Axis Radio has given unusual comment to your sessions and to the speech which you are hearing at this moment. Our listening stations have picked up an increasing volume of Axis broadcasts, including controlled stations in France and Hungary, the Netherlands, and elsewhere, referring to this meeting of the younger generation from all the United Nations in terms that are not complimentary, terms of growing hate, and, of course, of complete falsehood. Our listening stations report that they expect that at this moment the air in all Axis-dominated nations will be thoroughly jammed, blacked out, in order that no sound of what I am saying, either in English or in translation, will be heard by any restless young people who are under Hitler's heel. The Nazi radio in Paris, for example, tells the youth of France that this man Roosevelt was solely responsible for the defeat of France, that Roosevelt is not qualified to address a message to the youth of the world because America is a nation that has done nothing for youth. Berlin reports that 4 French youth organizations have protested in advance against this speech, since this man Roosevelt must be blamed for the death of more than 100,000 young Frenchmen. Incidentally, it would be interesting to know how many real Frenchmen there are in these so-called French youth organizations. And a radio in Tokyo says that I am admitting to you at this moment that my people in the United States are decadent, weaklings, playboys, spoiled by jazz music and Hollywood pictures. Of course, this broadcast from Tokyo did not originate from any of the Japanese who bumped into our playboys in the Southwest Pacific. The reason for this hysterically defensive attitude toward this gathering is not hard to find. For many years they have made their hypocritical appeal to youth. They have tried with all their blatant publicity to represent themselves as the champions of youth. But now the world knows that the Nazis, the fascists, and the militarists of Japan have nothing to offer to youth except death. On the other hand, the cause of the United Nations is the cause of youth itself. It is the hope of the new generation and the generations that are to come. Hope for a new life that can be lived in freedom and justice and decency. This fact is becoming clearer every day to the young people of Europe, where the Nazis are trying to create youth organizations built on the Nazi pattern. It is not a pattern devised by youth for youth. It is a pattern devised by Hitler and imposed upon youth by a form of mental, forcible feeding. A diet of false facts, distortions, prohibitions, all backed up by the guns of the Gestapo. If you have any doubt as to what the decent youth of Europe think about the false promises the Axis masters make to the young people of the world, look to the brave young men of France and all the occupied countries who prefer to face the firing squads rather than a lifetime of slavery and degradation under Hitler. In such unfortunate countries as Finland and Hungary and Bulgaria and Romania and Italy, whose governments have found it necessary to submit to Hitler and do his bidding, the Quislings have organized youth movements too. But these are only movements of youth by the tens of thousands to the slaughter of the Eastern Front, where the Nazis need cannon fodder in their desperate attempts to shatter the stalwart Russian army. In China, heroic youth has stood steadfast for more than 5 years against all of Japan's attempts to seduce and disarm them with such transparent lies as the promise of Asia for the Asiatics. For the Chinese know that this only means all of creation enslaved by the Japanese. We exult in the thought that it is the young, free men and women of the United Nations and not the wound-up robots of the slave states who will mold the shape of the new world. The delegates to this International Student Assembly represent the 29 United Nations. They also represent, in spirit at least, the younger generation of many other nations, who, though they are not now actively at war on our side, are with us heart and soul in aspiring for a secure and peaceful world. Before the First World War, very few people in any country believed that youth had the right to speak for itself as a group or to participate in councils of state. We have learned much since then. We know that wisdom does not come necessarily with years, that old men may be foolish and young men may be wise. But in every war it is the younger generation which bears the burden of combat, and inherits all of the ills that war leaves in its wake. In the economic crises that followed the false prosperity after the First World War, many young men and women suffered even more than did their elders, for they were denied the primary opportunities for education, for training, for work, and even for food enough to build up healthy bodies. As a result, they were tempted to seek some simple remedy, not only for their own individual problems, but for all of the problems that beset all of the world. Some listened to alien siren voices that offered glib answers to all of the questions they asked. Democracy is dead, said these voices. Follow us, and we will teach you efficiency. We will lead you to world conquest. We will give you power over inferior races. And all that we ask you to give in return is your freedom. Other young people in the democracies listened to gospels of despair. They took refuge in cynicism, in bitterness. However, the day finally came when all theory had to give way to fact. The terrible, tangible fact of dive bombers and panzer divisions, the actual threat to the security of every home and every family in every free country in the world. And when that fact became clear to our youth, they answered the call to arms, many millions of them. And today they are determined to fight until the forces of aggression have been utterly destroyed. What I am saying here in Washington is being heard by several million American soldiers and sailors and Marines, not only within the continental limits of the United States, but in far distant points, in Central and South America, in the islands of the Atlantic, in Britain and Ireland, on the coasts of Africa, in Egypt, in Iraq and Iran, in Russia, in India, in China, in Australia and New Zealand, in many islands of the Pacific, and on all of the seas of the world. There, in those distant places, are our fighting men. And to them I should like to deliver a special message from their Commander-in-Chief and from the very hearts of their countrymen. You young Americans today are conducting yourselves in a manner that is worthy of the highest, proudest traditions of our nation. No pilgrims who landed on the uncharted New England coast, no pioneers who forced their way through the trackless wilderness showed greater fortitude, greater determination than you are showing now. Neither your own fathers in 1918, nor your fathers' fathers in 1863 or 1776 fought with greater gallantry or more selfless devotion to duty and country than you are now displaying on battlefields far from home. And what is more, you know why you are fighting. You know that the road that has led you to the Solomon Islands, or to the Red Sea, or to the coast of France, is in fact an extension of Main Street. And that when you fight anywhere along that road, you are fighting in the defense of your own homes, your own free schools, your own churches, your own ideals. We here at home are supremely conscious of our obligations to you now and in the future. We will not let you down. We know that in the minds of many of you are thoughts of interrupted education, interrupted careers, delayed opportunities for getting a job. The solution of such problems cannot be left, as it was the last time, to mere chance. This government has accepted the responsibility for seeing to it that wherever possible work has been provided for those who are willing and able, but who could not find work. That responsibility will continue after the war. And when you come home, we do not propose to involve you, as last time, in a domestic economic mess of our own making. You are doing first things first, fighting to win this war. For you know that should this war be lost, all our plans for the peace to follow would be meaningless. Victory is essential, but victory is not enough for you or for us. We must be sure that when you have won victory, you will not have to tell your children that you fought in vain, that you are betrayed. We must be sure that in your homes there will not be want, that in your schools only the living truth will be taught, that in your churches there may be preached without fear, a faith in which men may deeply believe. The better world for which you fight, and for which some of you give your lives, will not come merely because we shall have won the war. It will not come merely because we wish very hard that it would come. It will be made possible only by bold vision, intelligent planning, and hard work. It cannot be brought about overnight, but only by years of effort and perseverance and unfaltering faith. You young soldiers and sailors, farmers and factory workers, artists and scholars, who are fighting our way to victory now, all of you will have to take your part in shaping that world. You will earn it by what you do now, but you will not attain it if you leave the job for others to do alone. When you lay aside your gun at the end of the war, you cannot at the same time lay aside your duty to the future. What I have said to our American soldiers and sailors just now applies to all the young men and women of the United Nations who are facing our common enemy. There is a complete unanimity of spirit among all the youth of all kinds and kindreds who fight to preserve or to regain their freedom. In Norway and Holland, Belgium and France, Czechoslovakia and Poland, Serbia and Greece, there is a fighting spirit that defies the harsh oppression, the barbarous cruelty, and terrorism of the Nazis. Although disarmed, the unconquerable people still strike at their oppressors. Although forbidden to know the truth, they listen at the risk of their lives to radio broadcasts from afar, and by word of mouth, and by secret information and newspapers passed from one patriot to another, they still spread the truth. When the time comes for these peoples to rise, Hitler's new order will be destroyed by the hands of its own victims. Today, the embattled youth of Russia and China are realizing a new individual dignity, casting off the last links of the ancient chains of imperial despotism which had bound them so long. This is a development of historic importance. It means that the old term Western civilization no longer applies. World events and the common needs of all humanity are joining the culture of Asia with the culture of Europe and the culture of the Americas to form for the first time a real world civilization. In the concept of the four freedoms, in the basic principles of the Atlantic Charter, we have set for ourselves high goals unlimited objectives. These concepts, these principles, are designed to form a world in which men, women, and children can live in freedom and in equity, and above all, without fear of the horrors of war. For no soldiers or sailors in any of our forces today would so willingly endure the rigors of battle if they thought that in another 20 years their own sons would be fighting still another war on distant deserts or seas or in faraway jungles or in the skies. We have profited by our past mistakes. This time we shall know how to make full use of victory. This time the achievements of our fighting forces will not be thrown away by political cynicism and timidity and incompetence. There is still, however, a handful of men and women in the United States and elsewhere who mock and sneer at the four freedoms and the Atlantic Charter. They are few in number, but some of them have the financial power to give our enemies the false impression that they have a large following among our citizenry. They play petty politics in a world crisis. They fiddle with many sour notes while civilization burns. These puny prophets decry our determination to implement our high concepts and our sound principles. And the words of these little men of little faith are quoted with gleeful approval by the press and the radio of our enemies. We are deeply aware that we cannot achieve our goals easily. We cannot attain the fullness of all of our ideals overnight. We know that this is to be a long and hard and bitter fight, and that there will still be an enormous job for us to do long after the last German, Japanese, and Italian bombing planes have been shot to earth. But we do believe that with divine guidance we can make in this dark world of today and in the new post-war world of tomorrow a steady progress toward the highest goals that men had ever imagined. We of the United Nations have the technical means, the physical resources, and most of all the adventurous courage and the vision and the will that are needed to build and sustain the kind of world order which alone can justify the tremendous sacrifices now being made by our youth. But we must keep at it. We must never relax, never falter, never fear. And we must keep at it together. We must maintain the offensive against evil in all its forms. We must work, we must fight to ensure that our children shall have and shall enjoy in peace their inalienable rights to freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. Only on those bold terms can this total war result in total victory.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up America and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike throws a coast-to-coast quiz party. You provide the questions and our experts try to answer them. Remember, under the new arrangement, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of information, please. Now light up a lucky strike as I present our master of ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, information, please, just rolls right along without benefit of any preparation or rehearsal. And our regulars tonight are John Kieran and Franklin P. Adams. You know also that yesterday marked the anniversary of Great Britain's entrance into the war. And as a gesture of friendship for our ally and partner, we're glad to welcome as our two visiting experts tonight an Englishwoman, Jan Struther, author of Mrs. Miniver, and an Englishman, C.S. Forrester, author of Captain Horatio Hornblower and many other books. Now, before we go on, I'd like to say that last week we had a question that asked for games played by various literary characters, and we stated the dangerous Dan McGrew, remember that, Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
Played a solo game, and then went on to say that it was a form of solitaire.
It's not a form of solitaire. It's a regular game.
Well, why didn't you say that?
I'm too modest.
Well, your modesty lost us a $50 war bond, which pleases Mr. Morgenthau. Well, as a matter of fact, two games, solitaire and solo, have nothing in common. Solo is played three or sometimes four-handed in the West, and several people from the West, several thousand, wrote in to tell us. The question was a stump anyway, and this recantation is just to keep our consciences as clear as we can get them. And next time, Mr. Adams, talk up. Now, how about this one from Jane Radham of Long Branch, New Jersey? I'm going to read you certain promises that have been made by leaders of some of the warring nations. Identify the country in each case and tell whether the promises have been fulfilled. Let's get 3 out of 4. Here's the first promise. Quote, they shall never drop a bomb on our soil. Close quote. Miss Struther.
That was made by Hitler, and it has not been kept.
No, it certainly has not been, Mr. Forrester.
I think it was Goering who said that.
It was Goering, yes.
Oh.
It's microscopic.
Same old soil, though.
Yes, obviously that hasn't been fulfilled. The RAF has seen to it in the cases of Essen, Cologne, and Berlin, and a good many other cities, and the complete roll, is still to be called. Now here's another promise. Quote, we are going to scourge the Third Reich from end to end if you make it necessary for us to do so. You cannot stop us, and you know it. Who made that promise? Mr. Forrester.
Air Marshal Harris.
That's quite right. What is his official title? Chief of what is it?
Chief of the Air Staff.
Yes, and he was talking to whom?
He was talking to the German people.
Yes, and what happened about a week or so after that promise was made?
Well, it was less than a week. They raided Germany again.
Yes, the famous bombings of Cologne and Dusseldorf came about a week or so after that promise. So that promise on our side has been kept. Here's another. By the skin of our teeth, we have escaped the destruction of all Europe. That I can say now. I say it only today because I can say that this enemy is already broken and will never rise again. Who said that? Apropos of what? Well, it's quite a promise. This enemy is already broken and will never rise again. It was said on October 3rd, 1941, by Adolf Hitler to the German people apropos of what nation? Apropos of Russia, yes. She rose again after October 3rd, 1941, and she is still rising. So that promise of Hitler to the German people has not been fulfilled. Now, here's another. We shall hit him and hit him again whenever and wherever we can find him. Mr. Kieran.
President Franklin D. Roosevelt.
How about that promise?
Still going on.
You bet. And some people in the Solomon Islands, the Gilbert Islands, China, Egypt, and so forth, know that promise has been fulfilled and will continue to be fulfilled. And that gives us 3 out of 4. How about this from Mary Hilson of Brookline, Massachusetts? It's about boats. Some real boats and some fictional ones. What boat carried one man's family on board and traveled on uncharted course for about 6 weeks, apparently without sail or engine? Mr. Forrester.
Noah's Ark.
Noah's Ark, yes. A nice feat of navigation. You don't know what the trick of it was, Mr. Forrester, do you, by any chance?
No, it must have had several decks, that ship, I think.
That's very possible. How about this? A boat that carried only 2 supernatural beings. This is a boat that in literature. Mr. Adams.
Would that be the boat that the Ancient Mariner was on?
Well, it's the boat that the Ancient Mariner met. You'll find the boat in the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner.
It was a
come
ship,
back to you.
said he.
Remember, Mr. Kieran?
The Phantom ship.
Yes, the Phantom ship. The naked hulk alongside came, and the twain were casting dice. And who were these two supernatural beings on the ship that the ancient mariner met?
Death.
That was one of them.
Death and life.
Yes, death and life in death. How about this one? A boat that sailed 13,000 miles to safety with its steering gear shattered and holes in its sides. And this, Mr. Other and gentlemen, is not a fictional ship. Mr. Kieran.
That was a ship commanded by Captain Robinson of the United States Navy, I believe.
Now Rear Admiral Robinson.
The Marblehead.
The Marblehead. One of the great feats of the war. After the Battle of Macassar Strait, it was bombed from the air and it was reported sunk by Japan. It made an eastern port in the United States after a 13,000-mile voyage. Mr. Forrester, you're an expert in these things. Would you call that a great feat of navigation?
Say so.
I should think it would be.
Steered with the engine.
Good enough. And that gives us at least 2 out of 3 and sends us on to a question from C. Ralph Fletcher of Riverdale, New York. What's each of the following kind of phrases called? Here's the first phrase. The sween has swooned. The sween has swooned. Mr. Forrester.
That's a spoonerism.
What's a spoonerism?
In which letters are changed round from one word to another, like you're occupying my pie.
That's a very good one. And whom was it named after?
A Dr. Spooner in Oxford University.
Yes. Did he have the habit of making these errors himself in speech?
So they say.
So they say. The Reverend William A. Spooner, who as a matter of fact died only about 10 years ago, he lived to be 86, used to transpose sounds. One of his most famous spoonerisms was rows of beery wenches. I think that's a classic. Yeah, what is this called? Here's the very paradox of virtue. That kind of phrase is called what? Just as the first one is called a spoonerism. Here's the very paradox of virtue. Mr. Forrester again.
A euphuism?
No, I think not. No. If you're thinking of a euphemism is a polite word used for a rough
word. A euphuism.
A euphuism is merely any decorative trope or figure of speech.
Well, I should call that a very decorative figure.
The very paradox of virtue. Does it make sense to you?
What's it from, Sheridan?
That's right. Keep going, Mr. Adams. Mr. Kieran.
Can I have another
Malapropism.
Yes, a malapropism, named after Mr.
The lady who talked about an allegory on the banks of the Nile.
That's the one. Yes, after the famous
Mrs.
Malaprop. What was the word that Mrs. Malaprop was searching for? And here's the very paradox of virtue.
Paragon.
Yes, very paragon of virtue. Now, how about this one? Burley is less burly, but Leicester makes less stir. Mr. Kieran, what's that
It's
called?
just a pun. That's all. A play on sound
Yes,
of the word.
That's called a pun. Mr. Adams, if I should ask you as an expert what the best pun is that you have ever heard, would you know? Could you give an answer?
I might, but I would hesitate to say it.
You mean it's your own?
No, I don't like them.
Oh, one of the best puns I ever heard has been credited to you. Did you know that, Mr. Adams?
No, I probably didn't. What is it?
Well, I'll tell you. I know that you want to know now. It seems that in the course of the Spanish Civil War of some years ago, a group of Basques who were trying to get out of a narrow pass in the Pyrenees were mowed down and killed by the opposing forces. And, Mr. Adams, somebody said that's what comes of putting all your Basques into one exit. Which I think is one of the best puns. Did you make it up?
Isn't that a spoonerism and not a pun?
No, that's, I think, a pun.
I didn't think that was anything remarkable.
Well, apparently it wasn't made up by you, then. How about this one from Mary Bullock of Bronxville, New York? This is about evictions, famous evictions. Who was evicted from a village? Evicted from a village. Mr. Kieran.
Well, Jean Valjean was evicted from a village and Les Miserables.
Yeah, that's true. And how about a group of characters evicted from a very famous village?
Oh, Nova Scotia, Evangeline.
Yes, the villages of the village of
Grand
Grand
Pré.
And there's another one in Goldsmith's deserted village.
Deserted village. I don't know who went in there.
Who was evicted from a World Series game? Mr. Kieran.
Muscles Medwick.
Tell us the story. What's
Playing
his name?
left field for St. Louis against Detroit. And he got into a fight with the Detroit third baseman, and the Detroit fans threw so much overripe vegetables and cabbages and the rest of it that they had to get rid of Medwick to get on with the game.
You say that happened in Detroit?
That's right.
Must have been a group of Brooklyners that made the trip. Yes, and isn't there another one, Heine Manush in 1933, who was thrown out by umpire Moran?
Oh, well, yes, but that was not spectacular.
Just the ordinary course of events. Who was evicted, Miss Strother and gentlemen, from heaven? Evicted from heaven. Mr. Forrester? Miss Strother?
Satan.
Yes. Lucifer and the other angels who were thrown out of heaven because of their rebellion against the Lord. That's the one of the motifs, of course, of Milton's Paradise Lost. How about this one from Mrs. B.A. Howard of Seattle, Washington? Now, you're going to hear some musical selections played, 4 of them. Each of them should suggest to you a particular kind of party or celebration. What kind of party? All right, Mr. Kahn, let's have the first.
It'd help if you knew what that was, wouldn't it?
It would help, Mr. Adams. You're not getting close. Well, it's, do you know what the selection's called? The masquerade? And, of course, it would be what kind of party, Mr. Adams?
It might be a ball.
Yeah, or a masquerade party, I suppose would be all right. Now, how about the second one? That's one wrong. Have to get the next 3 right. Go ahead, Mr. Kahn. Miss Strother?
Well, it's the theme tune out of Haydn's Surprise Symphony, but is there a thing called a surprise party?
Sleeping party.
I beg pardon?
It was a sleeping party, as it happened to be.
How'd that come out?
Well, the audience were supposed to be went to sleep, and that is why that bang came, and Haydn put that in to wake them up.
Yes, very well put. Of course, it would be a surprise party if it's a surprise symphony. You have surprise parties in England.
We don't call them that.
You've been giving the Germans a good many of late.
Yeah.
How about the next one, Mr. Kahn? Mr. Adams?
That's a garden party.
It is a garden party. What's being played?
A country garden party.
Right. And the selection's called, Mr. Adams?
Country Garden.
Good enough. Who wrote it?
Percy Granger.
Attaboy, Mr. Adams. That's perfect, 100%. I bet that Mr. Levant is not licking his chops at this moment. How about the fourth and last, Mr. Kahn? Well, we all know.
Zip goes the old war bond.
Looks that way to me. How about a guess on this? It's a very well-known song. We've all heard it, sung it. Mr. Kieran?
I know it very well.
I'm sure you do. It's April what?
Showers.
April showers. What kind of party, Mr. Adams?
April Fool party.
No, not an April Fool party. Sometimes it's that, however.
A shower.
Yes, a shower for a girl before her wedding. Well, that sends a $50 war bond to Mrs. Howard, courtesy of Lucky Strike.
And well-deserved, too.
Very well-deserved, and a set of the Britannica. And now, here, looking tanned and healthy, is Mr. Cross, who's heard stories of lively doings here while he was on vacation.
Well, Mr. Fadiman, I've heard a lot about that tobacco auction that was reenacted by Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Speed Riggs. In fact, I've asked them to repeat it for us tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, picture a huge warehouse jam-packed with tobacco. Over a dozen buyers competing for the leaf. And remember, each basket goes to the highest bidder.
Good tobacco, boy. 40.
$40 a 100 pounds is the warehouseman's opening bid on this next basket. Right away, a leaf company bids 41. Lucky Strike raises it to 42. Another cigarette company bids 43. An export company, 44. Lucky Strike makes it 45. Yes, it's going. Ladies and gentlemen, there you see what happens when the finer, lighter, milder tobaccos, the Lucky Strike tobaccos, come up for sale. Yes, at market after market, year after year, we pay the price to get better quality leaf. To put it in a nutshell, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Mr. Rysdale, Mr. Riggs, and gentlemen, thank you. And Mr. Cross, that 60-second reenactment of tobacco auction should be of interest to every smoker. And now a question from Herbert S. Hale of Peoria, Illinois. Here are some lines of poetry that are answers to questions. Just give us the questions. Here's the first answer. Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Miss Strother?
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Yes, and what's it from, Strother?
Shakespeare's sonnet of that first line.
Yes, that's the very famous first line. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate, and I'm sure every one of you four could go on and finish the sonnet.
Sure.
Winds do shake the darling buds of May.
And
Number 18.
Number 18's right.
18, XVIII.
What is it? Photographic memory. Photographic memory, Mr. Adams. Here is the next answer. One blast upon his bugle horn were worth 1,000 men. What's the question, Mr. Kieran?
Saxon, where was Roderick then?
That's the one. It's from what, Mr. Kieran?
From Sir Walter Scott.
Yes. The
Lady of the
Lady
Lake.
of the Lake. What canto, for example?
Josh, I don't know.
Oh, come, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Adams.
I don't know.
V.I., Mr. Adams, V.I. How about this one? With silver bells and cockle shells. Mr. Forrester.
Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow?
Yes, that's right. Well, we got 3 questions and 3 answers out of 3, and that sends us on to a question from Ignacio Games of Worden, Montana. Identify these common fruits that undergo these changes in color from the unripe to the ripe state. The first one goes from red to black when ripening. What fruit is that? From red to black. Mr. Forrester.
Blackberry.
Blackberries, yes. Now, how about from green to black? What fruit? Mr. Kieran.
Well, a cherry may. A black cherry will.
We'll go from green to black.
Certainly.
Yes. Miss Strother?
A medlar.
A medlar, a sort of plum.
Well, I don't know. A thing you don't eat till it's rotten.
That might apply to a good many things. Mr. Adams?
A certain kind of black grape is green first.
I think that's right. I'm not sure. Mr. Kieran, would that be right?
Olives are blackish when they're
Yes,
ripe, too.
olives, black mulberries, any of those. Now, here's another series of changes from green to white to red. Green to white to red. Mr. Kieran.
An apple.
Green to what? Does an apple get white?
Yes, it blanches, and then the red comes on it in the fall. First, it's quite green.
Oh.
And then through the summer, as it gets larger, it gets a lighter color, and then about now, or a little earlier than this, the red begins to come on, the ones that are going to be red.
Would you call the middle color really white, though? No. In the case of an apple, Mr. Adams, our horticultural expert?
Well, no, it wouldn't be pure white, but it'd be lighter than green.
Well, I can think of another fruit that would be the exact answer to this question. Mr. Adams, I'm sure you know it. Hidden in that head somewhere is the answer to this question. Green to white to red strawberries. Don't they begin by being green? They become very white and then become red, if they're lucky. Well, that gives us at least 2 out of 3. How about this from Miss Alice Jennings of New London, Connecticut? Why may each of these pairs of people be said to have something in common? The first pair, this is rather easy. Icarus and Darius Green had what in common, Mr. Adams?
Flying machines.
Yes. What's the story of both of them, or either of them?
Well, one of them was in a chariot, and he was burned by the sun.
That's right. Which one was that, Mr. Adams?
That was Icarus.
That was old Ick himself. And how about Darius Green?
Darius Green had a flying machine. Darius Green and his flying machine. I forget who wrote it. Maybe Whittier.
J.T. Trowbridge.
That's right.
Mr. Kieran, you were shaking your head at something Mr. Adams said.
Icarus, Frank was thinking of Phaeton. Icarus was the son of Daedalus. And Daedalus contrived, so the story goes, wings which he attached to his son and his own shoulders with wax. And Icarus flew too close to the sun, and the wax melted and his wings fell off. And there's a famous painting of him plunging into the...
Yes, that's correct. And the other chap that who had the...
Phaeton.
Was, of course, called the chariot after him. Now, here's another set of people. Europa and Skipper Ireson had what in common? Europa and Skipper Ireson, Mr. Kieran?
They were, Europa had a ride on a boat.
They were riders.
Yes, they're both riders. Mr. Mr. Kieran, want to enlarge on that for us?
No, that's enough.
Mr. Forrester, what do you know about Skipper Ireson? Didn't know Englishmen knew that boy.
No, I knew nothing about him. I'm sorry to confess it.
Oh, but you raised
I think
your hand
that's
anyway.
Whittier.
I knew more about Europa than Skipper Ireson, although presumably Europa was a long time earlier.
Oh, yes, she was a long time earlier. Both took rides, as Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams told us. Europa was carried off by Jupiter, who was disguised as a bull, which was apparently the only way in which he could get away with Europa. And Skipper Ireson was taken for a ride by the women of Marblehead in the famous poem by Mr. Adams.
J.G. Whittier.
Oh, boy, J.G. Whittier. Now, Charlemagne and Andrew Johnson had something in common. Andrew Johnson, Miss Strother?
Were they both impeached by any chance?
No. Charlemagne was never impeached.
No.
I don't think they had impeachments in those days. No, this you might conceivably not know.
They were successors to somebody.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Who is it?
And no doubt they are predecessors of someone else. No, both learned, both the Emperor Charlemagne back around the year 800 and Andrew Johnson, one of our own presidents, learned to write late in life. Andrew Johnson was taught by his wife rather late in life, and Charlemagne also learned very late in life. Well, that gives us one wrong and two right. How about this from Buddy Sachs of New York City? Mr. Strother and Mr. Forrester, if you get any of these, you're good, because these are American. This is a very American question. What's the typical warning cry of the following people? The warning cry of a lumberjack. Mr. Strother.
Timber.
Timber. Good for you. Mr. Forrester, were you going to say timber?
Say the same.
I see. Well, you're thoroughly Americanized by this time. How about the typical warning cry of boys in the street?
Cheese it.
Cheese it, Mr. Adams. Yes, or another one, they used to say in my day, chickie. I don't know whether they still say that. Do you know, Mr. Adams?
No.
What do your boys say? Well, there are no policemen near where you live. How about a brakeman, the typical warning cry of a brakeman on an American train? Would say what? Mr. Kieran.
All aboard.
Well, yes, he would, but it's not a warning cry particularly.
What warning would he give?
What? Don't leave your packages.
Miss Strother.
You mean watch your step?
No, I was thinking of low bridge.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No? What's wrong with that?
Who ever heard a brakeman say low bridge?
Ah.
That's a freight term, anyhow.
Well, you have brakemen on a freight train, can't you?
No, you don't. They don't call those fellas brakemen.
What do they
call them breakies.
I don't know. On this card, it says low bridge, Mr. Kieran. Shall I call myself wrong?
Well, I've ridden freights and passenger trains, and I never heard a brakie say low bridge.
That settles it. All right, you probably never did say it, except tonight. What's the typical warning cry of a telephone operator?
Information, please.
Hey, did you think that's all up by yourself, Mr. Adams, Mr. Kieran?
Your 3 minutes are up.
Yes. That's exactly right, Mr. Kieran. How about this one? From Jenny Reitzenstein of Baltimore. This is about brides of fact or fiction. What bride was married on the strength of a flattering portrait? Mr. Forrester.
Anne of Cleves.
Anne of Cleves, and to whom was she married?
Henry VIII.
Yes, of course, that's everybody was. That's an easy guess. Who painted her portrait?
Holbein.
Holbein, famous painter. Now, how about a bride, this is a fictional bride, who was married on the strength of a false photograph of the groom? Can't guess at this one. Mr. Forrester?
That's in a novel of Arnold Bennett's, which in England was called Buried Alive. I think it was called The Great Adventure over here.
I think it was called Buried Alive over
Buried
here,
Alive.
too.
The
But
play was called The Great Adventure.
I'm sorry.
By gollies, that is right, Mr. Forrester. It comes back to me. I hadn't thought of that. That's exactly right. How about another one, an American play? They knew what they wanted. Amy, the heroine, marries Tony on the strength of a false photograph. But I'm sure your answer, Mr. Forrester, is correct. How about this one? A bride who was about to be wed when marriage was interrupted at the altar by his wife's lawyer. Is that totally unclear? A man was about to be wed when the marriage was interrupted by his wife's lawyer.
Is that a song?
No. Does that kill it for you, Mr. Adams?
No, it sounds like Just Another Fatal Wedding.
Well, this was almost that. It's in Jane Eyre, Charlotte Bronte's famous novel. Remember, it's Mr. Rochester's first wife's lawyer who interrupts the proposed wedding with Jane because the wife has been insane all the time. That's the whole point of the book. I hope I'm not giving away the plot to those of you who have not read it. That gives us 2 out of 3. Now, in just a minute, we'll go on to more questions. But first, Mr. Cross has a suggestion for those of you who are going away on a visit over the Labor Day weekend.
Well, it's just this. Why not take your host or hostess a carton of Lucky's? It's sure to make a hit. For here's something to remember when buying cigarettes for yourself or others. Lucky's finer tobaccos please the hardest-to-please group of smokers in all America. I mean the independent tobacco experts down south. These men, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, are naturally choosy about what they smoke, for they know tobacco from A to Z, And at markets all over the South, they see just who buys what tobacco. Yes, year after year, these experts see the makers of Lucky's consistently buy the finer, lighter, milder Lucky Strike leaf. Now, smokers, you know, if you just stop to think of it, that in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So why not profit by the judgment of the independent tobacco experts? Remember, with these experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. That took just 58 seconds. And now a question from Miss Marguerite Smith of Lime Rock, Connecticut. Where in poetry do we find these paradoxes? The first one is destroyer and preserver. It's a phrase, paradoxical phrase, from what poem? Any idea? Miss Strother, does it come back to you? Mr. Kieran, I know you know the poem almost by heart. Almost, I said. Destroyer and preserver, here, oh here. It's from Ode to the West, Miss
So just before you...
I'm so sorry. Ode to the West Wind by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Well, that gives us one wrong. Have to get the next two right. The paradoxical phrase, comforts while it mocks. Comforts while it mocks is from what? Does that ring a bell, Mr. Kieran, in your mind? Not even a little tinkle?
No.
Get it? No? It's from Browning's Rabbi Ben Ezra.
Oh.
That's a tough one.
That's a long poem.
It is a long poem. The lines are, for thence a paradox which comforts while it mocks, shall life succeed in that it seems to fail. That is a tough one to remember. Now, how about this paradox? That gives us two wrong. Maybe we can get the third paradox right. 3/5 of him genius and 2/5 sheer fudge. Mr. Adams.
That is from the Bigelow Papers.
No.
No, it's from Oliver Wendell Holmes.
No. Take another one out of that hat. Miss Brother?
I was just going to say that Mr. Adams gets wittier
So-and-so,
and wittier.
it rhymes with judge.
I beg pardon?
It rhymes with judge.
Yes, rhymes with rudge, not with judge. Get it now?
No.
Well, it's
Barnaby
from A
Rudge.
Fable for Critics by Lowell. There comes Poe with his raven like Barnaby Rudge, 3/5 of him genius and 2/5 sheer fudge.
A Fable for Critics.
Yes, I said that. That gives us 3 wrong out of 3 and sends a $50 war bond to Mr. Smith and a set of the Britannica.
I was pretty close with the Bigelow Papers.
Fairly close. And that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Miss Strother and Mr. Forrester, for lending us your talents this evening. Now, in a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guests. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 2 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 2 $50 war bonds. And speaking of bonds, we'd like to address a special message to the ladies. You know, you American women are so attractive that you could spend a good deal less on yourselves and still be the prettiest women on the face of the earth. So why not put some of your savings into war bonds? As the poet Norman Jaffray says in this month's Cosmopolitan magazine, let's build more tanks and fill more sandbags and put less V's on ladies' handbags. Now, next week, the Kieran Adams-Levant combination will be on hand. Our guest will be the author, Alva Johnson. Remember to send letters with questions and the correct answers to Information Please at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble on the trail ahead! Oh, Silver!
It was a night of wind, rain, and thunder, the worst kind of a night for the horses that had to haul the overland stage towards Greggsville in Grant County. But in spite of the rain, the mail was coming through, and with it, 2 passengers. A flash of lightning revealed the oncoming stage to men who crouched at the side of the trail.
Did you see it?
Yeah, sure, I saw it. Do you think I'm blind? I've been watching that trail long enough. It's time we saw that stage.
The rest of the boys are ready, aren't they?
Expect them to fall asleep in this kind of weather?
Not suspecting what was ahead, the driver urged the 6 strong horses on. Then suddenly, without warning, there were cracks of guns.
Get in mind where you shoot. Don't get careless.
Then, a short time later, a rider on a white horse drew alongside the stage. One man sat on the seat, lashing the horses on their way. He saw the white horse range alongside. A flash of lightning revealed the fact that the rider wore a mask. Then masked man and white horse passed the stage and swept ahead.
Come on, Silver!
The masked rider's voice rang out in the teeming rain. The horse sped on, unmindful of the slippery mud and water-filled holes beneath the flying hoofs. In the county seat, Sheriff Morton sat at home with his daughter, his face heavily lined with worry and his eyes red-rimmed and tired from lack of sleep.
Now, Pa, why don't you go to bed and get what sleep you can?
And I've got to think, Betty.
But Bill's on the job, and it's not likely that gang will hit tonight. Well, they wouldn't go out in this storm.
Those ornery crooks would use this kind of a night to their advantage, Betty. They know they couldn't be trailed. If I could only figure out why they're doing so many things. Stage robbing, busting into stores, burning houses, stealing cattle. Everything, including murder.
Oh, such a storm.
I'm not going to talk any more about it. Read it all you like your ma. You'd grab a gun and go hunting crooks yourself if I let you. And that reminds me. I've let it be known that no one is to give you information. You're to keep out of this affair.
Oh, Pa, I could help if you'd let me.
No.
If that storm had only...
That doggone window's blowing open.
It almost seemed as if someone had broken it open.
There's the wind. I'll fix it so it'll stay closed.
Hurry, Pa. The rain's coming in buckets full.
I'll have it fixed in a jiffy.
Pa, what is it? Is there something out there? Wait, I'll help you fix the window.
Stay where you are, Betty. Get wet.
Well, I don't mind that. I'd sooner change my dress than have the rain all over the floor.
Stay there.
Oh, all right, Pa.
Sheriff! Sheriff!
Oh, that's Bill, your deputy.
Let him in. Hurry up, Sheriff!
I'm coming, Bill. Just a minute.
Oh, great Scott, what a storm. Hey, Sheriff,
Stay
something's...
right where you are, Bill. I'm fixing this window. Stay there and drift. Don't move around.
But I'll help you,
Stay
sir.
there, I said. I want water all over the floor.
Pa, Bill, there.
Yeah. The window won't blow open again.
Pa, when the lightning flashed that last time, I saw a man's face.
Nonsense.
Sheriff, I came to tell you
Wait
what...
a minute, Bill. I did see a face. It was out there in the dark, beyond the window. It looked like an Indian.
It's your imagination, Betty. Forget it. Bill, what's up?
It's the stagecoach. Just came in, and I saw a sight you never saw in all your life.
What do you mean?
Murder.
Oh, murder?
Doggone your hide, Bill. How many times have I got to tell you not to talk about things like that except in the office?
Then get to the office. The sooner the better. Things are getting to a fine pass here in town. The guard and driver of the stage was both killed and the mail was taken. Colonel Jackson drove the stage in.
Who in the thunder is Colonel Jackson?
Well, he ain't really a colonel now. I reckon he was once. But he's here to investigate things. Came from Washington.
Where is he?
In your office. He's waiting there, and he says it's mighty important that he sees you right away.
Well, I'll be along in a minute, as soon as I get some boots on. I won't keep you waiting.
Oh, sakes alive. I never seen a worse storm, Miss Betty.
Bill, didn't you see a face outside the window?
Well, I weren't looking, ma'am.
Oh, I know there was someone there.
Oh, now, shucks, Miss Betty. It might have been the wet leaves on a tree or something. Well, your paw stood right at the window. If there'd been anyone there, he'd have seen him.
I wonder if he did. He was an awful long time at that window. Excuse me a minute, Bill.
Now, where you going?
To the other room. I want to make sure Pa dresses warm enough. way things have been going of late, he's likely to forget his head if somebody doesn't mind him of it.
Yeah. Oh, Betty.
Pa, I didn't mean to startle you.
Well, that is, I've just seen if there's any pipe tobacco in this jar.
You haven't had pipe tobacco there for years.
Oh, that's so. Forget about it.
You couldn't smoke in rain like this.
No, of course not. Well, I'll get along. Keep the house shut tight, Betty. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Yes, Pa.
Hey, come on, Bill. Let's get going.
Right. Good night, Miss Betty.
Good night. Good night, Pa.
Good night, honey.
My Pa fibbed to me. He fibbed twice inside of 10 minutes. Now, he saw someone outside. He must have. He wasn't looking for tobacco. Why was he in that jar? Well, I'm gonna look and see. Something wrong. A bullet. It's a bullet. That Indian. Well, that's a sign of war when an Indian sends a bullet or an arrow. Pa was trying to keep it from me. Now I know. The Indian was outside talking to Pa. That's why he didn't want me near the window. He gave Pa this bullet. A warning. Well, I'll be ready for him. Just let him show himself again. I'll have Pa's rifle and I'll shoot to kill.
Thunder's going down some, but the rain's still bad.
It ain't the rain I mind, Sheriff, as much as this mud. Doggone it, I'm sinking ankle deep at every step.
Yeah, the office is right here. Did you leave the lamp going?
Uh-huh. The colonel was in there. He was going to wait there for you. I told you, didn't I?
Well, I guess you did, Bill. You need to ask if he saw the outlaws. Too dark to see anything. What's the matter here? The door is bolted.
Maybe the colonel was afraid the crooks had come for him. Hi there. Colonel Jackson, it's the sheriff.
Open the door, Colonel. It's Sheriff Morton. Couldn't have gone out and left the door locked that way. The bar's on the inside.
Well, this window over on the side of the porch is generally unlocked, Sheriff. I'll see it.
What's the matter?
Sheriff, look here. Take a look. That's the colonel sprawled on the floor.
Come on. Keep your gun handy and come in after me. He's alive. He's moaning, Bill. Get some water from that bucket over there.
Right. What happened to him? Has he been shot?
Don't look like it. No sign of injury.
What hit me?
Yeah, now, take it easy, Colonel. You're all right.
Here's the water.
Now, here, Colonel, take a drink of water. You're not hurt much. Can you tell what happened?
Thanks.
Take another drink. You'll feel better.
Oh. I guess it'll be all right.
Well, what happened to you, Colonel Jackson?
Stop talking so much, Bill. Close that window at the rear before we're flooded out of here. That's the way the sneaking crook got out.
Sheriff, I'm Colonel Jackson. Here, his credentials, proof of my identity.
My deputy told me about you. But what happened?
I don't know.
Here, let me help you to a chair. That's it now. Lean on me. That's the ticket. Feel like talking now?
I sat here waiting for you. Didn't hear anything at all till it was too late. And I heard someone, a faint creak back of me. I turned and someone struck me from behind. That's all I know.
Cracky, that don't help much.
Hey, Sheriff. Doggone it all, someone has stolen a lot of stuff from your desk.
What?
Look here. All these papers you had here, the ones that dealt with the crooks you were working against. They're all gone.
Gone? So that's what the crook was after.
Now, wait until I get my bearings. The head stops spinning, and we can talk.
Sheriff Morton reasoned that whoever had knocked the colonel down had stolen papers from his desk, then escaped by the window in the rear of the office. When the man from the east was able to talk, the lawman and he compared notes.
We've been up against an organized gang, Colonel Jackson. They've done everything that can be thought of. It's reached a point where nobody feels safe.
Conditions here have become known in the East, Sheriff. That's why I'm here. I'm something of a special investigator. If you read my credentials, you'll see that I'm empowered to take whatever action is considered necessary.
I read that.
Even though it means calling in the troopers or appointing new law enforcement officers. You don't seem to have many deputies.
Don't have many? No, of course we don't. Doggone it, look here. Wait till I show you in my drawer here. Now, there's Lem Perkins' badge. He's dead. Here's Jim Lefevre's. He's dead. And here's Gus Oldman's and Abe Childress. I've lost 4 deputies since this gang started.
Have you no clues?
No. I had some papers with statements from folks in town, and I had a few leads that I was working on, and notes and things. They've all been stolen. Stolen by the critter that snuck in here by that back window and knocked you out.
I see.
It seems like a deliberate move on the part of a gang to get everyone to move away from here. But if it keeps on, this won't be anything but a ghost town.
Well, I disagree. I think this gang is simply bent on taking as much money and property as it can.
Well, I don't know.
What benefit would it be to a gang to have everyone leave here?
I don't know, but a lot of people have already moved over to Hawkinsville. There's another thing, Mr. Colonel Jackson.
Yes?
I've had information there's some Easterners behind the whole thing. Might have been that army that was in the stage with you, the one that was killed.
An Easterner behind the crimes of these outlaws out here? Preposterous. If that's the way you reason, Sheriff Morton, perhaps you're not as efficient as you might be.
I'm just telling you what was told to me, that's all. This fellow's supposed to prove who he is to the rest of the gang by a silver dollar that's been polished smooth on one side. There's some lettering on that smooth side.
When did you hear this, Sheriff?
Well, I got it in sort of a roundabout way. Doggone it, see who that is, Bill.
Right. Who's that?
Me, Indian. He want to see Sheriff. It's plenty important. Open door.
Let him in. The chances are there's been another holdup or something.
I'll see that he don't waste none of our time. Well, Redskin, what's on?
Oh! Great gun! Who fired that shot?
Protect me. Where can I hide?
There's someone over there, Sheriff. That's where the shot came from.
I got him, Paul.
Betty, what the tarnation are you doing?
Let me lift this Redskin and put him over here where he can be spread out.
Paul, are you all right? He didn't get you, did he?
Betty, you'd better have a doggone good reason for shooting as you done. A reason for being out of the house in the first place.
But he was after you, Paul. I know he was. Now, I told you I saw him outside our house, and there's no use trying to keep things from me. I knew he was talking to you. He was warning you. He gave you a bullet. I saw the bullet.
What?
You tried to fib out of it, but I knew you were up to something more than looking for tobacco. You see, I looked in that jar.
Betty, by thunderation, I ought to tan your hide.
But it's true, isn't it? I knew you were in danger, so I came out here to make sure you weren't caught unaware. When I saw the engine at the door, I fired.
But hang it all. Oh, if you only hadn't done it. Betty, doggone it all, I know that Redskin. His name is Tonto.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Betty explained why she had fired at Tonto, while Bill, the deputy, laid the unconscious Indian gently on a sofa at one side of the office.
How's he now, Bill?
Oh, he's winged, that's all. He'll be all right.
Honest, I didn't aim to hurt him bad. I just wanted to hit his gun arm.
You'd better get for home, Betty, and stay there.
And the bullet just grazed his head. I think it's just clipped the skin a little. Is the colonel still in hiding?
Hey, Colonel Jackson.
I wasn't armed, so I thought it better to keep out of the way. You disarm that Redskin?
Sure, he won't hurt nobody.
Sheriff, he's coming around now. He wants to talk to you private.
All right. Betty, did you hear me? Go home and stay there. You're mixing into something you don't understand. You'd better keep out of it.
Pa, I only wanted to protect you.
Get bandage and some water, Bill. I'll fix the Redskin up. Betty, you do what I said.
Oh. Well, all right then. I'll go.
Come over here, Colonel Jackson. The sheriff will be through with the Redskin in a minute.
This office doesn't strike me as being very efficient.
And you not worry. Me not hurt bad.
Doggone, I'm sorry about it, Tonto. Mighty sorry.
You got bullet from the Lone Ranger. Him tell you, him help.
Yeah, he's the one that told me that the head man of the crooks was coming out here and had the silver dollar with him.
Oh, that right.
Has there been anything new since I talked to the Lone Ranger?
Him at work now. Him ride plenty long way, then come back.
Why did you come here? You brought information for me, didn't you?
That right. You leave window and back open. Leave front door open. You savvy?
Starting right now, I should leave them open?
That's right.
Wait then. Bill, the engine wants more air. Get the door open.
Yeah, but the rain...
Never mind the rain. Do what I say. And open that back window, too. Let the air sweep through.
Well, all right, if you say so.
That's good.
Now what?
Maybe things happen plenty soon now. You wait. Maybe we catch plenty crook.
Are you sure you're all right?
But you tell girl not to shoot again. Tonto hit bad. All plan go wrong.
She won't shoot again. I'll promise you that.
There's the door and window. Both wide open.
Good enough.
Now we wait. Plenty happen. Plenty soon.
As time passed, Tonto regained his strength, but remained quiet on the couch. He watched the dark window at the rear of the room, saw the rain beat in upon the floor. Then, turning slightly, he looked out through the doorway at the black night. The sheriff remained at Tonto's side, while across the room, Bill talked to the colonel.
The sheriff seems to be spending a lot of time with that Indian. Morton.
Yes, sir.
I want to speak to you.
Yes, sir, I'm coming, Colonel.
I'm satisfied that you're not very concerned about these crimes.
What?
The men who robbed that stage are still at large. The men who robbed your offices, too.
We're working on things.
I suppose just because it's raining, the citizens who pay your salary aren't entitled to your efforts.
You think I'd better go out in the mud and stomp around looking for footprints or something? This ground won't hold prints, Colonel.
What do you propose to do with that Indian?
Nothing. I reckon he can take care of himself. The bullets just grazed him. I'm going to sure as shoot and tell Betty a few things when I get home. The idea of her traipsing out in the rain and gunning for a redskin. Doggone it.
The light. A shot. Someone shot the lamp.
Get under the desk. This way. Down fast.
Holy mackerel, what's next?
There's a horse in here. Stop, you. Stay where you are in the name of the law.
Stop your yelling. He'll find where you are.
Shoot him. Do something.
Hey, boss, he's moving about in here. Maybe I can get the door closed and trap him in.
Why don't you shoot? Let go of my hand. Let me fire.
You'll hit one of us. I'll find a lamp.
Hey, he's going, Sheriff. He's going out now.
Get a light. A light, I say. Hurry and get a light.
I'm finding one. Just hold your horses, Colonel Jackson.
He might be shot in the dark.
Bill will get the light.
There you are. Now we can see.
Close that door, Bill. Get it closed. I'll close the window. No more of this sort of thing, no matter who says they want fresh air.
There's the door.
There. What in Tunket is going to happen next? What's that you've got, Colonel?
A bullet. It was here on the table.
Ginger, it looks like silver.
A bullet of silver?
Yeah, is that all that was there?
Yes.
You sure there was nothing else?
See for yourself. The top of the desk is bare.
Well, it seems like there might have been a note or a letter or something of the sort. Hey, Sheriff, look.
Huh?
That Indian.
He's gone.
Yeah, I just noticed it.
Where did he go?
He must have left while the light was out. I wonder if he went alone or if that man on the horse captured him.
Morton and Bill bade the man from the east good night at the entrance to the hotel. Jackson, the colonel, secured a large room in the rear of the first floor.
See that I'm not disturbed. I'm tired. I've lots to do tomorrow, and I want a good night's sleep.
Outside in the rain, men watched the window of the large rear room. They saw the lamp lighted, then saw a shade pulled over the window.
All right, Butler. Now we move forward.
Where's the rest of the boys, Critch? Sent them somewhere.
I told them to get to the rooms and wait for orders. Come on, there's a gent we gotta see in back of that there curtain.
Yeah, and the sooner the better. I'm getting anxious for the showdown on this job.
The window should be opened a little. Enough for us to stick the barrel of a gun through.
Yeah, if it ain't, we'll poke a hole in the glass.
We won't do no such thing. You let me handle this. Don't want no noise.
Is it open?
Yeah. A couple of inches. Now wait, I'll open it some more.
Hey, what does this mean?
Quiet.
Oh, a gun, huh?
Yeah, we're coming in there.
Well, come ahead. What's stopping you?
We sure are soaking wet.
What do you want?
We're looking for a certain party who's supposed to be in this room.
Well, who are you looking for?
You'll know. He's supposed to show us a silver dollar, savvy? And we're to turn that dollar over to the other side.
Not so loud. What if I didn't have any silver dollars?
If you didn't have them, you wouldn't be in this room.
It's pure luck that I have. I got rid of the silver dollar once. Got to be too dangerous to carry.
What are you talking about?
When I wrote, I told you to hold up the stage tonight. I had inside information in the East. A special investigator was coming here. His name was Colonel Jackson.
Is he a passenger on the stage?
Yes, and from him I learned that a man known as the Lone Ranger was going to combat us.
Lone Ranger? I don't like that.
It had become known that the head of the organization would identify himself with a certain kind of coin. So when you attacked the stage, I took care of the colonel. I put the coin in his pocket, took his credentials, and assumed his identity when I came here.
But you got the coin now?
Yes, here it is.
Where'd you get it?
Someone shot the lights out in the sheriff's office. When a lamp was lighted, this coin was on the desk beside a silver bullet. I was able to get it without being seen. I didn't want the sheriff to get it first. He knew what it meant.
What if they find that on you?
They won't. I'll get rid of it first. I'll find a way to put it among the possessions of the real Colonel Jackson.
Hold on. Did you say a silver bullet?
Yes. Why?
That's a sign of the Lone Ranger. He's the one that put it there. He put the bullet and the dollar there. He knows about you.
He couldn't. How could he?
Don't ask me how he knows things. He does, that's all.
All right, then we've got to work fast. We've got to get everyone busy right away. What's he doing at the door?
Watch. All right, I got you. Let me go.
The Indian.
All right, got him. Stop the door.
I thought I heard someone moving outside that door.
You, the same Indian. He was in the sheriff's office.
Yeah. See if he's got guns.
I'll search him. Oh, no, you don't. Trying to put something in your mouth, huh? See what that is, Critch. I just knocked it out in his hand in time.
Oh, it's a note of some sort. Let me read it. Hey, boss, did you take something from the sheriff's desk?
Yes, I bolted the door while I was there alone. I got some papers the sheriff had around about our work. I burned them in the fireplace. I opened the window to make it look like someone had come in and made believe I'd been knocked out.
Listen to this. Tonto, I think the colonel is a fake. How could anyone go into the office and knock him out without leaving wet tracks on the floor?
I made a terrible slip.
And here's more. Now listen to the rest. He says, I've taken the dollar from the dead man. I'll go to the office and leave it. You tell the sheriff to leave the door open and let the colonel have a chance to steal the dollar. If he takes it, follow him. Report to me at Potter's Cave. All of us are meeting there.
Why, he suspected. Now he knows. That was why you went there, Redskin. You told the sheriff to let me find the dollar.
And you go right into trap.
Critch, do you know where Potter's Cave is?
Sure.
Get the boys rounded up. You have powder?
Yeah, lots of it. They're planning to use blasting powder to blow half the houses sky high when everything else has been done.
Get the men and the powder. We're going to blow up Potter's Cave tonight. We'll trap them all there. All the men are working with this Lone Ranger.
Got to move fast, Betty. My rifle and extra gun belt.
Here it is, Bob.
Potter's Cave. When Bill comes, tell him to get there fast. The Lone Ranger's taking hold now.
The Lone Ranger?
Yes, and listen, honey. He told me the whole thing. Businessmen, crooked ones, want to boost the town of Hawkinsville. They'll make a clean-up selling land if they can get folks there. And they've got other irons at the fire, too.
Yes, Pa? Is that why they've been terrorizing everybody?
The gang was told it could have all it could steal, and extra pay for damaging property.
Oh.
But get this. The Lone Ranger found a dead man at the scene of the holdup. He thought it was the colonel. Then he found a badge, a coin, that is, one he'd been told about.
Yes?
He came to see me, talked to me at the window without showing himself. You did see the Indian, though.
I know I did.
He had to make sure the man that came here was the imposter and not the colonel. Well, he made sure of it. We know the man that calls himself Colonel Jackson is the leader of the gang. He's here to pay them off. Now I've got to go, honey. It's the big meeting to end things. Got to get all the deputies and special deputies together. I'll see you later.
All right, then, what about the blasting powder? Going to light the fuse and drive the wagon into the cave?
Oh, yeah. Rain up here, man.
It's in light way back in the cave.
Good enough.
Can't send the wagon back all the way. Is there another entrance to that cave?
No. All we gotta do is get the wagon in the entrance and let the powder go. That'll seal her up.
All right. All right, boys. Now, that's enough. Take the horses away and light the fuse.
They hear him?
Oh, not back where they are. I've been in that cave, and I know what it's like.
Light the fuse now.
Maybe you'll not light it.
What's that? You heard the Indian. Horton, the sheriff.
Put on your guns, you're coming.
We got them all, boys. Close in. Rope them and shoot them.
No gunplay. Here's one for you, you polecat.
No, don't shoot. I get down.
Let me out of this. Let me go. This is all a mistake.
The only mistakes this scheme and crook are the ones you made. We got the lot of you. Well, Betty, we got them all, including the ringleader.
Tell me some more, Pa. Did the Lone Ranger want Tonto to be captured so they'd find that note?
Sure he did. And then he left a light in the cave so they think we were all in their meeting. While we captured the polecats as they were trying to blow us up, the Lone Ranger went through the fake colonel's room and got a fortune in folding cash. To go to pay folks for some of the damage that gang did. It was sure a great roundup. But doggone, I shouldn't be chuckling about things to you. I've got to scold you plenty for taking a shot at Tonto.
Oh, I'd take more than a scolding for a chance to meet him.
Tonto?
No, the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Mum. M-U-M. Mum is the word for charm. Yes, it's Dinah. Here's Dinah Shore, brought to you by Bristol Myers Company, with a suggestion that you make Mum your word for charm. Now, here she is, Dinah Shore, singing Who Wouldn't Love You?
Who wouldn't love you? Who wouldn't care? You're so enchanting, people must stare. You're the dream that dreamers want to dream about. You're the breath of spring that lovers get about, a man about. Who wouldn't love you? Who wouldn't buy the west side of heaven if you winked your eye? You're the answer to my every prayer, darling. Who wouldn't love you? Wonderful you. Who wouldn't care? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Truman Bradley. Hiya, fellas. Well, never better.
Well, Dinah, that diary of yours must be crammed to the very brim this week.
Should be, Truman, but so much has happened since last Friday night, there wasn't even a second for Dear Diary until yesterday.
Well, then yesterday's entry is the one we'll want to hear, Dinah.
Okay. Dear Diary. Boy, what a week. Flew to New York last Friday after the program for Treasury Hour broadcast. Flew to Washington Sunday for Command Performance program, shortwaved overseas to all the fellas. Big show, Hedy Lamarr, Jimmy Cagney, and my favorite singer, Bing Crosby.
That's great, Dan. That's great. What else does the diary say, huh?
Quote, Monday morning, we broadcast from the steps of the Treasury Department, saying he's my guy.
Looks like it ought to be a big hit. End quote.
He's my guy. I don't care what he does, 'cause he's my guy. I guess he always was. He's careless about me. I don't think he tries. But once in a while he'll hug me and smile. I can see me in his eyes. He's my guy. I guess he'll always be. And I will try to keep him loving me. However he wants me, I'm his until I die. For nobody knows better than I that he's my guy. But once in a while he'll hug me and smile. I can see me in his eyes. He's my guy. I guess he'll always be. And I will try to keep him loving me. However he wants me, I'm his until I die. For nobody knows better than I that he's my guy.
Joan, honey.
Oh, Dad.
How's about your coming downstairs with me for a quiet little game of gin rummy?
Oh, Dad, I can't. I'm sorry. I have a date. He's coming in a few minutes, and this is something really important.
Important, eh? Well, I'll have to have a look at this young fellow when he comes.
You like him, Dad. Everybody likes him. Me especially. You'll get a good look at him.
And when a girl especially likes someone, well, it's a happy time. And as Joan says, an important time for her. A time when she wants to look her best and be at her best. Charming, appealing, and dainty. Yes, daintiness is one thing a wise girl never neglects. She never risks offending, no matter how excited, how rushed she is. For a wise girl knows there's always time for Mum. You see, it takes only 30 seconds to banish undaintiness with Mum. M-U-M, Mum, the snowy white underarm deodorant cream. And fast as it is, the Mum way is a sure way. Of course, your bath takes care of the past, but Mum protects your daintiness in the hours ahead. And Mum is safe. It does not irritate the skin, does not injure the daintiest dress you have. So you can use it at any time, even after you're dressed. Yes, just 30 seconds with Mum, and it's done. And then you have the sure, dependable protection you need, all through a busy day, a gay evening. So no wonder a recent survey shows that more women and more men use Mum than any other deodorant. Why don't you get a jar from your druggist tomorrow and discover this sure way, the Mum way, for yourself?
You know, I tell you, Truman, there's a big bunch in every camp.
Yes, there certainly is a big bunch. A big bunch of what?
A big bunch of fellas that hail from the state of Tennessee.
Oh, I see.
Everywhere I go, I seem to find them. And somehow they always seem to know that Tennessee's my home stomping ground, too.
So it is.
So I'm kind of used to hearing a clamor from the third or fourth row for that favorite of all Tennesseans, the Memphis Blues.
Well, Dinah, catch the next downbeat and let's us to have it.
We got it. Honey, I've been down to Memphis town, where the people smile on you all the while. Hospitality, they were good to me.
I couldn't spend a dime. I had the grandest time. I went out a-dancing with a Tennessee dear. A fellow there named Handy had a band you should hear. While those people swayed, all those darkies played real harmony. I never will forget the tune that Handy called the Memphis Blues. They got a fiddler there that always slickens his hair. Oh, Lordy, how he pulls on his bow. And when you hear that tune, listen to the trombones croon. Oh, it sounds just like a sinner on revival day. That melancholy strain, that ever-haunting refrain is like a darky moan in a song. Here comes that very part, wraps a spell around my heart. Oh, it sets me wild to hear that loving tune again. Those Memphis Blues.
Well, Dinah, our maestro, Gordon Jenkins, is now maneuvering into position for his forthcoming specialty.
Well, what a specialty it is. Gordon has picked up a tired guitar, and our drama boy has abandoned his bass drum in favor of an old suitcase, and the rest of the fellows just tag on. It's Gordon Jenkins conducting his Suitcase 6. And for the premiere performance, the maestro has chosen none other than that fine feathered favorite, Red Wing.
Song of the Week for Men in Uniform from the Girls Back Home, a regular feature of the Dinah Shore program. Gentlemen, Dinah Shore.
Good evening, fellas, wherever you're listening in. I want to say a few words especially to 5 boys from New Orleans tonight. 5 brothers from New Orleans, that is. I got a letter this week, fellas, from the girl you all love, your mother. She said in her letter to me, I have 5 sons in the service. 2 are flying for the Navy and 3 are in the Army Air Corps. I'd like very much for you to sing a song for them. Well, I'd like very much to sing for you, too. I sing it for you and for all the men in the service whose mothers and sweethearts are thinking about them tonight. Here it is, sent to you with love from home.
Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song. The melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you. When our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. Ah, but that was long ago, and now my consolation is in the stardust of a song beside a garden wall. When stars are bright, I was in your arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses grow. Though I dream in vain, ever in my heart it will remain. My stardust melody, the memory of love's and sunshine, drop the boys a line, tell them everybody's feeling fine, fine, fine. Fill the page with laughter, add a kiss or two to keep them smiling while we keep them flying for you. You don't have to be his father or his mother. He needn't be your sweetheart or your brother. Dip your pen in sunshine, drop the boys a line, and tell them everybody's feeling fine.
That's right, girls, and the time is right now while you're thinking about it. Remember, when he stands in line for mail call, that letter you address to him is the most important letter in the world. Then, if you have time, let me know what songs you'd like me to sing for your boys. My address is Dinah Shore, Blue Network, Hollywood.
Before Dinah says good night, a reminder to all of you. Won't you remember to make Mum your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum. That's M-U-M, Mum, from your druggist tomorrow.
This is Dinah Shore saying good night until next week to all you fellas in the service from us girls at home. Night, fellas. Night, girls. Night, everybody.
Remember, next week at this same time, Dinah Shore, same station. Truman Bradley speaking.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
KECA, Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony Incorporated.
The Treasury Star Parade, starring Harry James and his orchestra.
This is Harry James greeting you with another program in the feature series of weekly broadcasts presented by the United States Treasury. And our first number, ladies and gentlemen, features Jimmy Saunders singing the current hit, Tangerine.
Lips as bright as flame. Tangerine,
when she dances by, senorita stare and caballero sigh. And I've seen toast to tangerine raised in every bar across the Argentine. Yes, she has them all on the run, but her heart belongs to just one. Her heart belongs to Tangerine.
Jimmy Saunders and Tangerine. Now we'd like to play for you a recorded version of Sleepy Lagoon. Yes, Sleepy Lagoon. And now I see that Helen Forrest would like to tell us about that soldier of mine.
He's not so handsome, he's not very tall, and in the smart set he's nothing at all. just a private, just one of a crowd. He's got that something that makes me so proud. He'll keep Old Glory as high as a cloud. That's so of mine. I wish he knew how much I've been missing him. Every single day we're apart, but I still have the memory of kissing him the day he marched away with my heart. Oh, there at the station, I tried not to cry. I kept on smiling while waving goodbye. I know he'll come back, that wonderful guy, that soldier of mine.
Well, there's nothing like a good old standard, and so here we've dug up one for you. It's called I Found a New Baby.
Harry James, and say, Harry, from the look on your face, I'd say you have something on your mind.
Well, that's right, Paul. I want to put a question to our radio listeners. Folks, are you investing at least 10% of your entire income in war bonds and stamps? If your answer is no, I'd suggest that you begin some serious thinking right now. War costs money, and Uncle Sam needs at least $1 out of every 10 you receive to help pay for the weapons our boys need to defeat the Nazis and Japs. You know you can do it, so start now and buy war bonds and stamps to the limit. Don't wait for the other fellow to do your job. Will you do your part?
Well, Harry, there's only one answer for a loyal American, and that is an emphatic yes. Remember, folks, when you purchase war bonds and stamps, you're investing in the future security of America. Fight, work, and save for victory. The United States Treasury wishes to thank Harry James and his orchestra and this station for the use of its facilities. Check your local newspaper for the Treasury Star Parade. Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance presented this week and every week till it's over there. Greetings to the AEF and to Uncle Sam's fighting friends in the Allied nations. It's Command Performance time in the USA, time for the American entertainment industry to answer those thousands of letters you write into your big show. And here's the commanding officer of Command Performance tonight, a dynamic first lady of the American stage and always a leading lady when it comes to being of service to you guys in the service. Your mistress of ceremonies, Miss Tallulah Bankhead.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and hello, fellas. Your big show is on command furlough from Hollywood and getting a royal welcome here in New York City. After all, Command Performance was born in New York, just like a lot of you men over there. And though many of you have a girlfriend waiting for you in towns like Grand Rapids and Peoria and Pocatello and Walla Walla, there's one girl in New York who's carrying the torch for all of you. She's a lady out there in New York Harbor, and she's proud of the way you're standing by. But this is Command Performance, and this is New York. And when these two get together, something big has simply got to happen. And, brother, it starts happening right now. First, for all you boys who follow the hit parade, for Billy at APO 927, and the Signal Gang at Corozal, and the Marines and the Solomons, your star of the hit parade sending you 1 dozen roses, Miss Joan Edwards.
You say my uncle left $1 million, and half of it belongs to me. Let us talk about that later. It's important, but love's greater. Right now I'm busy as a bee. I'm in an awful hurry, so don't ask me now to stop. I'm going to place an order in a little flower shop. Give me one dozen roses, put my heart in beside them, and sent them to the one I love. He'll be glad to receive them, and I know he'll believe them. That's something we've been talking of. There may be orange blossoms later, kind of thinks that there will, 'cause he's done something to me, and my heart won't keep still. Give me 1 dozen roses, put my heart in beside them, and send them to the one I love. Give me 1 dozen roses, put my heart in beside them, and send them to the one I love.
Thank you, Joan Edwards. Thank you. And thanks to Dr. Frank Black and the musicians who give their services. Next, men, Command Performance gives you one of our nation's greatest inventors. To cross the white lie and the belly laugh to create a new trend in radio. The genius who translated alphabet soup into Arabic, Esperanto, and vegetable. A full colonel, full of nonsense. Assisted by his aide-de-stuff, Art Carney. Here he is, boys, the one and only Colonel Stoopnagle.
Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my head, Miss Bankard. Of course, you know Art Carney.
I'm afraid not, Colonel. Is he your protege?
Yes, he's what you said. This boy is going to be famous, Tallulah, not in years to come when he's old and shriveled, but now when he's young and shriveled. Step up, Art, and say hello to Tallulah.
I don't...
Come. Don't stand there talking. Mumble. You see, Tallulah, Art is a bashful youngster.
Someone's at the thing, Colonel. I wonder who it is.
Well, it's me, trying to get in to do my impression of Captain Bob Bartlett, the well-known explorer.
Oh, come in.
Sure, I've come to pay you a visit, Stoopnagle. Captain Bartlett of the good ship Morrissey. Remember me in the newsreels?
Why, sure. How are things, Captain?
What did you say?
I said, how's everything?
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Well, I didn't believe it, Colonel. There's only one way to make sure of a thing, I always say. Find out for yourself. Find out for yourself, I always tell.
Say,
always.
Captain Bartlett, maybe you'd better come back here another time. Maybe you're just...
So I went out into the country, I did, leaving me good ship Morrissey tied up to some seaweed. Far out into the country I went until I saw a big boulder way up on the top of a hill. So up the hill I went, panting and perspiring in the sun. Turn the page. Finally, I got up to the top of the hill, and with all my strength, I managed to push the boulder loose from its foundation.
Loose from its what?
Foundation. Oh, you should have seen it crash down the side of that hill with me chasing it. And finally it came to rest. So I examined the boulder from stern to stem, but I found no trace of a telegraph code. Not a single dot or dash. And that proved the old saying.
It proved what old saying, Captain Bartlett?
A rolling stone gathers no more. Good day, gentlemen.
Say, that guy is slightly off the proverbial beam, aren't you, Colonel?
Yes, Carney, I am, isn't he? But I'm glad the old salt just dropped in. He reminded me that I have an amazing story to tell. A saga of the sea.
Oh, comma, boy, period. A saga of the sea.
Yes, and if you spell it backwards, it's a Siga of the Sag. Imagine, if you will, a foggy night off Cape Cod. A man in a bearded motorboat is making his way over the bounding Main. In the back seat of the motorboat is his wife, Mrs. Bounding Main. The boat cuts swiftly through the water, and suddenly the fog settles down. Fog settling down. And now, here is the rest of the story to tell itself. See if you can piece it together. There you are. The story is told. Did you understand it, Carney?
Yes, I did, Colonel.
Then I guess you weren't listening very carefully. I'll explain it to you. You see, this man planned to do away with his wife, but he made one little mistake. His wife had been shot at many times before, and she was porous. He was plastered. Now, the splash you heard, therefore, was not his wife at all, but a large catfish which had jumped out of the boat to catch a mousefish.
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
But how do you explain the scream?
And so, bounding Maine, the sinister oarsman from Cape Cod is now serving a sentence of from 2 to not more than 1 year in prison, where he has been an inmate since 1905. Now, here is the warden of the prison to say a word or two regarding this desperate criminal. Go ahead, warden.
Thank you. I have been the warden of this here prison for 30 years, and tonight I would like to say thank you. I have been the warden of this here prison for 30 years, and tonight I would like to say I have been...
Yes, warden, yes. What would you like to say?
Come back, Humphrey Bogart. We miss you.
Thank you, Colonel Stoopnagle and Art Carney. Well, men, you send letters from New Caledonia which say that being 9,000 miles from New York isn't quite so bad when you can hear your favorite entertainers on command performance. And be it New Caledonia or Iceland or 7 different kinds of Africa and India, there's a world-famous drummer that all of you know. Well, that drummer is with us tonight. And I might add, to the special pleasure of an Englishman at sunny dawn on the Bromwich Road in Worcester, England. And by command of the entire AEF, it's Gene Krupa and Anita O'Day doing drum boogie. Okay, Krupp. Thank you, Gene Krupa and Anita O'Day. As they say along Park Avenue, brother, that is solid sending. Well, boys, when your big show moved into New York, a special vault was set aside in our huge post office for all the letters you've written asking Jane Froman to sing You Go to My Head. To those of you in Hawaii and the North Atlantic and Caribbean and over there in Egypt who signed those letters, here's the answer. You Go to My Head by Miss Jane Froman.
The bubbles in a glass of champagne. You go to my head like a sip of sparkling burgundy brew, and I find the very mention of you like the kicker in a julep or two. The thrill of the thought that you might give a thought to my plea sends a spell over me. Still I say to myself, get a hold of yourself, can you? And it never can be. You go to my head with a smile that makes my temperature rise, like a summer with 1,000 Julys. You intoxicate my soul with your arms. No, I'm certain that this thought of mine hasn't a ghost of a chance in this crazy romance. You go to my head. You go to my and a ghost of a chance in this crazy romance. You go to my head. You go to my
Thank you, Jane Froman. And now for Private First Class JHP at APO 34, for Private Wilson at APO 957, for KZ at Fort Randolph, for Basil, Max, and the boys in the vicinity of Venezuela, and for Frenchie in Libya. Command Performance presents America's great stage comedian in his famous role of the French professor. Boys, here's Willie Howard.
Xavier. My dear pupils of the radio, you know it is very easy to learn how to talk in French, providing you listen to every one of my lessons. Now, if you do in a very short time, believe me, you'll be able to talking as good as I'm talking. But to get the greatest benefit from my lessons, you must secure One of my textbooks entitled French in 10 easy lessons or 5 hard ones. You can obtain this book, mind you, free of charge, just excuse me, I'm very short in this country. By merely sending in your name and address on a postal card, or tear off the top of your neighborhood grocer, or any facsimile, or a stale bagel, or anything you got. Although, mind you, although, this book will be sent to you absolutely free of charge, without cost, no money to pay whatever. There will be a sale tax charge of 94 cents. A little charge of $1, 22 cents handling and mailing, making a total of $2.16. With each book I give away free, I also give you a recipe how to clean a chicken. So you wouldn't lose the pipic. Pipic, English translation, gizzard. Now, those desirous to get a copy of my book, I have 3 conveniently located stores. My main store is 800 Pitkin Avenue, Brooklyn. I have another store at 800 Pitkin Avenue, Brooklyn. And for your convenience, I open a new branch at 800 Pitkin Avenue, Brooklyn. All in the same place. Now, the first situation we take up tonight in French conversation, we say you're living in Paris and the landlord comes for the money for the rent. You should tell him in French you haven't got the money with you right now. So you're talking in French like this, gay avec. Gay avec. English translation means go away, go away. If you should make it more emphatic, you say to him, gay white avec. Which means come tomorrow, we'll pay you maybe. Then perhaps he's going to say to you in French, but monsieur, I'm very sick. I must have money, must buy medicine, of a doctor. Like to buy a scratch sheet. So you're talking French like this, à vous te dire, à vous te dire, à vous te dire, à vous te dire, we dance out in the land of God. Now perhaps this time he's going to get very angry, say, if you don't give me money, I'm going to kick you out. I'll call a gendarme, I'll put you in a Bastille. Bastille is the word for French prison, because it's made from the Bastille you can buy. Forgive me. So you're talking in French like this, so brech à fou, so brech. Which means you'll have no kick coming. This concludes my broad grapsing for tonight. Got to go back to Vichy. Before I'm singeing off, I would like to quote the saying of the great French philosopher, Marquis de la Fou de la Fée de l'Iconseilleux, en cas de mon-le, en Dieu pipon chung tohung tohu la mao la roi, who said, what did he say? Do unto others before they do unto you. And now, my two peoples of radio, I'm desirous to know how you're getting along with your French study song. You will please write me a letter in French. If you can't write a letter, send me a French postal card. Who looks at the writing? Well, I guess that is all. Oui. I got to go now. Oui.
Merci beaucoup, Willie Howard. I listen very well. Gentlemen, Command Performance tonight would like to put in a shortwave call to a fella named Brains at Pearl Harbor. and to the rigger runners at APO 862. We'd like to tell McDonald and the gang in Northern Ireland to be disappointed no longer, because we are presenting your favorite quartet. This is great news, too, for the radio boys who wrote from Australia on July the 5th, and for Corporal Needle at APO 832, who says the sweetest girl in the world lives in Philadelphia. The big news, men, is the Ink Spot. Come on out here, Ink Spot, and give out for the AES!
I love coffee, I love tea, I love the jabber and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabber and me. A cup, boy. I love jabber, sweet and hot. Whoops, Mr. Moto, I'm a coffee pot. Shoot me the pot and I'll pour me a shot. A cup. Oh, slip me a slug from the wonderful mud. I'll cut the rug down snug in the jug. Slice your onion in a raw one. Draw one. Wait a percolator. I love coffee. I love tea. I love the jabber and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabber and me. A cup. Oh, Boston bees, soy bees, green bees, cabbage and greens. I'm not keen upon a bean unless it is a cheery soybean. Boy, I love coffee, I love tea, I love the jabber and it loves me. The coffee and the tea and the jabber and me. A cup. Boy, I love jabber, sweet and hot. Whoops, Mr. Moto, I'm a coffee pot. Shoot me the pot and I'll pour me a shot. A cup. Oh, slip me a slug from any old mug. I'll cut a rug till it's snug in the jug. Shoot the butter to me, Bessie. Don't get messy. Waiter, percolator. I love coffee, I love tea. I love the jabber and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabber and me. A cup. Get it a birthday. The baba do the ding. Shoot the juice to me loose. Cook my goose. Waiter, percolator. I love coffee, I love tea. I love the jabber and it loves me. A coffee and tea and the jabber and me. Yeah, a cup. Oh, jabber, yeah.
Well, fellas, as the Yanks Fly said after that first raid over Germany, that's it for tonight. But we'll be back again. And Command Performance will be back again next week. But right now, we say thanks for the wonderful letters that invited us to your big radio party. One of these days, you'll be back here with us. And on that day, we'll throw a party from New York to San Francisco and from Key West to Seattle. But before then, we have 3 other parties to throw. The Nazis, the fascists, and the Japs. And after we've thrown them, buddy, we can really celebrate. This is Tallulah Bankhead in New York City, sending all our love from the USA.
Command Performance came to you tonight from New York City. And before returning to the old stamping ground in Hollywood, we'll drop in next week on Uncle Sam's #1 city, Washington, D.C. All the stars and musicians appeared tonight in answer to requests from you men in the AEF through the courtesy of the New York War Activities Committee and Local 802 American Federation of Musicians. This is Paul Douglas with the closing quotation. Send those letters to Command Performance, care of the station to which you're listening. Got that, fellas? Send your letters to Command Performance in care of the station to which you're listening. And rain or shine, we'll answer them. And rain or shine over there, buddy, pour it on, buddy, pour it on. so long from the USA.
Hi, fellas. This is Jill with your all-time jukebox. Yes, all-time jukebox time again. And that means that for the next 30 minutes, we hear only the very best of records. Once every week, this all-time jukebox of ours gets a workout. Gets polished up, rolled out, and sent all over the world via Armed Forces Radio. The records that you're about to hear will all be familiar. They're records that you've all heard, though in the case of some, not for a long time. And each one is an all-timer, a big seller, a record that stands out ahead of the usual run. Take, for example, all-timer number 1. Before Woody Herman recorded Caledonia, he was doing fine. But after Caledonia, he was doing finer. This was one of the series of rather mad records the band did. Woody Herman and Caledonia.
Walk with baby, she's big feet, she's long, lean, lank, had nothing to eat, but she's my baby lover just the same. Crazy about that woman called Caledonia's her name. Caledonia, Caledonia, what makes your big head so hard? I love you just the same. Crazy about you, baby, cause Caledonia's your name. Caledonia, Caledonia, what makes your big head so hard? Caledonia, Caledonia, what makes the big head so hot? Caledonia, you look so sweet tonight, Caledonia. Talk to me, tell me everything, tell me all, Caledonia. Caledonia, Caledonia, what makes your big head so hard?
All-timer number 2 is by Harry James. Remember when he had a gal vocalist named Kitty Callan? She came to the band after a spell with Jimmy Dorsey, and at one of her first recording sessions, she sang, "I'll Buy That Dream." Remember it? Thought you would. Harry James and I'll Buy That Dream.
Imagine me with my head on your shoulder, and you with your lips getting bolder. A sky full of moon and a sweet mellow tune. I'll buy that dream. Imagine me in a gown white and flowery, and you thanking Dad for my dowry. A church full of folks and those last-minute jokes. I'll buy that dream. A honeymoon in Cairo in a brand-new Autogyro. Then home by rocket in a week. We'll settle down near Dallas in a little plastic palace. It's not as crazy as you think. Imagine me on our first anniversary with someone like you in the nursery. It doesn't sound bad, and if it can be had, I'll buy that dream. Next all-timer arrived and departed in a flash. When Cement Mixer hit the airwaves, I guess it must have been played somewhere in the United States every second. Every time you dialed your favorite disc jockey, Cement Mixer. All the shows did the song, and its originator, Slim Gaillard, was usually on in person to sing a chorus or two. Well, the song didn't live too long on account of all the plugging, but it gets a fast revival as we send it to your all-time jukebox. The original record of Slim Gaillard's Trio and Cement Mixer.
Cement Mixer, putty putty. Cement Mixer, putty putty. Cement Mixer, putty putty. Puddly rooty, puddly rooty, puddly scooty. Cement Mixer, putty putty. Cement Mixer, putty putty. Cement Mixer, putty putty. I puddly rooty, puddly rooty, blah blah. I think that I shall never see a poem as funny as lovely as a tree like rooty rooty. Twinkle, little star, wonder where you are, my cookie. Cement Mixer, putty putty. Cement Mixer, putty putty. Cement mix of putty, 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 putty. Muscle Jones, Twinkle Jones, Mookie. Avocado seed. A super third. Super third. A Valterini. Cement mix of putty, putty. Cement mix of putty, putty. Cement mix of putty, putty.
Margaret Whiting sings our next all-timer. It's probably worn out. We've been spinning it for years. It's the first solo record that Margaret did. Her first platters were with Billy Butterfield. You probably remember My Ideal. But the song that Margaret Whiting will never forget is the one that brought her fame and fortune. It Might As Well Be Spring.
I'm as restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I'd say that I had spring fever, but I know it isn't spring. I'm starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? I keep wishing I were somewhere else, walking down a strange new street, hearing words that I have never heard from a man I've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I
so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be
This is Jill again, moving right along on account of the records are all long. The all-timers for Part 2 have to do with Woody Herman, Vaughn Monroe, Frank Sinatra, and Harry James. The Woody Herman record isn't an all-timer, yet. Every so often I find a record that seems to be better than the rest, and although it hasn't been proven as yet, the general feeling in the record business is that it's going to hit the top. Early Autumn by Woody Herman is new, but it's really building. I went to a jazz concert that Woody gave, and when he played this, the cheers were long and loud. As to performance, the sax section deserves a raise. Woody Herman and Early Autumn. Next, a song from Vaughn Monroe. This fellow has been turning the big sellers out one after another. One of his first, a few years back, was Let It Snow. Here it is.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm.
But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate to go out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Time now for a song from Frank Sinatra, and this is one of his best. The song itself was a hit parade winner. I think this was the big song back in 1940, and it'll be around as long as phonographs are. Frank Sinatra and Fools Rush In.
Romance is a game for fools, I used to say. A game I thought I'd never play. Romance is a game for fools, I said and grinned. Then you passed by, and here am I, throwing caution to the wind. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread, and so I come to you, my love, my heart above my head. Though I see the danger there, if there's a chance for me, then I don't care. Fools rush in where wise men never go, but wise men never fall in love. So how are they to know? When we met, I felt my life begin. So open up your heart and let this fool rush in.
And to close the jukebox, we have another from Harry James. And again, Kitty Callan gets into the act. This record spins in your all-time about twice every year, maybe more. Harry James and his wonderful I'm Beginning to See the Light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's a forlorn fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light.
I never seem to get a chance to thank you for listening to your all-time jukebox. I always seem to finish playing the last record at the last second. Gotta sign off, so till I'll be G.I. jiving your way, this is Jill, and this is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
At Ease. At Ease is the Armed Forces Radio Service presents a quarter hour of music played without interruption. So at ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
help me if I do. How well I realize I lost a prize the day I told you I was through. Yes, that I spurned a love tried and true. I learned a lesson I'll never forget when I turned my back on you. I'll be with you, dear, no matter how near or far. all my heart, I pray everything is all right. Wherever you are, good night.
You've been at ease this past quarter hour with the music of Frank Duvall and the songs of Dorothy Collins. Les Paul was heard on the electric guitar. Songs you enjoyed were A Kiss in the Dark, I Learned a Lesson I'll Never Forget, All of Me, Good Night Wherever You Are, and Flamingo. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler. Monday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you the amazing story of House of Greed. A taxicab rolls through the night and comes to a stop before a brownstone mansion on West 52nd Street. The driver opens the door, and a handsome, well-dressed man steps out, pays the driver, slips quickly up the stairs, fumbles with a bunch of keys, but the door opens.
Oh, hello, Jackson.
Mr. Talbot, welcome home, sir.
Where's Mrs. Talbot?
Oh, she left 3 days ago. Went to the place in the Catskills. There's a note on your desk, sir.
Oh, good.
Your brother, Frank, is waiting in the library.
Oh. Hello, Frank. What do you want?
John.
Now, look, Frank, I told you the last time I'd give you no more money.
Oh, but it isn't gambling debts this time. I'm reforming. I'm going to settle down and work.
Work?
I met a big cattleman from South America. He has a very lovely daughter. And she talked her father into letting me buy an interest in the business.
How much?
10,000. Oh, I'm sure I'll make good, John.
Oh, very well. I don't mind doing something like that for you. When are you leaving?
Tomorrow. I've had a plane reservation for 4 days. Mm-hmm. Thanks for the check, John. You're a swell guy. Tell Mary goodbye for me.
Yeah, she's up in the Catskills.
Yeah, so Jackson told me.
Good Lord.
What's wrong?
She hasn't gone to the Catskills. I can't understand this. What on earth does she mean?
Well, what is it?
Well, read it.
John, this life is too lonely. I can't go on like this, so I'm leaving you. I found someone else who is more considerate of me.
But
First, I'm going home, and from there, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, but things just didn't work out for us. Mary.
Someone who's more considerate of her. Why, I've given Mary everything her heart desired. She must be out of her mind.
Of course, you have been gone a lot, and women get crazy ideas.
It's knocked the pins right out from under me.
Yes, I can see that. You better take it easy for a while.
Yes, I feel, I don't know, kind of sick. All of a sudden, nothing seems to matter.
Oh, maybe she'll wake up before she gets too far. Perhaps I'd better cancel my trip for a few weeks until you get straightened out.
No, never mind. I'll pull myself together. I wouldn't have you sidetrack your plans for the world. I think you better go now, Frank. I'd rather be alone.
All right. But don't do anything foolish.
What do you mean?
Well, if you brood about it, you're liable to get some crazy ideas and end up really holding the sack.
Good luck, Frank. Lots of luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, John.
John sits for the remainder of the night staring over the top of his desk. The next morning he closes the house and starts on Mary's trail, which takes him to London, Paris, Berlin, all over Europe, but to no avail. Finally, he drops his active interest in his business and goes to live in his country estate. Then one day, 14 years later, he finds himself on a honeymoon. He has married a widow named Helga.
Well, John, dear, we got away without too much trouble.
Well, it does seem a bit silly, rice and honeymoons at our age.
Our age? Well, you sound as though we're a couple of old grannies. I'm 36 and you're 45, and I certainly don't feel old.
Why, of course you're not, Helga.
Oh, dear. John, now that the wedding's over, there's something I haven't told you.
Oh, now
I haven't said anything because I was afraid it might make a difference.
I know what it is. You have a son.
How did you know?
I wondered when you were going to mention it.
Oh, well, he finishes school this year. It's been quite a struggle putting him through college, but he's very bright. Paul has studied hard and managed to cram 2 years into one. Could he spend the summer with us?
Why, of course.
Oh, John, you're a darling.
I should be able to find a place for him in the business. Oh, ask him to come down to our place in the country.
Oh, thanks, John. You're wonderful.
So Helga's son Paul came to spend the summer at the country place. And he stayed the next winter, and the following summer, and the next winter. Now it is summer again, and Paul is still visiting his mother and stepfather. The first year, he worked in the office every day until noon, and found business very boring, so finally he quit going to the city at all.
But, Mother, I've looked the whole thing over, and there's nothing there that interests me.
Well, you could learn about the business. You seem to be able to learn anything else you want to.
But I don't care for business.
Oh, you're a fool. I worked my knuckles to the bone to give you an education. I married John Talbot to give you a chance to do something. John has no children. It's a huge business. And one day you could control the whole thing. I'm disappointed in you, Paul. You're letting me down.
Well, it seems to run very well without too much attention from him. If we were to inherit it, why wouldn't it continue to run just as well?
You either get down to that office or you pack your things and get out.
Why should I? I'm perfectly satisfied.
I'll tell John to make you go.
And suppose I tell him what you just said? That you married him just to give me a chance? Married him for his money?
You wouldn't dare.
And suppose I tell him that you were never divorced from Father? That he's still down in South America, still wandering around trying to find a gold mine.
If you dare open your mouth, I'll...
Hello there. How are you, Helga? What's this I heard about South America?
Oh, why, nothing, darling. Paul was just talking about someone he met from down there.
Who do you know from South America, Paul?
Fellow, I met him today.
Were you in the city today?
No, I was down the village.
I didn't suppose you'd been out of the house today. What's his name?
Why, I don't remember.
I didn't think you would. You haven't been out of this house for 3 days. Paul, I think you're the laziest man I've ever met.
All right. I'll start back to the office Monday. If that's what you and Mother want me to do, I'll do it.
Why, I'm sorry I wasn't here for dinner, Helga. I was detained in town. I have quite a bit of work to do. I'll be here in the library for 2 or 3 hours.
Very well, John. I won't bother you. I'll go on upstairs. Besides, I want to have a little talk with Paul. Good night, dear.
Good night, Helga. What on earth? Who's out there? Who are you? What do you want out there?
May I come in? I want to talk with you.
Well, why do you come to the library windows? Why didn't you ring the bell?
I didn't want to cause a disturbance.
Disturbance? What do you mean?
May I come in?
Yes, come ahead.
Don't you know me, John?
Good Lord. Mary.
I'm sorry, John. I had to talk with you. I saw the light in the library.
What do you want?
I need your help.
Where have you been all these years?
Oh, every place. Are you still filled with resentment?
It's been too long ago. At first I was. I followed you all over Europe, but never quite caught up with you. Now I'm glad I didn't. There's no telling what I might have done.
I'm sorry, John. I was a fool, and I know that now. May I sit down?
Why, of course. Have you a cold?
Yes, I can't seem to shake it. I've had it for weeks.
See, I hate to mention it, but you look a bit shabby, Mary. Aren't you doing well?
Oh, well, yes. Yes, I'm doing all right.
Are you?
You've married again.
Yes.
And your wife is here?
Yes.
Then I'll be as brief as possible. I wouldn't want her to know that I was here.
You want me to help your husband?
No, not that. I have no husband.
What about the man you said was more considerate of you?
He left me 4 years after the baby was born.
Baby? You have a child?
Yes, John. She's 17 now.
And where's the man?
I don't know, and I don't care. Oh, John, I made the biggest mistake of my life. I should have known better. But he practically carried me off my feet. And I learned later, to my sorrow, that he was not worth shooting.
Where's your daughter?
She's in a school in Vermont. I've worked hard to give her an education. I've done everything I could do to give her a chance. I've not seen her very often. But now, well, I'm sort of cracking up. I've been ill a lot, and I seem to have trouble getting a job.
Job? What kind of a job?
Why, any kind of a job.
What have you been working at, Mary?
I made such a miserable mess of it. I was never able to face things. I always took the line of least resistance.
What a shame.
And now I've come to the end of my rope. Joan has finished school. She's a lovely girl, John. I can't let her know. I can't take her with me.
Why not?
She deserves so much more. She deserves a chance in life. I want you to do something for her.
Why should I?
Because she's your daughter, John.
My daughter?
Yes, yours and mine. She was born 7 months after I left. Here's the birth certificate. Please, John, do something for her. She shouldn't be made to suffer for my mistake. She's innocent.
Well, does she know I'm her father?
No. And she doesn't remember the other men. Here, I'll give you her address. Fernwood College. And I'll write a letter to her explaining all about you.
Well,
Oh, John, you could do so much for her. She's a young lady now. And so lovely. Please see her. I know you'll fall in love with her.
All right, Mary. I'll see her. I'll have her come down here.
Oh, John, I'm so sorry. So sorry for everything I've done. Please forgive me.
I've forgotten everything, Mary. Oh, wait a moment. Take this check and do something about that cough.
No, thanks, John. I won't need it.
You'd better take it.
Thanks. I'll be all right in a few days. The cough will be gone. Good night, John.
Good night, Mary.
If he brings this girl here, do you realize what it means, Mother?
Yes?
It's his own daughter. If he falls for her, if he likes her, he'll change his will and split the estate.
She's entitled to it, isn't she?
Now, why should she be? Strange girl he didn't even know existed. Popped up out of nowhere and cheats us out of half the estate.
I know what you mean.
We've been here for several years. You're his wife. It isn't fair.
What would you do about it, Paul?
I'd see that she didn't get anything.
How would that be possible?
Suppose she didn't like it here. Supposing that before John got attached to her, the things happened that would make her dislike everything here. If she runs away soon enough, he won't change his will.
Perhaps you're right. And if she doesn't?
Then maybe something could happen to John. Later, something could happen to the girl. But in any event, the will must not be changed.
Where do you get such ideas?
That, Joan dear, is the story of your mother. I trailed them all over Europe, but never quite caught up with them.
You mean you planned to kill them?
Kill them? I was filled with revenge, but I finally gave up the chase and returned here to wait. I knew that sooner or later she'd show up.
But it's been so long ago. Surely you've lost the desire for revenge by this time.
Time heals many wounds, my dear.
If you had caught up with them and satisfied your revenge, what good would it have done?
Quite right, my dear, quite right. Tell me, have you no recollection of this man? You can recall nothing about him?
Absolutely nothing. Remember, I was only 4 when he went away.
And you do believe that I'm your father?
What else am I to believe? Mother proved that with the birth certificate. Proved that I'm Joan Talbot, not Joan Evans, as I've always believed.
Of course. And would you like to remain here?
Why, yes, I think I would,
Well,
but
there seems to be a doubt. Why do you hesitate?
I don't know. From all the evidence, I belong here. I have a legal right, but... Well, I can't seem to find words to express it.
Express what?
From the moment I stepped in the door of this house, I've had a strange feeling. A cold, chilly sensation of fear.
Well, is it something you feel about me?
Yes.
You're afraid of me.
No, I don't think so.
Is it Helga?
Well...
Is it Paul?
Oh, please don't ask me anymore. I don't know what it is.
Well, what has Paul said to you?
Nothing. No one said anything. It's just a premonition of evil. There's something wrong. Something horribly wrong in this house.
Oh, you're imagining things, Joan. It's all in your mind. It will pass as suddenly as it came. You're young, Joan, impressionable, and you've suddenly found your life turned upside down. A new environment to which you've never become accustomed, but you'll get used to it. You're my daughter. I want you to have what you deserve, what is rightfully yours.
I understand. And I'll try to overcome this feeling.
Yeah, that's better. You're a lovely girl, Joan. An intelligent girl. I know I'm going to be very proud of you.
Thank you. I think I'll go to bed now.
Well, it is rather late. Good night, dear. See you in the morning.
Hello.
Paul, what are you doing here on the stairs in the dark?
I wanted to tell you something.
What?
You're very, very beautiful. Your eyes, your hair, just like gold. Gold moonbeams. And soft.
Paul!
And your throat. Your throat is slender and soft. Like...
Take your hands off my neck. Paul!
I don't know many girls. Girls don't like me.
Let me by.
You don't like me either, do you?
Well,
I know. I can tell. Elsie didn't like me either. She was afraid of me.
Who's Elsie?
She was a girl in the village. She worked here in the summertime. No one knows what became of her.
What?
I don't remember what happened to her. But her throat was slender and white, like yours.
Let me by.
Joan.
What? Who's here? Who's in this room?
Don't turn on the light.
Helga, what do you want?
I must talk to you.
What about?
You're not safe here. No one is safe in this house. You must leave at once.
What do you mean? What's wrong?
The house is wrong. It's filled with evil and hate. I know.
Why do you stay?
I can't leave. It's too late. But you must go at once.
Do you mean that Paul?
That's part of it.
And what else?
John.
John? What about him?
I can't tell you. But you must believe me.
What about my father?
He doesn't believe he is your father. And he's planning to get revenge on your mother through you.
I don't believe you. I won't.
Get away while you have a chance.
No. I won't run from it. I'll face it whatever it is.
Very well. Good night, Joan.
Now it is nearly midnight. John still works at his desk in the library. But outside, a man steps softly through the trees up on the terrace, quietly opens the library doors, and steps in.
Hello, John. Frank. Good Lord. Yes, Brother Frank. Well, why don't you say something? Come in, or get out, or something.
Why, come in, Frank. You fairly knocked me off my feet. I didn't know whether you were alive or dead.
It's been a long time, John.
Why haven't you written me?
Well, I was hoping I could make a go of that ranch and pay you back, but I guess I was just born unlucky.
Oh?
They had a revolution and cleaned Senor Gonzalez out and me with him.
Well, that's too bad, Frank.
But you're still the same steady, reliable John. Yes, sir, I've tried my darndest to be like you, but, well, it just isn't in me. I don't have what it takes. The last 2 years, I've had a pretty tough time. I caught some sort of a malarial fever down there, and it's impossible to get rid of it. Keeps recurring.
You certainly don't look well. You've aged quite a bit. You better have Dr. Richards look you over tomorrow.
She's still kicking around? I thought he'd be gone long ago. How's your new marriage turned out?
Oh, very well. Very well indeed.
Good. Ever hear from Mary?
Yes. She came to see me. I knew she would eventually. She was broke and quite ill. She'd had a tough time of it.
And you helped her out. You would. You couldn't turn anyone down.
Well, she was mainly interested in my helping the girl. She had her in a school in Vermont.
And so now you're taking care of both of them.
What else could I do?
Good old Joe.
I sent for the girl and brought her down here. She's a lovely child. Sweet as can be.
And you'll give her everything her heart desires, I suppose. And then you'll have another problem on your hands with Joan. A girl 17 either wants to get married or go to college.
Oh? Well, I've decided that.
Really?
I'd like to send her to Wellesley.
Good. Isn't every man who can have...
Just a minute, Frank. I'll be right back. Well, what are you doing out here in the hall at this time of night, Paul?
Oh, well, Mother sent me down to see why you hadn't come up to your room.
Oh. Well, tell her I'll be up in a few minutes.
Yes, I'll tell her.
My stepson, Paul. His mother thought I was staying up unusually late.
Oh, well, I'll run along. Good heavens, it's after 12. When's the last train back to the city?
12 o'clock. You've missed it.
Well, when's the next one?
5 a.m.
Oh. Well, I suppose I'll have to wait for that. Can you put me up?
Yes, of course, Frank.
Oh, thanks.
Well, wait a moment, Frank. I probably won't be up when you leave, so I'll give you this now.
Oh, now, John, I didn't come here for that. Well, that is not exactly.
No, you never have. Here you are, Frank. 1,000. And see Doc Richards first thing in the morning. And drop in at the office and let me know what he says.
Thanks, John. I'm sorry to have to take this. I only wish that...
Oh, forget it. We're not kids any longer. You're too old to learn new tricks now. Run along to bed, Frank. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, take the guest room at the head of the stairs.
Good night, John. See you in town at noon.
Night, Frank.
The clock strikes 3 as two figures slip down the darkened hall and quietly enter John's bedroom. Then a few minutes later, the same two figures make their way in the moonlight through the trees to the back of the estate, carrying a long, gruesome bundle wrapped in a sheet. Now it is 3 nights later, and Joan, Helga, and Paul are in the library as Joan paces back and forth anxiously.
But where could Father have gone? He didn't say a word about going out of town.
Maybe he doesn't want to come back.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like it here.
You should have listened to me.
But you didn't say anything about... Well, you just mentioned me.
Could have been a mistake. I just had a weird feeling of impending disaster.
Something is wrong, I know.
If I didn't belong here, if I could leave, I'd not stay another moment. Who knows what will happen next?
I know.
What do you know?
I know what'll happen next.
They always happen in twos.
Many people have come here and stayed a while and then suddenly disappeared.
What time is it?
11:30.
There's a train at 12. I'm leaving here. Hello? Yes, this is Joan Talbot. What? Good heavens, who? Where? Yes. Yes, I understand. Yes, I'll be here. Yes.
Who was it?
I don't know. I've never heard anything like it.
What do you mean?
It was a man, and he...
What man?
He said he had a message for us, and he'll be here at 12 o'clock, and to wait for him in the library.
The police?
I don't know. He said he'll come to the garden windows, to the library window.
Who could it be?
I don't know. But we'll wait. I'm going to see this through.
Here he comes. Through the garden.
Who is it, Mother?
I don't know.
The lights. Why did you turn out the lights?
I turned them out so we could see outside. Who is he?
I don't know. He's up on the terrace.
Who are you? What do you want?
I came to talk to you.
What about?
About what happened here at 3 o'clock in the morning several days ago.
Nothing happened. Nothing.
But something did happen.
Turn on the light.
No, Don't turn them on. You couldn't see me if you turned on the lights.
Paul, good Lord. Was it you who phoned me?
I spoke to you, but I didn't phone you.
Mother.
What happened in this house at 3 o'clock several days ago?
A man was murdered.
What? Paul.
Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights!
Joan Talbot, open the top drawer of that desk. Now take out the paper. It says, on the night of August 5th, we, the undersigned, murdered John Talbot in his bedroom and buried his body on the estate.
We didn't. We didn't.
It's John. It's John.
Sign it. Sign the paper and I'll go.
Sign it, Paul. Sign it. You did it. You killed him. Sign it.
You help me. You sign it.
I can't.
Turn on the lights, Joan.
John.
It's him. It's him. He isn't dead.
No, Paul.
We didn't. Paul, what happened?
I'll tell you. You killed my brother Frank instead. Come on in, Sergeant. You heard it all.
Yes, we heard it all.
Father, what on earth happened? When you phoned a while ago, I almost fainted. I was sure you were dead.
I knew from the moment you told me you were frightened in this house that something was wrong. I put two and two together and realized what it was. They didn't want you to share in the estate. I knew they were planning something on that night. And then my brother came. He accidentally got into my room by mistake, and they killed him instead of me. I saw them carrying his body through the trees. So I disappeared for a few days and evolved this plan. You've nothing to worry about any longer, Joan. Nothing.
No. Nothing to worry about. But the truth would certainly amaze you. All that Helga said about Paul and John was true. John was planning revenge, but not through Joan. That night your brother Frank came back. You discovered something, John. What was it Frank said?
And then you'll have another problem on your hands with Joan. A girl 17 either wants to get married or go to college.
It was then, John, that you knew the truth. The only way that Frank could have possibly known that the girl's name was Joan and that she was 17 was to have been with Mary. So John knew then that it was Frank who ran away with Mary and deserted her when Joan was 4 years old. And then John, knowing that Helga and Paul planned to kill him, deliberately let Frank occupy his room on that fateful night. John's revenge was satisfied, and he didn't have to turn a hand. That's all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. And now an important announcement regarding a change of time. Beginning 1 week from tomorrow night, on Sunday, September 13th, The Whistler will come to you at 9:15 p.m. Remember, Sunday, September 13th, at 9:15 p.m. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.